to all of you. My name is Neha Mathur, representing Agriculture Division of FICCI. Today we all are gathered here for the much anticipated FICCI Smart Irrigation Summit 2023, a platform that brings together industry leaders, experts and visionaries to delve into the pivotal issues surrounding smart irrigation. As we embark on this journey of knowledge and collaboration, I'm honored to extend a warm welcome to all for our inaugural session, where we will witness insights from some of the brightest minds in the field. So without further ado, let's dive into the heart of the summit. I would like to welcome on dais to grace the stage. MOS will join us soon. Shri Franklin L. Khobung, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Please join us, sir, on the stage. Shri Kaushal Jaiswal, Co-Chairman, FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Senior Vice President, Irrigation Association of India and MD Rivalus Irrigation India Private Limited, to join us on the stage. Shri Shrikant Goenka, President, Irrigation Association of India and MD Premier Irrigation Editech Private Limited. Shri Randhir Chauhan, Past President, IEI, MD Netafim India Private Limited. Shri Primal Oswal, Past President, IEI and MD Harwell Egwa India Private Limited. Mr. Bhaskar Reddy, Advisor FICCI. I welcome you all on the stage. It's now time to welcome Shri Kaushal Jaiswal, Co-Chairman, FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Senior Vice President, Irrigation Association of India and MD Rivalus Irrigation Private India Limited, for his address. With over 30 years of expertise in climate-resilient agriculture, Mr. Jaiswal, as CEO MD since 2012, brings profound insights into general management, corporate affairs, and diverse input portfolios. Over to you, sir.
Thank you, Neha. Respected Shri Franklin, Sir, Joint Secretary RFS, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, dignitaries on dais, Shri Shrikant Goenka ji, President, Irrigation Association of India, Shri Randhir Chauhan, Past President, Irrigation Association of India, Shri Primal Oswal ji, Past President, Irrigation Association of India, Mr. Bhaskar Reddy, Advisor, Agriculture Committee, FICCI. Good morning to you all. It's a great honor for me to extend my warm welcome to each one of you. This is the first Smart Irrigation Summit, which is being done with the collaborative efforts of IAI and FICCI, and I'm sure we intend to do it an annual affair so that we gather this and discuss this very, very important topic every year and take out the outcomes and deliberate upon the things and act upon those outcomes. As we gather here today, we all are witnessing one of the most transforming phase of the country. We are fortunate enough generation which is going through it. We are right now the 5th largest economy, slated to be the 4th largest economy in the globe, and in this Amrit Kal, the target set by Honorable Prime Minister is to become a fully developed nation by 2047. And I am sure without developing agriculture and without having a developed agriculture, the dream of becoming a developed nation will remain as a dream. So we really want to develop agriculture and to be with the best practices and the precision agriculture, where we can improve upon the agriculture income of the farmers, we can improve the productivity, we can improve the water productivity. These are the challenges in the current scenario, and in today's session, hopefully in the most eminent panel discussions, you will find some of the solutions to these challenging problems. And since it summit is going to be very specific on irrigation, I just want to give you few of the numbers. And I was just having a discussion with Sri Anuj Kamalji in a few minutes ago downstairs. And the numbers, if every time we get compared with the China, right? And in China uses 385 BCM of the water to produce 570 million tons of the food grain. And in India, we use almost 560 BCM water to produce almost 320 million tons of the food grains. So we use 1.7 times more water to produce maybe 60-70% of the food grain production which China has. So this is a challenge. How to overcome? Hopefully some of the panelists will talk about that. And one more bigger challenge about the water is, I was going through the number, and the per capita availability of the water in this country was more than 5,000 meter cube per person after the independence in 1947 or 50. And today the per capita availability of the water has come down to 1,500 meter cube. So 1/3 of the water available per person which used to be available during independence. So thus water, growing population, depleting water tables, and overuse of the water in irrigation are the basic challenges. How to address it? Hopefully we'll listen to the panelists. One more challenge here is the 60% of the irrigation in India is done through the groundwater. That's highest ever in the world. No other country is using more 60% of the groundwater extraction for doing the irrigation. And the recharge of the water aquifer are another challenge. So, ladies and gentlemen, to overcome all these challenges, we have micro irrigation and other smart agriculture techniques which can provide the solution, transform the country. It not only addresses the core issues, but it addresses the sustainability goals also. It addresses the labor issues also. It addresses the lower fertilizer consumption also. In this context, the National Irrigation Summit holds a significant importance, as we are here to collectively explore the avenues to expand the micro irrigation and maybe other smart irrigation techniques and take them to the farmers. And maybe with these techniques they can produce more, reduce their cost, increase their incomes. So I request all of you to actively participate during the panel discussions and maybe share your thoughts. Once again, I extend the warm welcome to all of you. Wish you a day filled with the valuable insight and meaningful discussions. Jai Hind. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Now a round of applause for Shri Shrikant Goenka, President, Irrigation Association of India and MD, Premier Irrigation Edritech Private Limited, who will share the opening address. Welcome, sir.
Good morning. Before I start, can I request the video to be played, please? Thank you. Can you increase the volume a bit? Thank you.
என்னுடைய பேர் சிவமணி. நாங்கள் வந்து தேங்காடி இப்போ நார்மலாக வந்து ஒரு 6 டன்லேருந்து 7 டன் வரைக்கும் ஈல்டு எடுக்கிறோம். நார்மலாக ஒரு ஏக்கருக்கு நம்ம வந்து பாத்திக்கிட்டு தண்ணி வாய்ச்சறதுல வந்து இதை வந்து நம்ம ட்ரிப்பு போட்டோம்னா 5 ஏக்கருக்கு தண்ணி கட்டலாம். ஈல்டு வந்து நமக்கு அந்த தகுந்த மாதிரி நல்லா இருக்குது. சொட்டு நீர் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் ஆள் செலவு கம்மி. 10 ஏக்கர் இருக்குன்னா 10 ஏக்கருமே நமக்கு வந்து ஈல்டு ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்குது.
फ्लड इरिगेशन में एक तो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल ज्यादा आता है, खाद ज्यादा जाता है, मैन पावर ज्यादा लगता है। तो जो पर प्लांट हमें खर्चा फ्लड इरिगेशन में 150 रुपया पर प्लांट लगता है, वही ड्रिप इरिगेशन के बाद में वो खर्चा प्रति प्लांट करीब 100 रुपये लगता है। और उत्पाद की बात करें तो 40 टन के करीब फ्लड इरिगेशन के जरिए जो उत्पादन होता है वो 40 टन होता है। और 15 रुपये पर केजी का एवरेज गिने तो अप्रोक्सीमेट 6 लाख का यील्ड होता है। और इरिगेशन ड्रिप इरिगेशन के बाद का जो गिने तो करीब 1244 प्लांट लगते हैं, तो 60 किलो के हिसाब से करीबन 75 टन माल होता है। और उसका 15 रुपए के हिसाब से लगभग 11 से 11.5 लाख रुपया मुनाफा होता है।
हर खेत में पानी पहुंचाना सरकार की जिम्मेवारी है, सरकार का प्रयास है, लेकिन और ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप पानी बचाते हुए आगे बढ़ना, मेरे हर खेत से आवाज उठनी चाहिए।
और मैंने मेरे खेत में नोजल लुआई थी, जिनके कारण मेरी जीवा में पैदावार बहुत अच्छी हुई है। और मेरे बिजली का भी बहुत घनी बचत हो है, मेरा पानी भी बहुत घना बचे है और मेरे पैदावार में बहुत अच्छा फर्क पड़ा है। मैंने नोजल लुआए हो गए होंगे 6 महीने, मेरे अच्छी पैदावार होने लग रही है और इनका बहुत ज़्यादा फायदा है। मैं आप सब ने भी यह कहना चाहूँ कि यह चीज़ सब ने अपनानी चाहिए, बहुत बढ़िया चीज़।
तो आपका नाम बताइए।
मेरा नाम किरण देवी है। मेरा गांव का नाम मनोकामना नगर टिकरा टोली है, टिक्का नगरी रांची।
और कब आपने ड्रिप लगवाया है?
अभी 1 महीना पहले लगाए हैं।
अच्छा, अभी आपको ड्रिप लगाने के बाद कैसा लग रहा है? फसल में क्या उत्पादन?
अच्छा लग रहा है। अच्छा, ड्रिप में हमको सिंचाई करने में अच्छा सुविधा हो रहा है।
अच्छा,
और इसमें सिंचाई से अच्छा दाना भी निकल रहा है। तो ऐसे सिंचाई करते थे तो निकलता नहीं था, ड्रिप में ड्रिप का सिंचाई से सब कुछ अच्छा हो रहा है।
Mr. Franklin Kubong, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmer Welfare. Mr. Kaushal Jaiswal, Senior Vice President, Irrigation Association of India. Mr. Randhir Chauhan, Past President, Irrigation Association of India. Mr. Premal Oswal, Past President, Irrigation Association of India. And Mr. Bhaskar Reddy, Advisor FECI. Guests, distinguished delegates, members of Irrigation Association of India, and partners from FICCI, good morning. I am deeply honored to offer a heartfelt welcome to all of you at the inaugural National Smart Irrigation Summit, a joint initiative by the Irrigation Association of India and FICCI. As we convene today, we find ourselves at the vanguard of a revolutionary phase of our country. India is a beacon of hope. With the vision and the dynamic leadership of our Honorable Prime Minister, India is emerging as a world power. We have this journey which is full of challenges though. With 18% of the global population, India possesses only 4% of the world's freshwater resources. Astonishingly, nearly 80% of this precious resource is consumed in agriculture, with 54% of our nation grappling with high to extremely high water stress. Ladies and gentlemen, in the face of this challenge, micro irrigation appears and offers and emerges as a transformative solution. Capable of saving over 50% of water, it not only addresses the core issue but aligns with various other goals. The adoption of micro irrigation brings paradigm shift, with farmers realizing savings of 30% in fertilizer and 40% in labor costs. Farm outputs witness a significant increase of 50% and more, embodying the government's vision of Atmanirbhar Krishi and the goal of doubling farmers' income. Recognizing this great impact, the Honorable Prime Minister has set an ambitious target to cover 1 crore hectares under micro irrigation in 5 years. Ladies and gentlemen, Irrigation Association of India is the apex body of the micro irrigation industry. We closely collaborate with all stakeholders, including the government, the state governments, the industry partners, startups, allied sectors, and farmers. Our mission is to accelerate the nationwide adoption of micro irrigation, and to this end, we engage in a diverse range of activities encompassing training programs, technical and techno-commercial analytics, advocacy, awareness creation, just to name a few. Today's first National Smart Micro Irrigation Summit holds great importance as we collectively explore avenues to expand micro irrigation coverage comprehensively. As we embark on this insightful journey, I encourage each one of you to actively participate, to share your thoughts, and to contribute to the discourses of the day. Once again, a very, very heartfelt welcome to all of you, and I wish you a day full of valuable insights and meaningful discussions. Thank you. The Honorable Minister has arrived. We just wait for a couple of minutes. We'll just go and receive him. Uh,
15 minutes.
Good morning once again, and it's a very momentous occasion for all of us as we welcome the Honorable Minister for State for Agriculture and Farmer Welfare, Shri Kailash Chaudhary. May I request everyone here to give a resounding welcome to Sir. Can we have the green certificate? Yes, please.
May I request Shri Goenka sir to present green certificate to Sir Kailash Chaudhary sir. May I now request Shri Kaushal Jaiswal, Co-Chairman, Picky National Agriculture Committee, to present green certificate to Shri Franklin L. Kobuk. At FICCI, it's customary to present our guests and dignitaries with green certificates which symbolize a commitment to sustainable development. Over to you, sir.
Before the Honorable Minister offers his inaugural address and guides us and on the roadmap ahead, may I request the video to be played once again. Sir, we made हमने एक छोटा सा वीडियो बनाया था भारत के किसानों की जो माइक्रो इरिगेशन की उन पे जो एक असाधारण एक ज़बरदस्त जो एक इम्पैक्ट हुई है उसके संदर्भ में, तो उसको बस 2 मिनट की 3 मिनट की वीडियो फिर से एक बार चलाते हैं सर आप, ताकि देख पाएँ. कैन वी स्टार्ट द वीडियो प्लीज़?
என்னுடைய பேர் சிவமணி. நாங்கள் வந்து தேனி மாவட்டம் கம்பம் வட்டம் காமிடிப்பட்டி கிராமத்தை சேர்ந்தவங்க. வந்து பார்த்தீங்கன்னா ஒரு 120 ஏக்கர் ஃபீல்டு. திராட்சையிலையும் பார்த்தீங்க அப்படின்னா முன்னாடி பாத்தி கட்டி தான் வந்து எல்லாமே நாங்கள் வந்து பயிர் செஞ்சோம். இந்த பாத்தி கட்டி பயிர் செய்யும்போது சாதாரணமாக ஒரு 3 to 4 டன்னு தான் நாங்கள் வந்து பயிர் வந்து எடுத்தோம். இப்போ நார்மலாக வந்து ஒரு 6 டன்லேருந்து 7 டன் வரைக்கும் ஈல்டு எடுக்கிறோம். நார்மலாக 1 ஏக்கருக்கு நம்ம வந்து பாத்தி கட்டி தண்ணி வச்சுறது வந்து இதை வந்து நம்ம ட்ரிப்பு போட்டோம்னா 5 ஏக்கருக்கு தண்ணி கட்டலாம். ஈல்டு வந்து நமக்கு அந்த தகுந்த மாதிரி நல்லா இருக்குது. சொட்டு நீர் வந்ததுக்கப்புறம் ஆள் செலவு கம்மி. 10 ஏக்கர் இருக்குன்னா 10 ஏக்கருமே நமக்கு வந்து ஈல்டு ஒரே மாதிரி இருக்குது.
फ्लड इरिगेशन में एक तो इलेक्ट्रिसिटी बिल ज्यादा आता है, खाद ज्यादा जाता है, मैन पावर ज्यादा लगता है. तो जो पर प्लांट हमें खर्चा फ्लड इरिगेशन में 150 रुपया पर प्लांट लगता है, वही ड्रिप इरिगेशन के बाद में वो खर्चा प्रति प्लांट करीब 100 रुपये लगता है. और उत्पाद की बात करें तो 40 टन के करीब फ्लड इरिगेशन के जरिए जो उत्पादन होता है वो 40 टन होता है. और 15 रुपये पर केजी का एवरेज गिने तो अप्रोक्सीमेट 6 लाख का यील्ड होता है. और इरिगेशन ड्रिप इरिगेशन के बाद का जो गिने तो करीब 1244 प्लांट लगते हैं. तो 60 किलो के हिसाब से करीबन 75 टन माल होता है. और उसका 15 रुपए के हिसाब से लगभग 11 से 11.5 लाख रुपया मुनाफा होता है.
हर खेत में पानी पहुंचाना सरकार की जिम्मेवारी है, सरकार का प्रयास है. लेकिन और ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप, पानी बचाते हुए आगे बढ़ना, मेरे हर खेत से आवाज उठनी चाहिए.
और मैंने मेरे खेत में नोजल लगवाई थी, जिन कारण मेरी गेहूं में पैदावार बहुत अच्छी हुई है और मेरे बिजली का भी बहुत घनी बचत हो है, मेरा पानी भी बहुत घना बचे है और मेरा पैदावार में बहुत अच्छा फर्क पड़ा है। मैंने नोजल लुआई हो गए होंगे 6 महीने, मेरे अच्छी पैदावार होने लग रही है और इनका बहुत ज़्यादा फायदा है। मैं आप सब नज़दीक यह कहना चाहूँ कि यह चीज़ सब ने अपनानी चाहिए, बहुत बढ़िया चीज़।
तो आपका नाम बताइए।
मेरा नाम किरण देवी है। मेरा गांव का नाम मनोकामना नगर टिकरा टोली है, इसका नगरी रांची।
और कब आपने ड्रिप लगवाया है?
अभी 1 महीना पहले लगाए हैं।
अच्छा, अभी आपको ड्रिप लगाने के बाद कैसा लग रहा, फसल में क्या
अच्छा
उत्पादन?
लग रहा है। अच्छा, ड्रिप में हमको सिंचाई करने में अच्छा सुविधा हो रहा है।
अच्छा,
और इसमें सिंचाई से अच्छा दाना भी निकल रहा है। सब ऐसे सिंचाई करते थे तो निकलता नहीं था गरी ड्रिप में। ड्रिप का सिंचाई से सब कुछ अच्छा हो रहा है।
We are now pleased to invite Shri Franklin L. Khobung, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. He is with us today to provide a special address offering valuable perspectives from the government standpoint. Over to you, sir.
नेशनल स्मार्ट इरिगेशन समिट 2023 ये फिकी और IAI इरिगेशन एसोसिएशंस ऑफ इंडिया द्वारा आयोजित ये कार्यक्रम में हमारा बीच में उपस्थित मंत्री महोदय श्री कैलाश चौधरी साहब और IAI का वाइस प्रेसिडेंट कौशल जायसवाल जी, प्रेसिडेंट श्रीकांत गोयंका जी, रणधीर चौहान जी, भास्कर, परिमल ओसवाल जी और जल शक्ति मंत्रालय से आए हुए कमिश्नर CADWM, उपस्थित इंडस्ट्रियलिस्ट, FPOs, लेडीज़ एंड जेंटलमैन। सबसे पहले ये जो समिट है ये माइक्रो इरिगेशंस प्रमोशंस के लिए बहुत महत्व है, इसलिए मैं IAI और फिकी को मैं बधाई देना चाहता हूँ कि ये जो भी इसके मंच पे जो चर्चा होगा, आज पैनल डिस्कशंस होगा, बहुत सारा जो है इंडस्ट्री से लेके सब्जेक्ट एक्सपर्ट्स भी आए हुए हैं। ये जो है हमारा आगे पॉलिसी लेवल पे और फील्ड में इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस करने के लिए जो है बहुत ये उपयोग रहेगी। मैं मंत्रालय में माइक्रो इरिगेशन स्कीम को डील करता हूँ, इसलिए ये स्कीम्स के बारे में एक छोटी सी परिचय देना चाहता हूँ। हम सब जानते हैं कि कृषि विकास के लिए जो है सबसे महत्व जो फैक्टर होती हैं ये पानी होते हैं और हमारा जो वाटर रिसोर्स हम सब जानते हैं कि जो अवेलेबल वाटर रिसोर्सेस है हमारे देश की उसकी 86% से अधिक जो है ये एग्रीकल्चर इरिगेशंस के लिए जो है इस्तेमाल किया जाता है। और आज की तारीख में जो है हमारा ये जो नेट सोन एरिया जो हम कहा जाता है कल्टीवेटेड एरिया 140 मिलियन हेक्टेयर है, उसमें से खाली जो है 50% दैट इज़ अबाउट 70 मिलियन हेक्टेयर जो है अभी कमांड एरिया मतलब इरिगेटेड एरिया है। हमारा जो है इरिगेशंस की काम में बहुत ज़्यादा और करना है, लेकिन इसका जो लिमिटिंग फैक्टर है ये पानी है, क्योंकि ऑलरेडी 50% ऑफ द नेट सोन एरिया ऑलरेडी इस्तेमाल करते हैं 86% ऑफ द नेशनल वाटर रिसोर्सेस। और ये जो माइक्रो इरिगेशंस हैं ये भारत सरकार की ओर से 2005 से लेके जो है ये स्कीम जो है वो चला के आ रहे थे हम, और इसकी जो क्या है कि बहुत बड़ा प्रमाण में बहुत स्पीडली जो है 2015 से लेके जो है इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस हुआ था और अब तक जो है हमने काफ़ी अचीवमेंट भी कर चुके हैं। लेकिन जो मंत्रालय की ओर से वो जो टास्क फोर्स सेटअप किया था कि माइक्रो इरिगेशंस की पोटेंशियल क्या होगा हमारा देश के लिए, उसका रिपोर्ट के मुताबिक जो है 69 मिलियन हेक्टेयर जो है हमारा देश में माइक्रो इरिगेशन के तहत हम ले सकते हैं। और आज तक की जो अचीवमेंट है मुझे लगता है कि और बहुत ज़्यादा करना ज़रूरत है। और हम सब जानते हैं कि माइक्रो इरिगेशन जो है दिस इज़ इंडस्ट्रीज ड्रिवन स्कीम। आपके मदद के बिना, आपका सहयोग के बिना जो है हम आगे नहीं बढ़ सकते हैं। और अब तक जो है हम देखे हैं कि इंडस्ट्रीज़ की ओर से हमने बहुत अच्छा सहयोग मिला है। आगे हमको बहुत कुछ करना है। और आपको जानते हैं कि हमने रिसेंटली हमारा ऑपरेशनल गाइडलाइंस है उसको भी हमने ये रिवीजन किया था। हमारा एक्सपीरियंस को देख के जो है कुछ स्टेज में हम अच्छे करते हैं, कुछ स्टेज में हम बहुत अच्छे प्रगति हम दिखा नहीं पाते हैं, कुछ डिफ़िकल्टीज होते हैं। इसको कैसा ओवरकम करना है और ज़्यादा कैसा हम अचीव करेंगे, उसके लिए जो है जस्ट 2 महीने पहले हमने ऑपरेशनल गाइडलाइंस को ये रिवाइज़ किया था। उसमें जो है बहुत महत्व डिसीजंस भी लिया गया था, जैसे कि हर स्टेज में जो है एक स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल, एक अलग संस्था जो है ये खड़ा किया, जैसे कि ये गुजरात ने किया है, तमिलनाडु ने किया है और उनका परफॉर्मेंस भी बहुत अच्छे हैं। इसलिए क्या है कि उसको ध्यान में लेते हुए हर एक स्टेज में इस टाइप की स्पेशल पर्पस व्हीकल जो है ये सेटअप किया जाए और MIS प्लेटफॉर्म में इसका इम्प्लीमेंटेशन किया जाए, ताकि जो है इसकी पहुंच मतलब कि जो दूर दराल में रहते हुए किसान तक पहुंच सके। इसका जो सर्विसिंग है, इंफॉर्मेशन, अवेयरनेस, कैपेसिटी बिल्डिंग जो है वहां तक हम पहुंचा सके, उसके लिए जो है MIS सिस्टम का जो है ये प्रोविज़न रखा हुआ था। वी ऑल्सो मेड स्पेशल प्रोविजंस फॉर क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट। जो क्लस्टर डेवलपमेंट जिसमें जो है ग्रास रूट लेवल इंस्टीट्यूशन, जैसे कि हमारा FPOs हैं, वाटर इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, उनकी ओर से क्या है कि प्रोजेक्ट की इम्प्लीमेंटेशन करवाया जाए और उसके लिए जो है एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव सपोर्ट के लिए एडमिनिस्ट्रेटिव कॉस्ट तरीके 3% ऑफ द प्रोजेक्ट कॉस्ट यहाँ तक प्रोविज़न रखा हुआ है। और आज हमारे बीच में कमिश्नर साहब जो है ये उपस्थित हैं। CADWM स्कीम के साथ कैसा ज़्यादा कन्वर्जेंस कर सके, ताकि जो है कॉमन एरियाज़ में, क्योंकि अब तक हमारा ये जो कवरेज है मेनली इट इज़ इन द रेनफेड एरियाज़। कॉमन एरियाज़ में जो है हम कैसा ज़्यादा माइक्रो इरिगेशन कवरेज हो सके, ताकि जो भी अवेलेबल वाटर रिसोर्सेज है उसको लेके और ज़्यादा एरिया जो है हम इरिगेशन के लिए कवर कर सके। उसका हमने मीटिंग किया है, चर्चा किया है और आने वाला दिन में हमको उम्मीद है कि और ज़्यादा हम काम कर पाएंगे इसमें। मुझे लगता है कि जहाँ तक माइक्रो इरिगेशन है हमारा देश में डिमांड की कोई कम नहीं है। जब हम ये प्रपोज़ल को हम ये समीक्षा करते हैं मिनिस्ट्री लेवल में, हर देश जो है, हर राज्य जो है अपने प्रपोज़ल जो है मिनिस्ट्री में रखते हुए ये रिक्वेस्ट भी करते हैं कि हमको ज़्यादा दे दो माइक्रो इरिगेशंस के लिए। जो हम देते हैं इट इज़ नेवर एनफ फॉर देम, इसलिए डिमांड है, इसलिए उसको जो है कैसा हम रेस्पॉन्स करें गवर्नमेंट की ओर से, इसके लिए कैसा मतलब कि क्या किया जाए ताकि उनके लिए क्या है कि एनफ सफिशिएंट प्रोविज़न हम रख सकें। और वहाँ इम्प्लीमेंटेशंस के लिए जो है राज्य सरकार के लिए क्या मतलब कि कोऑर्डिनेशन की काम करना है और इंडस्ट्रीज़ जो है उसके लिए क्या करना है, किस प्रकार की आप सर्विसिंग जो है, क्योंकि ये बहुत टेक्निकल मैटर है। माइक्रो इरिगेशन को जो है वो इंस्टॉल करने के बाद वो काम ख़त्म नहीं होता है, उसका जो मेंटेनेंस काम है वो किसान की वो उसकी बस की बात नहीं है। इसलिए इसमें जो है इंडस्ट्रीज़ का रोल बहुत बड़ा होता है। जब तक क्या है कि आप अच्छे सर्विसिंग प्रोवाइड कर नहीं पाएंगे किसान को, किसान जो है इतना मतलब कि रेडीनेस को लेके नहीं आएंगे सामने इसको अडॉप्ट करने के लिए। और हम उम्मीद करते हैं कि माइक्रो इरिगेशन जो है और ज़्यादा बढ़ाने के लिए हमारे देश में हम सब मिलके जो है इंडस्ट्रीज़, सेंट्रल गवर्नमेंट, FPOs, स्टेट गवर्नमेंट, मिनिस्ट्री ऑफ वाटर रिसोर्स, जो भी रिलेटेड इंस्टीट्यूशंस हैं, हम सब काम करेंगे, और जो पोटेंशियल जो एरियाज जो टास्क फोर्स की ओर से जो हमको बताया गया है उसको ध्यान में रखते हुए जितना हो सके उतना हम करें, ये उम्मीद है। और ये हमको उम्मीद है कि इस प्रकार की मंच, इस प्रकार की जो मतलब कि ब्रेनस्टॉर्मिंग, नॉलेज शेयरिंग की प्लेटफॉर्म जो है हमारे लिए आगे के काम के लिए बहुत यूज़फुल रहेगी। आप सबको यहाँ मतलब कि हमको बुलाए हैं और आपके साथ जो है इंटरेक्शंस करने के लिए मौका दिया है। आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद। थैंक यू। आज हम लोग के लिए बहुत गर्व की बात है कि माननीय मंत्री जी हमारे समक्ष हैं। मैं उनसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि वो आएं और हम सबकी मार्गदर्शन करें।
फिक्की द्वारा आयोजित इस स्मार्ट इरिगेशन समिट में हमारे मध्य उपस्थित हैं आदरणीय कौशल जायसवाल जी, और साथ ही मंच पर विराजमान है श्री श्रीकांत जी और श्री फैकलिन जी। साथ ही मंच पर हैं श्री सुधीर चौहान जी और श्री प्रिमला जी ओसवाल और श्री मास्कर जी रेड्डी जी, और उपस्थित सभी भाइयों और बहनों और मीडिया के बंधुओं। आज ये जो समिट रखी गई है, निश्चित रूप से मैं फिक्की को बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद देना चाहूँगा कि हम आने वाले कल में जो हमारे सामने बड़ी समस्या और चुनौती है और समस्या है, उसका हम अभी से कैसे समाधान कर सकें, इसको लेकर ये समिट रखी गई है। और जिसका पूरा दिन ये कार्यक्रम चलेगा, जिसमें अलग अलग सत्र रखे गए हैं और उन अलग अलग सेशन के अंदर अलग अलग विषयों के ऊपर चर्चा होगी। और कुछ बंधु ऐसे हैं जिनको अवार्ड भी दिया जाएगा। तो मैं पहले तो जिनको अवार्ड मिल रहा है उनको मेरी ओर से बहुत बहुत शुभकामनाएं, बहुत बहुत बधाई आपको। और निश्चित रूप से जो आने वाले जो सेशन है, उन सेशन के अंदर जैसा कि स्टार्टअप के ऊपर भी एक विषय रखा गया कि स्टार्टअप हमारे देश में किस तरह से एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर अपनी भूमिका को निभा रहे हैं और कैसे और हम बेहतर स्टार्टअप के तौर पर हम कर सकते हैं। और दूसरा, जैसा कि इसके अंदर न्यूट्रिएंट मैनेजमेंट को लेकर भी विषय रखा गया है, और इसी के साथ अन्य जो विषय हैं उन सब के अंदर मुझे लगता है कि हम यहाँ से बहुत कुछ पाठ्य प्राप्त करके यहाँ से जाएंगे और आने वाले समय के अंदर वो हम सब के लिए बहुत ही महत्वपूर्ण उपयोग होगा, जो हमारे प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन है। और प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने इसको लेकर बहुत समय से प्रयासरत है कि जो हमारे सामने चुनौती जो आने वाली है सबसे बड़ी, कहते भी हैं कि चौथा या जो विश्व युद्ध होगा वो शायद पानी के लिए हो सकता है, क्योंकि पानी हमारे लिए सबसे बड़ा संकट है। और पानी के बारे में मुझे जहाँ तक लगता है कि मेरे से ज़्यादा कोई नहीं जानता कि पानी की समस्या क्या होती है और पानी नहीं होता है तो क्या होता है। क्योंकि मैं जिस क्षेत्र से आता हूँ वो रेगिस्तानी क्षेत्र है। मेरी लोकसभा क्षेत्र है बाड़मेर जैसलमेर, जिसमें कई लोग यहाँ बैठे होंगे, गए भी होंगे, कुछ लोग नहीं भी गए होंगे। तो नहीं गए तो उनको जाकर देख के आना चाहिए कि वहाँ कैसे जीवन यापन लोग करते हैं। और मैंने तो बहुत जब छोटा था तब से देख रहा हूँ, और हमारे तो पूर्वज थे, उन्होंने भी वहाँ पर अपने जीवन को जिया है कि पानी नहीं होता तो कितनी दूर से पानी लेके आते हैं। मेरे माता जी लेके आती थी 5 किलोमीटर दूर से सर पे घड़ा डाल के, पीने के लिए पानी, खेती के लिए नहीं, पीने की पानी की यह समस्या थी। और 5-5 किलोमीटर, और बाकी जब और ज़्यादा संकट आता था तो 30-30, 40, 50-50 किलोमीटर से भी ऊंट के ऊपर पानी डालकर और लेके आना पड़ता था। हमारे वहाँ कैमल होते थे, वही था हमारा। तो इसलिए मुझे लगता है कि जिसने देखा है उससे ज़्यादा कोई समझ नहीं सकता कि पानी का संकट कितना होता है। अब हरियाणा है, पंजाब वालों को पानी की समस्या का पता नहीं है कि कितनी समस्या हो सकती है, क्या उनके सामने। उन्होंने जब ऐसे कई पुराने लोगों ने देखा होगा, लेकिन नई जनरेशन है, उन्होंने तो पानी के अंदर ही जन्म लिया है, उन्होंने तो पानी की कमी कभी देखी नहीं है। लेकिन हमें ये सोचना है कि भविष्य के अंदर जब पानी का संकट आ जाएगा तो उस समय हमारी एग्रीकल्चर का क्या होगा, हमारे पानी पीने की समस्या है तो पीने के लिए पानी हम कहाँ से लाएंगे। तो इनके लेकर प्रधानमंत्री जी ने चिंता की, नरेंद्र मोदी जी ने, और उसके लिए सिर्फ चिंता ही नहीं की, उसके लिए प्लानिंग भी किया और योजनाएं भी बनाई। और ये योजनाएं प्रधानमंत्री बनने से पहले जब वो गुजरात में मुख्यमंत्री थे तब से उन्होंने शुरू कर दिया था। गुजरात के अंदर मुख्यमंत्री रहते हुए आपने देखा होगा कि वो जब मुख्यमंत्री बने थे उस समय गुजरात की कृषि के क्या हालात थे, और मुझे लगता है कि राजस्थान के और हमारे और गुजरात के एक समान हालात थे। और धीरे धीरे उन्होंने जिस तरह से पानी को लेकर उन्होंने योजनाएं बनाई और उसके बाद में किसानों तक पानी पहुंचा, तो आज एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर गुजरात अग्रणी प्रदेशों के अंदर आने लग गया। और उन्होंने यही नहीं, सिर्फ पानी की व्यवस्था के साथ पानी को बचाना भी प्राथमिकता में रखा। और इसको लेकर मुझे लगता है कि उन्होंने एंड टू एंड सॉल्यूशन कैसे हो उसकी भी चिंता की। और आपको पता है कि उन्होंने जब वो प्रधानमंत्री बने तो उन्होंने एक जिस तरह से एक योजना बनाई PMKSY, और उस PMK योजना के अंदर एक योजना एग्रीकल्चर मिनिस्ट्री को भी दी जिसमें पर ड्रॉप पर मोर क्रॉप है। वो कृषि मंत्रालय के पास में उसकी जिम्मेवारी दी कि कृषि मंत्रालय इस पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप के माध्यम से किस तरह से पानी को बचाए। और ऐसे ही एक स्कीम उन्होंने और शुरू की थी जिसको बांधों को बनाने के लिए AIBP योजना के नाम से उन्होंने शुरू की थी। तो वो मंत्रालय के अंदर की जो समय प्रारंभ के अंदर लगभग 99 बांध बनाए गए थे इस देश के अंदर, उसको काम शुरू किया और उसके ऊपर काम चल भी रहा है कि इस देश के अंदर बांधों से हम पानी को भी बचाकर कैसे रख सकते हैं। और उसके बाद में हर खेत को पानी हो, HKP योजना बनाई जो जल शक्ति मंत्रालय के पास में अभी स्कीम उसको बनाया गया। एक हमारे जो ग्रामीण विकास मंत्रालय है उस मंत्रालय को भी एक स्कीम दी गई जिसके अंदर आपने देखा होगा कि गांवों के अंदर सरोवर है, जो पुराने जो हमारे छोटे छोटे गांवों के अंदर बावड़ियां होती थी उनको कैसे जीर्णोद्धार किया जाए, या पानी को कैसे हम वहाँ संरक्षित कर सकते हैं खेतों के अंदर। ऐसे ही लगभग आपने देखा होगा अमृत वर्ष चल रहा है, ये हमारा आज़ादी के अमृत काल हमने अभी प्रारंभ हो गया आज़ादी का। तो इस 75 साल के ऊपर ये तय किया गया कि प्रत्येक जिले के अंदर 75 ऐसे पानी के स्रोत वहाँ पर खड़े किए जाएं ताकि हम पानी का संरक्षण उस जगह पर हम कर सकें। तो ये सारी एंड टू एंड सॉल्यूशन की जो बात है उसको सिर्फ इतना ही नहीं बात की, उन्होंने हर विभाग को टास्क भी दिया, उनको जिम्मेवारी दी। और हर जिले में जैसा कि 75 पानी के अगर स्रोत बन जाते हैं और वहाँ पर अगर संरक्षण करने की व्यवस्था अगर हो जाती है, पुराने जो बावड़ियाँ उनको जीर्णोद्धार करना, पानी को स्टोरेज करना, हर तरह से जिस तरह से हर खेत का पानी खेत में कैसे रहे, इन सारी योजनाओं को करने के बाद में जिस तरह से आज पानी के अंदर इस पर काम किया जा रहा है, और जिसमें अगर हमारे मंत्रालय के जैसे अभी पहले बताया भी गया, आपको बताया कि क्या क्या हमारी स्कीम्स है, किस तरह से हम पानी को संरक्षण पानी को हम बचा सकते हैं, कैसे हम खेत के अंदर पानी किसान को कम पानी के अंदर अधिक उत्पादन कैसे कर सकता है। तो इन सारी बातों के ऊपर जैसा पर ड्रॉप मोर क्रॉप स्कीम के बारे में भी आपको बताया, और इसका मुझे बताते हुए खुशी भी है कि इस स्कीम को प्रारंभ करने के बाद 2005 के अंदर जैसा योजना प्रारंभ की उससे लेकर अभी तक लगभग 1,50,00,000 हेक्टेयर जमीन को इसके अंदर कवर किया गया है, जो सरकार की योजना से किया गया है। लेकिन मुझे इसमें यह भी बताना है कि 2005 से लेकर और 2014 तक जितना हुआ और उसके बाद में 16 तक, और 16 के बाद में देखा जाए तो लगभग 83 लाख हेक्टेयर है जो इस योजना के तहत कवर किया गया, जो सिर्फ पिछले 6-7 साल के अंदर ही 83 लाख हेक्टेयर कवर किया गया, जिसके लिए बजट का नाबार्ड के अंदर भी बजट का प्रावधान किया गया 5,000 करोड़ रुपए सिर्फ, जिसमें 3% इंटरेस्ट सब्वेंशन के तौर पर उनको सपोर्ट भी मिले। इन सारी स्कीमों को भी लेकर किया गया। और साथ ही नई टेक्नोलॉजी के ऊपर भी बल दिया गया। नई वेराइटियां भी ऐसी निकाली गई साइंटिस्टों के द्वारा हमारे आईसीआर की, जिसमें कम पानी के अंदर हम खेती के कैसे फसल ले सकते हैं, ऐसी कई वेराइटियों का इजाद किया गया। जैसा कि अभी जैसा मिलेट्स ईयर चल रहा है, और मिलेट्स के अंदर मुझे लगता है कि सबसे कम पानी की आवश्यकता होती है, ये भी उसका एक पार्ट है कि कम पानी के अंदर किसान को अधिक कैसे लाभ मिले। तो आज इंटरनेशनल ईयर मिलेट्स का मनाया जा रहा है, तो क्योंकि जो श्री अन्न है उस श्री अन्न के अंदर पानी की कम आवश्यकता होती है, कम पानी के अंदर उत्पादन होता है, किसान को अधिक लाभ मिलता है। तो ये सारी चीज़ों के पीछे जो प्रधानमंत्री जी की सोच है कि पानी को बचाना और किसान को भी लाभ अधिक देना, और उसके साथ ही नई टेक्नोलॉजी के माध्यम से, जैसा कि हमारे आईसीआर के द्वारा हाइड्रोजेल जो विकसित किया गया हाइड्रोजेल, उस हाइड्रोजेल के पीछे भी यही उद्देश्य है कि कम पानी के अंदर किसान को अधिक उत्पादन कैसे मिले। अभी मैं बात कर रहा था, आदरणीय जायसवाल जी कह रहे थे कि हमारा तो एक ही उद्देश्य है कि पौधे को पानी मिलना चाहिए, जमीन में पानी ना जाए। पौधे को पानी कैसे मिले? पौधे को पानी मिलेगा, खुराक मिल जाएगी, जितनी आवश्यकता उतना ही पानी हो, उससे ज़्यादा पानी ना जाए। तो इन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर जिस तरह से किया गया है, और स्टार्टअप का भी विषय भी है, और स्टार्टअप आज हमारे देश के लिए जिस तरह से काम कर रहे हैं, नई नई तकनीकी को ला रहे हैं। और मुझे ये बताते हुए खुशी है कि पिछले लगभग 3-4 साल के अंदर ही, और लगभग इस देश के अंदर तो जब 2014 के अंदर प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब बने थे, तो उस समय स्टार्टअप की संख्या लगभग 50, 60 या 100 के आसपास थी। लेकिन आज हमारे देश के अंदर स्टार्टअप की संख्या हो गई है लगभग 1 लाख से अधिक, 2 लाख के आसपास स्टार्टअप हो गए। ये एक बहुत बड़ा एक अचीवमेंट है, जिसमें लगभग 100 से अधिक तो हमारी यूनिकॉर्न है, जो 100 करोड़ से अधिक उनका टर्नओवर है। ऐसे हमारे स्टार्टअप जिन्होंने एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर की अगर बात करता हूँ, तो लगभग हमारे एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर भी 3000 से अधिक स्टार्टअप आ गए, जो स्टार्टअप कृषि के अंदर नवाचार कर रहे हैं, कृषि के अंदर किस तरह से वो टेक्नोलॉजी को लेकर कर रहे हैं। और इन सारी चीज़ों को लेकर मुझे लगता है कि हम सबको मिलकर करना पड़ेगा। तो ये हमारे सामने जो चुनौती है, उस चुनौती को समाधान करना है, तो उसके लिए सबको लगना पड़ेगा। और निश्चित रूप से मैं यही कहना चाहता हूँ कि हम जब प्रधानमंत्री जी ये बात करते हैं कि हमें भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है, आज पूरी दुनिया देश हिंदुस्तान की तरफ देख रही है। आज हर सेक्टर के अंदर दुनिया देख रही है। पहले कभी हम दूसरे देशों की तरफ देखा करते थे, कभी हम अमेरिका की तरफ देखते थे, तो कभी इंग्लैंड की तरफ देखते थे, कभी ऑस्ट्रेलिया, कभी दूसरे इजराइल की तरफ, या जिस तरह जो भी देश है एग्रीकल्चर के अंदर जितने भी देश हैं उनकी तरफ हम देखते थे कि ये देश वो देश कुछ कर रहा है, हम कहाँ हैं, चाइना कहाँ है, हम कहाँ हैं। लेकिन आज दुनिया की सबकी नज़रें हैं वो भारत की ओर है, और लोगों में एक ये बात होती है कि जहाँ भी बैठते हैं कि इसमें भारत क्या कर रहा है, नरेंद्र मोदी जी क्या सोच रहे हैं इसके बारे में। और मैं आपको ये बताऊं कि पहले हमारे प्रधानमंत्री भी जब किसी समय कोई कार्यक्रम में भी जाते थे, तो उनको भी सुना आपने, देखा होगा। लेकिन वर्तमान में मैं देखता हूं कि किसी भी अगर कार्यक्रम में प्रधानमंत्री विश्व स्तर का कोई सेमिनार, अगर कोई सम्मेलन होता है, तो पूरे विश्व के सारे देशों की एक ही ध्यान रहता है कि भारत के प्रधानमंत्री जी का स्पीच कब है। उस समय आप ध्यान से देखना कि दूसरे स्पीच के टाइम के अंदर कई कुर्सियां खाली रहती है, कोई रहता है। लेकिन नरेंद्र मोदी जी जब स्पीच देना शुरू करते हैं ना, तो उनको सब टाइमिंग का पता होता है कि किस टाइम प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी बोलेंगे। तो वो अगर होटल में सोया हुआ होता है ना, वो भी उठ के आता है और वो सीटें भर जाती है। तो ये जो पिछले 9 साल के अंदर हुआ है, ये अचानक नहीं हुआ है, ये प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी का विजन है। और जब वो सीएम थे तब से उनके दिमाग में था कि हमारे देश के लिए हमें क्या करना है। उसके बाद में उन्होंने एक लक्ष्य लेके चले कि हमें आने वाले 2047 के अंदर जो भारत को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है, और विकसित राष्ट्र बनाना है तो उसके लिए कुछ करना होगा। सिर्फ बात करने से विकसित नहीं बनेगा। बातें करने से तो बातें तो पहले भी बहुत की, और इतने सालों तक हम बातें करते ही आए। लेकिन आज सबसे बड़ी चीज़ ये होगी कि एक आम, चाहे युवा व्यक्ति है या चाहे वो बुद्धिजीवी व्यक्ति है कोई भी, तो उसके मन में ये है कि हाँ, पहले तो कोई भी अगर बात करते थे तो ये सोचता था ठीक है, यार बातें कर रहे हैं, होगा या नहीं होगा पता नहीं, ठीक है राजनीति के लोग हैं, ये तो अपनी चुनाव के समय में घोषणा करते हैं या बातचीत करते हैं, पता नहीं इनका ये एजेंडा है। लेकिन आज एक आम आदमी को ये विश्वास हो गया है कि प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी बोल रहे हैं वो होगा और होना है, इसमें कोई दो राय नहीं है। और ये भी मैं बता दूं कि जब उन्होंने 2047 की बात की है ना, तो अब उन्होंने लक्ष्य ये सोच लिया है, अंदर ही अंदर उन्होंने 2047 तो दुनिया को बताने के लिए किया है, लेकिन मैं दावे के साथ मैं कहता हूं कि 2040 तक हम अचीव प्राप्त कर लेंगे। ये हम सब, आप इतने समय के अंदर अगर हम जो 10वें स्थान पर हमारी अर्थव्यवस्था थी 2014 के अंदर, वो 10वें स्थान से हम 5वें स्थान पर अर्थव्यवस्था में पहुंच गए। तो ऐसे ही नहीं पहुंचे, उसके लिए काम किया है। इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर को किस तरह से गति शक्ति के माध्यम से काम किया गया हमारे हर सेक्टर के अंदर, चाहे आज एग्रीकल्चर के लिए भी हो तो भी उसके लिए हमारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर मजबूत होना बहुत जरूरी है। और इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर की बात आती है तो चाहे वो आप रोड कनेक्टिविटी की बात हो, चाहे एयर कनेक्टिविटी की बात हो, चाहे रेलवे के माध्यम से हो, हर चीज के अंदर की अच्छे अच्छे हाईवे हो, ये सारे हमारे एग्रीकल्चर ट्रांसपोर्टेशन के कितना काम आता है। तो ये सारी चीजें जो हो रही है इन समय के अंदर, तो ये 2047 का लक्ष्य लेके चल रहे हैं, लेकिन 2040 तक जब हम अचीव करेंगे तो उसके लिए काम जो किया जा रहा है, ये जितने भी सारे इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर के काम हो रहे हैं वो सब इस गति के साथ काम हो रहा है कि जो गाड़ी पहले 10 की स्पीड से चल रही थी, वो गाड़ी अगर 30 की स्पीड से 40 की स्पीड से चलेगी तो हम उस गंतव्य स्थान पर जल्दी पहुंच पाएंगे जिस स्थान को हमें प्राप्त करना है। तो अब हर जगह पर जो कनेक्टिविटी से लेकर या इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर जब मजबूत होता है तो ये सारी आने वाले कल में हमें दिखेगा। और निश्चित रूप से जब ये बात की जा रही है कि 2047 तक हमें करना है, ये आज हम जैसा कि चौथे स्थान पर पहुंचे हैं, 5वें स्थान पर, और अब 2027 तक कह दिया है प्रधानमंत्री जी ने कि 2027-28 तक हमें विश्व की तीसरी सबसे बड़ी शक्ति, आर्थिक शक्ति बनना है, तो वो बनेंगे। तो ये सारी चीजें हो रही है, तो उसमें सबका योगदान है और इसमें एग्रीकल्चर की बड़ी भूमिका है। और कृषि के अंदर यहाँ पर बैठे सभी कृषि जगत से जुड़े हुए भी हैं, एक कोई डायरेक्ट इनडायरेक्ट, हम सभी जुड़े हुए हैं और चिंता उस विषय की कर रहे हैं जो एग्रीकल्चर में सबसे महत्वपूर्ण है, पानी। पानी के बिना कृषि हो नहीं सकती, ये तो हम सब जानते हैं। कृषि के अंदर पानी का सबसे पहले आवश्यकता होती है और पानी की समिट ये रखी गई है। तो मुझे लगता है कि यहाँ पर जिनको सम्मान दिया जा रहा है उनको मैं बहुत बहुत बधाई देता हूँ कि उन्होंने इसके ऊपर पहले से चिंता करके और सरकार की योजनाओं का लाभ लिया। दूसरों को हमें जागृत करने की बहुत जरूरत है। जो अवार्ड जिनको मिल गया उनको ये मन में ना आए कि दूसरा कोई अवार्ड ना ले ले। कई बार रहता है ना कि मेरे को मिल गया अब दूसरे को नहीं मिलना चाहिए। अवार्ड तो हर साल मिलता है। बस मेरा यही कहना है कि हम आगे जाकर एक, मैं आपसे ये भी कहूँगा कि अवार्ड अगली बार आप एक अवार्ड और इसमें ऐड करें कि एक व्यक्ति ने कितने लोगों को मोटिवेट किया। अगर किसी व्यक्ति ने अगर कहा कि मैंने मेरे खेत के अंदर इस यहाँ पर इतने मैंने खुद ने पानी को बचाने के लिए ये ड्रिप इरिगेशन पे काम किया या अन्य कोई पॉइंट बनाने का काम किया या मैंने अपने पानी को संरक्षण करने के लिए कोई इस खेत के अंदर या मेरे आसपास में किया है, लेकिन क्या हम अपने द्वारा दूसरे लोगों को मोटिवेट करने के लिए क्या हमने 50 लोगों को, क्या 100 लोगों को, या किसी एक गांव को या किसी पास के 100 गांवों को हमने कवर करने के लिए ऐसा एक बड़ा काम किया जो प्रधानमंत्री नरेंद्र मोदी जी कर रहे हैं? उस काम में हमने सहयोग के नाते किया है। जो आने वाले समय की पानी की चुनौती है उसको लेकर अगर हम यहाँ पर अगर एक अवार्ड आपने हो सकता है इसको कर रखा होगा, लेकिन उसको हमें ज़्यादा और अगर बढ़ा सकें तो बढ़ा कर देना चाहिए कि उसके अंदर हम करेंगे तो पानी के संरक्षण के लिए एक बहुत बड़ा लोगों को एक मोटिवेशन भी होगा और प्रोत्साहन भी उनको मिलेगा कि मैं अगर 50, 100, 500 लोगों को, किसानों को अगर इस योजना के साथ जोड़ता हूँ या पानी को बचाने के लिए मैं कोई अगर ऐसा काम करता हूँ तो मुझे निश्चित रूप से इस चीज़ को फीकी भी देख रही है और सरकार भी देख रही है, तो उसको निश्चित रूप से ये काम मुझे लगता है करना चाहिए। बाकी यही है कि हम सभी आने वाले समय के अंदर अगर देश को विकसित राष्ट्र बनाए तो उसके अंदर प्रत्येक व्यक्ति का योगदान हो और इसीलिए आप सभी इस पवित्र काम के अंदर लगे हुए हैं। मैं आप सबको बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद भी देता हूं और पुनः आप सभी को अपने धन्यवाद देता हूँ कि इतना अच्छा कार्यक्रम रखा, जिसमें हम आने वाले समय की चुनौती को लेकर, किसानों के कल्याण के लिए, किसानों के जो हमारे स्टार्टअप है उनके लिए भी आपने भी सत्र रखे हैं। ये सारे सत्रों के अंदर मुझे लगता है कि बहुत कुछ निकलेगा, और वो जो इसमें से हमें जो पॉइंट निकलेंगे उन पॉइंटों को लेकर हम जो दूसरे आगे लेके जाएंगे, और देश के लिए हम बहुत एक सुनहरा काम और पवित्र काम करेंगे। और मैं इसलिए आप सबको बहुत बहुत आपको बधाई देता हूं, और पुनः आपको शुभकामना देते हुए अपनी बात को समाप्त करता हूं। बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद।
माननीय मंत्री जी का प्रेरक संदेश सुन के हम सब बहुत उत्साहित हो गए हैं, और मैं आप सबसे अनुरोध करूंगा कि तालियों की गूंज से उनका अभिनंदन करें।
बहुत बहुत धन्यवाद सर, आज हमारे बीच आने का और अपने विचार साझा करने के लिए। थैंक यू सो मच। अब मैं आप बुलाना चाहूँगी श्री रणधीर चौहान, पास्ट प्रेसिडेंट IAI एंड MD इंडिया प्राइवेट नेटाफिम इंडिया प्राइवेट लिमिटेड। आइए, मोस्ट वेलकम।
ओके, सो सबसे पहले तो सर मैं आपका तहे दिल से धन्यवाद अदा करता हूँ, ना ही सिर्फ आने के लिए, जो समय बिताया आपने और जो बातें कही तो बड़ी दिल से आई, और आप इस विषय के साथ कनेक्ट कर गए। यहाँ पर जो लोग आए हुए हैं इंडस्ट्री से भी है, अकेडमी से भी है, स्टार्टअप्स है, तो आपने जो बातें कही ये काफ़ी दूर तक जाएगी। पानी विषय सिर्फ एग्रीकल्चर के लिए नहीं है, सभी के लिए है, और इससे और बड़ा मौका क्या हो सकता है कि भाई हम लोग जो काम कर रहे हैं वो काम करते करते जब हम हमारा उदर निर्वाह कर रहे हैं, आमदनी आ रही है उससे, लेकिन कुछ काम ऐसे हो रहा है जो पुश्तों के लिए काम आएगा। तो सर वंस अगेन थैंक यू वेरी मच फॉर कमिंग। माय कलीग्स फ्रॉम द इंडस्ट्री, फ्रैंकलिन सर, आज यहाँ पर जो रूम में कई लोग हैं, ये तकरीबन 15-20 साल या उससे भी ज़्यादा इस कार्य से जुड़े हुए हैं। और सर हमने देखा है कि शुरू में ऐसे था कि इस टेक्नोलॉजी के लिए बात करना है तो बड़ा समय लगता था समझाने के लिए कि भाई इसका फ़ायदा क्या है, बट ये तो अभी थोड़ा इतिहास हो गया है। लेकिन ये इतिहास हो गया है, लेकिन उसके साथ साथ जो इंडिया इतना आगे बढ़ गया है इस टेक्नोलॉजी में, इसमें गवर्नमेंट का सबसे बड़ा अनुदान है कि भाई उन्होंने इस चीज़ को प्रमोट किया। उसके बाद फिर इंडस्ट्री, एकेडमी और गवर्नमेंट की इकोसिस्टम ने काम किया, और साथ में ही जो भारत के किसान हैं, जो प्रधानमंत्री जी ने आवाज़ दी, उसको जो साथ दिया किसानों ने, उसकी वजह से हम ये सर कह सकते हैं कि पर ईयर बेसिस में जो माइक्रो इरिगेशन होता है, वो जैसे आप अर्थव्यवस्था की बात कर रहे थे कि हम 5वां बड़ा नेशन है, सर माइक्रो इरिगेशन में पर ईयर बेसिस पे हम नंबर 1 है। अभी ये पर ईयर बेसिस को ग्रॉस एरिया प्रोडक्टिविटी इस सारे में ऊपर लेके जाना है। और सर गवर्नमेंट सिस्टम, आप जैसे लीडरशिप का मोटिवेशन अगर हमारे साथ में रहा तो हम इस स्टेज से सिर्फ इतना कहना चाहेंगे सर कि आपकी आवाज़ के पीछे हम हैं, हम लोग पूरी जोश के साथ काम करेंगे किसान और भारत की समृद्धि के लिए। थैंक यू वेरी मच। जय हिंद, जय भारत।
May I now invite Mr. Bhaskar Reddy, okay, for his vote of thanks.
Good morning, all of you. Adarni Mantri ji, heartfelt thanks to you for coming. Shri Kailash Chaudhary ji, Honorable Minister for State for Agriculture and Farmers Welfare. Thank you very much for the inaugural address, sir. It was truly enlightening. Sir, आपने अभी देखा होगा COP28 जो अभी क्लाइमेट चेंज के बाद काफ़ी चर्चा हुई है. So there is a big talk about transition from fossil fuels. तो एग्रीकल्चर और स्मॉल होल्डर फार्मर्स का जो इसमें जो फ्यूचर में रोल प्ले करने वाला है, स्पेशली अराउंड क्लाइमेट अडेप्टेशन, ये काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण होने वाला है सर. एंड इसमें पर्टिकुलरली पानी को लेके एंड क्लाइमेट अडेप्टेशन की जब बात होती है, उसमें पहला जो मुद्दा सामने आता है सर वो वाटर एंड वाटर सेविंग एंड माइक्रो इरिगेशन. सो आई थिंक एज एन इंडस्ट्री हमें लगता है सर, जैसा कोविड-19 जब हुआ था, काफ़ी सारे डिजिटल टूल्स का जो जूम जैसा टूल्स का जो अचानक एक्सेलरेट हुआ था, सिमिलरली आई थिंक इन द क्लाइमेट अडेप्टेशन स्पेस आगे जाके माइक्रो इरिगेशन इज़ गोइंग टू प्ले एन एक्सट्रीमली इंपॉर्टेंट रोल. उसमें खास करके स्मार्ट इरिगेशन सर, जो हर एक ड्रॉप को जो बचाने की जो रोल प्ले करता है स्मार्ट इरिगेशन, आई थिंक दैट्स गोइंग टू बी वेरी इंपॉर्टेंट सर. एंड मिनिस्टर ऑफ एग्रीकल्चर में और एक स्कीम अभी लॉन्च हुआ सर, पब्लिक प्राइवेट पार्टनरशिप फॉर एग्री वैल्यू चेन डेवलपमेंट. इसमें हर एक मुद्दा को लेके, बीज से लेके मार्केट तक और बीच में सिंचाई और इरिगेशन को लेके 10,000 फार्मर के साथ एक बड़े बड़े प्रोजेक्ट्स बना के फार्मर्स को आमदनी कैसा बढ़ाना है, ये एक काफ़ी इंपॉर्टेंट स्कीम अभी लॉन्च हुआ सर, जिसमें फिकी इज़ ए प्रोजेक्ट मैनेजमेंट यूनिट चला रही है वहाँ पे. एंड आई वुड रिक्वेस्ट ऑल दी इंडस्ट्री प्लेयर्स, इरिगेशन इंडस्ट्री प्लेयर्स टू टेक advantage of this scheme and start working with other industry players. एक कोएलिशन बना के हमारा मकसद ये होना चाहिए कि एक तरफ पानी बचाए, जैसा माइक्रो इंडस्ट्री इरिगेशन से आपका जो मकसद है पानी बचाना है, मगर सबसे इम्पॉर्टेंट हमारा सबका मकसद ये होना चाहिए कि फार्मर्स का जो आमदनी कैसे बढ़ाना है. तो उसके लिए यदि आप सीड इंडस्ट्री के साथ, यदि फर्टिलाइजर इंडस्ट्री के साथ, यदि मार्केट लिंकेज प्लेयर्स के साथ मिलकर काम करेंगे, सो फार्मर्स का जो इनकम है सर वो ट्रूली बढ़ेगा. सो इसके लिए PPP AVD स्कीम है, AVCD स्कीम है, जो FICCI is a PMU. We'll be very happy to work with you and help you all. And thank you very much for joining us, sir. And of course, we are also honored to have Franklin Kobung here, who joined us and has been supporting us. And sir, ये जो कार्यक्रम है ये Irrigation Association of India के साथ मिलके हमने किया है FICCI. It's a joint program between FICCI and Irrigation Association of India. So I would like to sincerely thank Shri Shrikant Goenka ji, who is the president of Irrigation Association of India, and Kaushal Jaiswal ji, who is senior vice president, and also it's our pleasure that he is the chairman, co-chairman of the FICCI Agriculture Committee, Kaushal ji, and also thank Randeep Chauhan and Pirimal Oswal Saab, who are here, and thank all the industry partners and friends who have joined here for this wonderful session on smart irrigation. And thank you very much, sir. Thank you.
So we'll start our plenary session 1. I request everyone to remain seated, please. Let's start with our first plenary session of our conference. We are now diving into sustainable water and nutrient management in agriculture, leveraging micro-irrigation to combat water scarcity. Our esteemed session chair and moderator Sri Randhir Chauhan, past president IEI and MD NetFM India Private Limited, will guide us through this session. With over 25 years of experience in the irrigation sector of Indian agriculture, Mr. Chauhan, an engineer by trade, played a pivotal role in the development of National Mission for Micro-Irrigation. I invite him to join us on the stage. I'm inviting other esteemed panelists, Mr. Gunanand Shukla, Director of the Agri and Natural Resource Practice at PwC. With a robust background in agriculture transformation initiatives and reforming areas such as agriculture education and supply chains, Mr. Shukla brings over 13 years of experience in business development and project implementation within the agribusiness domain. Welcome. Dr. Surya Narayan Bhaskar, Advisor, NRM Division, Department of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. An eminent figure in agriculture, serving as the advisor with Government of India with an impressive track record of numerous publications, reads and citations. Expertise spans nutrient management and cropping systems. Welcome, sir. Mr. Somnath Jadhav, Senior Vice President at Jan Irrigation. He is a key player in survey, planning and execution of large-scale integrated micro-irrigation projects. His expertise includes the preparation of detailed project reports for comprehensive micro-irrigation and farm development initiatives. Welcome, sir. Ms. Malvika Gopinath, Head of Sustainability at Olam Agro India Private Limited. She is an experienced engineer with over 9 years in agriculture. Her impactful work focuses on promoting gender equity and enhancing productivity for India's smallholding farmers through sustainable initiatives, particularly in rice cultivation. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Dushyant Singh, Director of Khevda Farmers Producer Company, brings valuable expertise to the agriculture sector. With a dedicated focus on farming-centric initiatives, he plays a crucial role in fostering sustainable agriculture practices and empowering local farming community. Welcome, Mr. Singh. Over to you, sir.
Thank you so much, and once again, welcome. The discussion has to lead to some actionable items, and I think with the amount of experience and the wealth of wisdom and experience we have on this dais, I'm sure that we together can do that. The title for this summit is, one is it is national and the other one is summit, and in between you have smart irrigation. I think we need to do justice with this, that we don't have a choice not to manage the water and nutrition sustainably. If you don't have a choice, you can only choose options, and I think that's what we're going to discuss, that okay, if this is a must, then with the different roles we have in the value chain, whether it is research, whether it is academy, industry, doing business, or creating future through researchers, and guiding people with facts and figures. So it's a nice composition on this dais, and to set the context, I invite Gunanand, who is representing PwC here for this session. Welcome, Gunanand.
Let me use the Good morning, everyone. I think there is a presentation to do the role given by Mr. Chauhan. Go to the next one. So the work that has been given to me by the chairman is around setting the context for this session. But I think the context has probably already been set in the inaugural session quite pretty well, when we have already seen how the sustainability of water and things around it is not just a need, is now a critical emergency to do that. So that's how I have also tried to structure my narrative here, just to put in place like what's the need for doing it, what are the different efforts, what are the concerns that this has not reached the last mile or not reached the scale we want to see, and what can be the few probable aspects which we can touch upon, either in the value chain or in the research or in the private sector participation and things like that. I'll quickly jump to few of the numbers just to set the context in a very realistic and rational way. Few of these numbers have already been talked to you. Probably, 80% of water being consumed by agriculture is one number which keeps going round and round, which just gives the eminence to agriculture to work on water. That's also what I am also borrowing. The per capita availability of water in India is already showing that we are water stressed and too much dependency on groundwater. That's also there. So all the mix of these points just makes us still more alarmed that yes, now we have to act, not to just talk. And the last table what I have tried to put for your perusal is very much fascinating for me, which says that it's not just for today that we should think around water and its contribution when we say that 80% of water is used in irrigation. When we also see some projections coming from national and international bodies till 2050, that contribution of or the consumption of irrigation water is around 68 to 70%. So going ahead in the world also with the prominence of conserving water and its role given to agriculture will probably remain the same. So it's not a talk of today, tomorrow, but it's a talk of the next 30 years from today where we should keep focused on being smart on using water. That's the first point I wish to make, and probably this point has been delved very deep in the last session also by the Honorable Minister or the Joint Secretary when he talks about the different numbers that still, water conservation is yet to be done. Needless to say that many of the interventions done by government are being well taken with a mixed response at multiple levels. I have tried to just club a few of them and present to you what are the different initiatives which has gone in multiple ways. I know a lot of these have been talked about, PMKSY or AIBP or IWMP. These all programs have been running from quite many years, but what they have done is very also important, and creation of a Ministry of Jal Shakti. These all central level initiatives have been done. There are also few of the state level interventions which have been importantly done to preserve water and conserve water. Few of the interesting ones which I'll just like to invite your attention is one of them interesting being done in Bihar, which is called the Jal Jeevan Haryali program, which is last in the list. In the COP28 recently, when Bihar was presenting this case, probably this emerged as one of the very important initiatives because it talks of in situ water conservation. A model where watershed structures are created, and in a plot of 1 acre, a very modular structure where water is conserved and used for irrigation and agriculture in the same plot. So really these are those small interventions which needs to be scaled up and led to multiple places which can make some impact. That's why the purpose of putting many of these schemes. I know many of you are aware also, so I'll not go deeper into many of these schemes. This again talks about the major theme of the story what we are making today is around micro irrigation. Thanks to many of the eminent speakers, Kaushal sir and all, who talked about a lot, who keep driving this initiative, many of you people. So micro irrigation still, if we see that today when we say that this technology has got a bit of acceptance, but the acceptance also has a range and variation in it. That is the range what I am trying to pictorially show in this graph, which shows that across states the range has been varied. There is a lot of acceptance of it in few states, but in other states probably that acceptance is not there. And that drives the thing to ponder to us what are the reasons to it, and two, how can we address those reasons. That's how I am trying to place this slide for your perusal. Then quickly jumping to, I have tried to club few of the reasons why this smart and micro irrigation probably has not reached to the space and scale we want to. The first among them probably around the enabling environment. I'm not going to talk about the best of the performing states in the regions. It's probably the worst of the performing states in the region which needs to be talked. The quality of power, the quantity of power is one which keeps making the farmer a bit jittery around adopting technology like micro or smart irrigation. That is where I talk about enabling environment, the land holding size and all. These all needs to be thought upon operationally. The second big bucket I have tried to put from enabling environment is around experience and extension. Expenditure and extension. Expenditure, the cost, the farmer's contribution, what he needs to take, that becomes also an entry barrier at times. Second, the extension, obviously the awareness. When we talk to people and farmers at the last and the least known places, probably they are not aware of the technology at times. Not only micro, also let me talk of variable rate technology or nanotechnology and things like that. Extension has to play a bigger role. So the second pillar I'm trying to place is extension. Third pillar on the concerns I have to put about empowering, government initiatives. Probably in the first half we're talking about SPV or special purpose vehicles or special purpose institutes like GGRC, etc., which have driven it few places. Such islands of success needs to be probably replicated. That is the third broad bucket of concern I have to put here. In the interest of time, I have just picked one case study also, which is again from Gujarat, which talks about micro irrigation implementation. This was done by GGRC. PwC was an impact evaluation studying agency here. We had done this impact evaluation study with GGRC and a foundation which has funded it, Kanda Foundation. So this was a very interesting piece, just to draw your attention, because the government there and the farmers and a few NGO like AKRSPI founded that farmers are not accepting MI for the want of dearth of the equity participation. Because in any government funded scheme, farmer has to bring his own margin or equity. That was probably becoming a bottleneck in many of those, Sundar Nagar and other regions, Morbi, Butad, that region, which is probably not very well off region of Gujarat. So therein this foundation came in with a model. They started giving a 0% interest loan to the farmers so that they are able to apply for micro irrigation. And those farmers which were the last farmers which could not have taken for the dearth and want of their private equity or margin contribution could take this 0% interest loan, which was facilitated from a very well-known NGO there, and then they participated it through GGRC. Very important to pronounce from this learning of the case study, a very government's SBU or a special purpose vehicle like GGRC taking a committed role was very important. Second, NGO which drove is like a 0% interest loan and the foundation's roles. I'm trying to put a solution model also rather than just sounding a concerns to you that such innovative financial and social and community participation models can probably solve these examples. Very quickly moving from here, I've tried to showcase in this slide what are the concerns, what can be the probable answers, and very quickly I have also tried to see if this sustainability and water irrigation needs to be solved or needs to be addressed. There may be three major areas to address. First is the technology part. I know in the panel there are many technology experts who will talk more about it. Technology, I have not tried to keep it only to micro irrigation. These can be technologies of agronomic practices, technologies of varieties, and so on and so forth. Second important part I have tried to put on the policy framework. Probably in the first half also it was talked around that Operation Joint Secretary Sir is here. He was talking about the operational guideline being modified and things like, so can we bring a national policy or national framework of implementing such important schemes in a uniform way that can probably scale up the better experiences and make it uniform. That is how I've tried to put a national policy around integrated agriculture, irrigation development. Or it can also be talked about efficient implementation, awareness and convergence among multiple schemes that can be driven through a national policy. Just to share, like today we are working on national cooperation policy, which will probably help. The government is working on this to probably help the cooperatives to work on a uniform way. Similarly, irrigation can be thought of the second part on the policy part. Third I'm trying to put upon is, third and the last of course, is on private sector participation. To amplify the reach of irrigation technologies, probably private sector has to come a long way. Few examples I have to put around water association, water use associations, FPOs, SHGs who can take it up. Obviously, when I talk of private sector, it's also the technology providers, technology creators who have to lead the way. So these are the three important points or levers which I am just leaving for the pondering of this wise house is around technology, policy and public sector participation. With this, I think there are a lot of discussions which will come around this, beyond this, which will help to augur this better. Thank you. I am stopping my talk here.
Thank you so much for setting the context and doing it in time. So what we have learned is that there is a challenge. There are available, let's say, approaches by government and also by communities. There are success stories could be scaled up. So among us we have somebody who is representing farmers, right? So on one side you see that there is a awareness about the challenge, and there is a proposed solution to that also, not only one. But then the issue comes that, okay, we all are saying that we are doing it for farmers, and farmers find it many times some part friendly and can do it, and in some parts they find it very challenging. So आपका experience जो है, please share with us what are the generic difficulties, what makes it possible, and what are the difficulties, and in this context you have a group here, your some recommendations on which this group can contribute and act upon.
Hi, I'm Dushyant. I'm representing Khevda FPO. It's a FPO right now in Sonipat, and it's my pleasure कि मैं फ़िलहाल नेटा फेम और रिबलिस दोनों के साथ जुड़ा हुआ हूँ, एंड अलॉन्ग विद मैं यारा के साथ जुड़ा हुआ हूँ. इन पास्ट 3 years हमारी FPO सब लीडिंग FPO है, तो क्योंकि हमारी टीम काफ़ी प्रोफेशनल किसानों की कह सकता हूँ. तो माइक्रो इरिगेशन की बात अगर हम करते हैं तो सर किसानों के बीच में 2 ही तरह के किसान मिलेंगे. वन जो कहते हैं बहुत बढ़िया है, और वन जो कहते हैं कुछ नहीं होता. मैंने उसके रीज़न फाइंड आउट करे, बिकॉज बीइंग अ पार्ट ऑफ FPO एंड बीइंग वी आर डूइंग बिजनेस हेयर, तो we have to expand our business, we have to sell the things, we have to get engage more farmers in our micro irrigation program. So what there are 3 challenges which farmers are actually facing. First, not proper product. First किसान को आइडेंटिफाई कर, क्योंकि किसान अपने आप से आइडेंटिफाई नहीं कर पाता कि उसे कौन सा प्रोडक्ट चाहिए, बिकॉज माइक्रो sprinklers are there, drip irrigation is there, and rain guns are also there. Second is maintenance of that product. उसको आफ्टर सेल सर्विस देते हैं, आई एम नॉट सेइंग नहीं देते, बट किसान कितना उसे ग्रास्प कर पाता है और कितना जान पाता है. सेकेंड थिंग इज दैट. एंड थर्ड चैलेंज इज दैट lack of proper awareness in the market which are providing agri input. I'm not going to name the chemical or something like that, but farmers should be educated about the product they are going to use in harmony with that drip irrigation or micro irrigation product. So these are the 3 challenges, because out of the, you can say 100 farmers, 80% farmers are there which say that micro irrigation is one of the good thing. And I do belong from that FPO where water is not a scarcity, but the production and the quality of that fruits and vegetables is quite increased when we use micro irrigation. तो although government and from जिस मुद्दे पे हम आज बैठे हैं कि water scarcity, but it's also beneficial for farmer to increase their productivity and quality of the food they are growing. That's the point.
थैंक यू दुष्यंत जी. आई थिंक एक बढ़िया पॉइंट आपने जो बोला है कि भाई ये किल्लत की बात नहीं है, सस्टेनेबिलिटी की बात है, राइट. इट्स नॉट अबाउट स्केर्सिटी of water, it is about the sustainability, and there are 80% people feel good about it. Now the bridge between feeling good and execution is what we all together have to make it possible. Now in this context then we have Mr. Suryanarayan Bhaskar ji representing ICAR. So from the academic, NRLM. Sir, in this context, I request you to throw some light on, how we all can combat this, not only in this context, but maybe a little larger context where we all witness the climate change and the threats we see coming to us. Right? Thank you, sir. Yes, you can. Thank you.
Good morning. First of all, let me thank Vicky and IAI for giving me an opportunity to be the panelist in this National Summit on Smart Irrigation. Of course, he has very particularly placed the agenda, that is challenges or solutions that can help achieving to scale up and combat the climate change issue. That is most burning issue, not only in India, across the globe. Of course, I am very comfortable with this topic, addressing this climate change instead of other topics we have listed. Already our Joint Secretary Franklin and Honorable Minister Kailash Chaudhary has addressed other parts of it. What are the awareness, water use efficiency, and the schemes and other things. I don't want to again put my hand into it. So coming to the country's size, we have only 72% of land with 4% of water, and we are feeding 17% of world population, 15% of cattle. That is also important for Indian agriculture. So as on today, if you see, we are feeding 140 crore people, 1.4 billion people with 330 million tons of production, and we always say that as far as food security is concerned, we achieved it. At what cost? That is the major question being asked by many environmentalists and the policymakers and industries like you, as far as the natural resources are concerned. Earlier there used to be talk on only two natural resources, that is soil and water. Now we have to have thinking on climate, because climate change is unabatable. It is going to happen. We are going to have it in the coming days. If you see the population pressures on India, so no doubt India's population is going to be stabilized at 1.166 crore or 1.66 billion by 2050. Everybody knows about it, and then onwards it declined across the globe, not only in India, because of the reduction in total fertility rate. So as on today, we are using more than 80% of irrigation water in agriculture. That is true. So how best we can reduce the irrigation water in agriculture is also a challenging task which is before us. So, so that we can make available this water, because industrialization is increasing, urbanization is increasing, and there is also increasing demand from other sectors. So not only industries, urban, and the domestic sector also, because as of today, hygiene plays very important role. So during corona periods, we have learned how hygienic we should be. So we need to think, because we have to provide, it is our national responsibility to provide water, at least potable water, or now har jal se nal bhi ho raha hai. It's also a very important thing. So we are providing a clean potable water to each and every household. So coming to the climate change impact, it has been predicted and projected by even IMD in the Indian context. The amount of rainfall which is going to be there, it is not going to be changed, and there will be little increase in the amount of rainfall which is going to be received. So only point of worry is in how many rainy days we are going to receive this amount of rainfall. So it is not going to, rainy days are going to be decreased at any cost, and we are going to face frequent droughts and floods and everything, one or the other parts of India. Last year also, this year also, 2023 was also a drought year in many places because of the El Nino effect, as well as climate change is also adding to it. So of course, the most important aspect is when you receive this high intensity, low frequency rainfall, how to store that is very important. Whether in the above surface structures, we need to have more and more surface structures, or we should go for the ground recharge with aquifers. So of course there are technologies which has been developed, it's available in flood prone areas particularly, and it can be extended to other areas where floods are received. That is called taming of underground water for taming of flood water for underground recharge. That is most important. It is available with ICR. It is done in collaboration with the CG Institutes. It has come out with some solutions as far as the groundwater recharge in the flood prone areas or wherever the flood is affected. Second thing is, we need to have some kind of short links. That is also one of the policy issue matter, and it is left to the Jal Shakti Ministers. Of course, they are also being attempted in IABP scheme, how best they can link short links so that the parched areas can be fed with water in the coming days. Then coming to the adoption of your smart irrigation techniques. Of course, so many things are happening. It is also has to have some kind of integration in the irrigation system itself. So always drip irrigation system thinks that only drip lines are important. No. Now a intercropping system having a perennial crop like sugarcane with intercropping system like some small leguminous crops, which is being recommended in most of the sugarcane. Sugarcane is also catching up in many of the Indo-Gangetic plains, particularly because earlier it was not a crop. Now it is taking up a lot of area in the Indo-Gangetic plains. So where we need to have two-in-one system. Say a system is that it should provide a drip irrigation for the sugarcane, at the same time a small micro sprinklers for the intercrop which is grown in between the sugarcane lines. That's very important. Integrating of the product itself is very, very important. So of course farmer has already raised certain questions of the maintenance, product quality. That is again it has to be assured by the industry side. I don't want to talk much on that. So then that is one aspect. Second thing is so many things are coming up now. So not only the water soluble fertilizers which can be used for fertigation, simultaneously for increasing both nitrogen efficiency as well as the water use efficiency. Of course, we have seen the benefits in the morning video itself. What are the benefits of the drip irrigation? Concomitantly, it increases not only the water use efficiency but also nitrogen efficiency. It reduces the energy cost, it reduces the labor cost, it reduces the drudgery. So farmer also do not want to go to the field, and he wants to sit in his house and operate the drip irrigation systems. So a lot of automation system is also going on again on research side. Of course, engineers have to join their hands with the agriculture technologies, because agriculture, I feel always from agriculture field, we know the agriculture aspect of it, but we don't know the engineering aspect. And at the same time, engineers know the engineering aspect, automation, AI, how to put the AI, how to put the ML, how to put the IoT into the system, but we don't know that. So we need also education from the engineer side. They also need education from the agriculture side. So if they come to a common platform, it's very easy to come out with some kind of automation system in the drip irrigation system. That's a need of the hour. Actually, it is, of course, our Honorable Prime Minister also keeps telling that how to use the AI in agriculture. This is the one field there is a lot of potential. We can put AI into the irrigation system. Then coming to the canal irrigation system itself. Of course, in canal irrigation systems, it is like this. Whenever there is no mother is necessity of invention. If you go to the drought-fed affected areas, semi-arid tracts of Maharashtra, Karnataka, they know the value of each and every drop of water, even in Rajasthan. Therefore, your adoption and awareness is more in those states compared to the states where if you go and talk to the Punjab and Haryana farmer, where 92-95% of irrigation is fed by the surface water and canal system and other things. Will you agree for this? As long as the person is having a 3 full meals, you will never think of a fasting. A person who is having only 1 or 2 meals, he always used to the fasting. You can do fasting very well, but you cannot. The person with 3 full meals, he cannot do fasting. So, somewhere we have to educate these farmers also at the tail end farmers in canal irrigated farms. If you bring in a automation or micro irrigation system through piped water system, that's very important. Again, piped water system is very important because a lot of water conveyance losses will be there, can be managed and all those things. So finally, the water use efficiency, the fertilizers are not only the solutions which can provide nutrients. Now country is also thinking on so many other things. How to use cow urine as a fertilizer, how to use a Jivamrut, a Bijamrut, natural farming techniques. So you added to this, intermittently, can you design a system? Can you design a system which can make use of these materials also? Because we already farmers have ventured into such kind of things. They are already feeding the perennial crop systems through drip irrigation using the Bijamrut and all those things. So that can also reduce the fertilizer consumption in India, and it can also save the cost for the farmers because a cow urine is it's available on the farm itself. You can advise the farmers to go with it. Then, of course, these are the things, particularly the water guzzling crops. We have to keep it in mind, particularly sugarcane. And how do, for example,
Dr. Bhaskar.
Yeah, I think time is up.
Yeah.
DSR.
Yeah.
You should come out with a system. Everywhere policymakers, even they ask what is the system available for adoption of duplication sites. And thank you very much for giving.
Thank you, sir. Thank you so much for such a powerful insight. I think we all are going in the same direction, So after the academy, may I now ask Malvika to share, from a private sector perspective, people need to know that, it's not only about the direct industry players, but stakeholders like you are doing things, and share your experience, what you're doing. Is that what you achieved, and what are the challenges you still face, and some of the things which we can come in and help you achieve what you want to achieve.
Right. First of all, thank you for having me. So I think for a lot of companies in the recent years, there has been a realization that because even if it's an FMCG company or an agribusiness company like Olam, more than 90% of our raw material by volume still comes from agriculture. So there is an increased realization that unless farmers are secure, agriculture is secure, your own supply chains are not secure. So more and more companies are open to investing, and even if they're not directly related to irrigation or water, from the industry perspective, they're still open to investing more and more on ground at the catchment level in watersheds with the farmers they procure from. So this is a good start where I'm coming from. Industry taking that preemptive approach towards this itself is a good start. Coming to Olam's perspective, Olam works in over 60 countries, over 46 commodities, and which obviously makes it really critical for us to have secure agri supply chains. And our work is focused on paddy in India. So we have been on ground for 4 to 5 years already. And if I share some of our experiences, our work largely started in Haryana region. Now we cover Punjab, Haryana, Madhya Pradesh as well. And we work with over 6,000 farmers across these states. So obviously rice is notorious for its water consumption as well as GHG emissions. So one of the priorities for us when we started was to work on the demand side management, improve the irrigation efficiencies. And secondly was to also reduce the carbon emissions associated. In case of rice, both are very closely related. It is because of the submerged or flooded conditions which lead to methane production. The anaerobic conditions lead to methane production. So once we understood the problem, especially in Haryana, Punjab region where electricity is basically free and there's nothing stopping you from flooding your fields, what is the incentive for farmer to change? So we came up with a model which incentivizes the farmer. We call it the Sustainable Rice Program, where we work on basmati production. We work with service providers like Netafim. We worked on technologies like drip irrigation, as well as on low-cost technologies such as alternative wetting and drying. So using AWD, we've been able to reduce our water use by almost 55% in paddy cultivation and basmati in those regions. And again, the drip irrigation trials themselves around 60 to 65% water use reduction. But we can't stop here because water use is only part of the problem. Water does not respect political boundaries. It only follows nature's physical boundaries. So when we speak about water, it can't be just demand side management. It also has to be on supply side management. I think it's been mentioned already. You have to look at the watershed as a whole. You need to have technologies or structures which can actually capture the rainwater, especially when we have lower number of rainy days, but the equal amount of rainwater that's coming in. So we need to be able to tame that water that's coming in. So at the watershed level, there needs to be investments. But even if you have both demand side and supply side management, what is missing is people. So that's where the community-based service models, which was also mentioned, come in. We need to have water governance systems at the local level, because everyone can put technologies in place and just leave. But that's not going to sustain itself unless there are caretakers, there's accountability with it. So that is the third component which ties all of this up. I think the water neutrality framework, which was the report which came out from Niti Aayog this year, that's a very good start to this. For even industries to look at water at the watershed level and not just within their plants or just the farmers they work with. And coming to challenges, I think it's already been spoken about, cost is prohibitive almost when it comes to micro irrigation, even with the subsidies. In case of paddy, even subsidies are not enough because of the spacing issues. And definitely there are technology barriers. Farmers won't change overnight. In our program, we provide them a sustainability incentive for growing paddy a certain way. But it's not possible in every crop unless the market also sort of matures along with it. Thirdly, obviously there is an understanding issue because especially this year, it was a flood year in most parts of Punjab and Haryana. So how can me or my team go to the farmers and say, you need to conserve water, there is not enough water, but that's not what they're seeing. So it has to make sense for them. So it needs time. Behavior change doesn't happen overnight. There needs to be incentives in the beginning, and then it will obviously cascade into bigger things over time. But farmers also need to be patient. For that, they need to have incentives in place. And lastly, I think all of us here, almost everyone works on water in one way or the other, but a lot of times what happens is we work individually, and that siloed approach obviously does not necessarily always lead to work happening at scale. Somewhere or the other, we need to create those pre-competitive conditions. That's where partnerships, whether public-private partnerships come in. So yeah, that's my point of view on this. Thank you.
Well, thank you so much. I think there are two important points. One is that the community cooperation, right? I mean, it's very important that such a cause has to be dealt at community, and how we can play that role in engaging those communities and forming the governance models is very important. It's not every time that model has to be remunerative. That's one point. The second point, yes, we need to engage also in our partnership. But I think there is one more important thing which we can leverage. Even while the Honorable Prime Minister remains a ambassador, I mean, day before yesterday, he made 9 appeals to at large to the people of India, and you can find that water and water conservation finds a very, very prominent place in those 9 appeals. So we are certainly going to take questions. But before I take the questions, we have Somnath Jadhav representing the industry. And it would be worth asking, look, there is so much praise about the micro irrigation. There are so many proven results, right? And mesmerizing results, more yield, less water, efficiency, luxury, right? So much of almost miracles happening with the technology. While in per hectare per year we might be number 1, but still the penetration is less than 20%, right? So with your individual experience and industry experience, what all we can do to accelerate this and accelerate faster?
Thank you. First of all, Jain irrigation is formally not a part of IAI, but we are thankful to IAI for inviting us in this event, for this event. And the question about the challenges, about the coverage, I will try to reply this question or answer this question. The first challenge that we are facing is how to cover sugarcane, cotton, rice and wheat. These are the 4 major crops being grown in the country. Rice is on 45 million hectare area, wheat on 30 million hectare area, sugarcane on almost 40 million hectare area, and cotton on 120, that is 12 million hectare area. So how to cover all these crops? Sugarcane we tried, but we are not so successful because of many more issues. All these issues like subsurface, surface, and then trash burning issues and so on and so forth. Cotton, yes, we have done a lot of work in cotton, but then still we are not able to achieve what we wanted to achieve, because cotton is mainly grown as a rain-fed crop. So first requirement is to create the water source for the rain-fed crop. That is the first requirement. In Vidarbha, cotton is grown on 40 lakh hectares area, but all 95% of it is rain-fed. Rice, DSR, yes, we can do a lot of things in DSR, but rice is also in the experimentation stage. Wheat also the same thing. So that is the first challenge, to cover these core crops. Then electricity. In the country, many areas have the electricity in night hours, 4-5 hours, day hours also 4-5 hours. So electricity is a constraint. So on this, solar can be a solution, but then we have to see. And water availability, many wells have dried up, tube wells have also dried up. So how to recharge those tube wells or wells? Because unless you have the water, you cannot have a drip system working, and you cannot get the benefits. Canal command areas, yes, there is about 22 million hectare canal command areas in the country, and which is uncovered up till now. So we can cover this, and we can have these PDN projects which are already in place on about 3 lakh hectare area. So to start as a startup, we can take this work in the starting to cover the PDN projects, mainly Kundalia and Mohanpura, and in Madhya Pradesh there are a lot of projects on Kshipra river, and then Narmada river. Then in Karnataka, and then in Maharashtra we have Wagur and RV and these type of projects. So these projects can also be covered wherein the residual pressure of 2 kg is available. So you can directly attach the drip or sprinkler irrigation system, mini sprinkler irrigation system to the outlets. So we can take up this work immediately, so that the coverage can be speeden up. Then the FPOs and FPCs, those which are neglected, almost neglected, FPOs particularly. Then the water user associations, different water user associations across the country, like Wagad, for example. We have done a lot of work in Wagad. So to cover that water user association and the drip and sprinkler irrigation system. Regarding the scheme, the fund allocation state-wise is an issue. We get the funds from central, but state-wise there is an issue, and that is what has been reported from the field. The scheme should be operational throughout the year. That is one issue which can be taken up. Then scheme should be separately operated from RKVY. It is at present under RKVY. People get difficulties in getting the utilization certificate under RKVY, because there are many more other components in RKVY, like seed and other things. Then this last and most important point is the industry should get infrastructure status or priority sector status. That is very important, because then we can get many more benefits like interest subvention and other things. Then the projects which we are executing, these PDN and micro irrigation projects, these projects necessarily save the energy and as well as water. So they can be treated as a green projects. With that, we can government can also get a lot of funding from the international funding institutions. So that's all I wanted to say.
Oh, thank you, Somnath. Very practical and engaging suggestions. Rightly starting from the big crops and going to some of the actionable items. I mean, before I take a question, just some factual one number. While we keep on talking about the challenges, there are some numbers that there is a state which has got 58 lakh hectares of irrigated area, out of which groundwater is 42 lakh hectares. And 23 lakh hectares is already micro irrigated, which is 55%. So if you talk about this state, every alternate farmer has got micro irrigation, every alternate hectare is micro irrigated, and this is nothing else but Gujarat. So 55% of the farmers and 55% of the owned water resources have been covered, and 90% of that is after 2005. So we are not talking about history and decades, numbers like that. So this is a very factual story wherein every alternate farmer who owns his own water source has adopted this technology. So there is something that which is there, which is existing, and we can learn from. And one of the thing we experienced as industry is on-demand drip. Whenever you want which part of the year, month, etc., you can get the drip irrigation and track yourself how I can get drip or sprinkler irrigation. I think that's ease of buying this technology is something which is evident. Before I call an eminent speaker here, if there are any questions, and I encourage if you have a question to any panelist here, this is the time.
Sir?
Yes, please.
I am Neeru Dubey with EY India. It's not a question. I have recently been working in irrigation projects, Asian Development Bank funded irrigation projects. So as sir said, in Maharashtra, Vagar system is a small system that's very successful. But as we go through the canal, head reach, mid reach, and there are practical problems, most of the systems have illegal pipes, draw down the irrigation. The irrigation does not reaches the tail enders. Now in those systems also, we are looking for PDN only, pipe distribution network. Community participation, water user associations are formed. They function well for few years. After that, there is some internal conflicts and they again do away with that. So we have to also look for how about the sustainability and how these things can be implemented in large irrigation projects.
Thank you so much. I'll reserve a response to this because I'm going to invite somebody who is probably the most qualified person to address this. Yeah. Some other question? Yeah, please. Second, just wait for the mic. I think it's working.
अभी आप जैसा सुने कि जेएस सर ने भी अनाउंस किया कि नई जो गाइडलाइंस आई हैं इसमें काफ़ी महत्वपूर्ण भूमिका दिया गया है एफपीओज़ को इंटीग्रेट करने इस पूरी प्रोग्राम में। तो क्या इसकी जानकारी एफपीओज़ तक पहुंची है और क्या उससे आप अवगत हैं, इसमें क्या क्या बेनिफिट्स मिल सकती हैं, और आपको जो इस टेक्नोलॉजी को प्रमोट करने के लिए जो खर्च लगते हैं या जो उसके लिए एफर्ट्स लगती है उसके लिए सरकार कैसे उसकी भुगतान करने तैयार है, उससे क्या आप अवगत हैं या बाकी एफपीओज़ अवगत हैं या उसके लिए सरकार कुछ कर सकती है?
फर्स्ट एंड फॉरमोस्ट आई वांट टू से right now these are not FPOs, these are FPCs. Sure. And being an FPCs, being a company, you have to be proactive. So it's not all about burden about the government and society. You have to be proactive to find these guidelines, regulations, schemes, and you need to be more aware about it, and you are supposed to disseminate this information to your associate farmers, because gone are the days when they talk about me. I am quite comfortable in English, and most of the farmers, these are earlier time there used to be an image of the farmers that you have to farmer hoga, garib sa hoga, aisa kuch nahi hai. You have to be proactive, because in doubling of your income and increasing the productivity of your farm is not only the government responsibility, it's also the responsibility of the farmer, their association, and they need to be work together, because the main concept or the real concept of the FPO is that you become large enough to negotiate with other parties. That's the only concept. Am I right or wrong, sir?
So yes, large enough to do good for you first and good for others. Yes. Absolutely.
Sir, good afternoon, sir. My question is to Somnath Jadhav. He has talked about the subsurface on sugarcane and all. Most of the states are recommending only subsurface, not on the surface. What would be the advantage and disadvantage of this? Why the technology they are not accepting the both?
See, in case of subsurface, you get better efficiency. In case of subsurface, you get better efficiency. And in case of surface irrigation, there could be a problems for the harvesting of the cane to the tubing. So, and then once you harvest the cane, then again you will have to irrigate the field. So there are trash burning issues also, because farmers burn the trash. In case of subsurface, it becomes easy to burn the trash and irrigate the field and again get the sproutings. But in case of subsurface, it is not so easy.
Thank you. Thank
Thank
you,
you,
Somnath.
thank you, sir.
Yeah. Yeah, just quickly.
So, in
before
some
I-
of the areas where subsurface irrigation is adopted, particularly in Karnataka, I learned that there is a problem of rodents. Rodents will damage the subsurface laterals. That is one aspect. Second is plowing. Where the crosswise plowing is not at all possible. They can take only long lengthwise plowing.
For rodents, we have the rodent repellent tubings. So that problem is already solved.
Excellent.
Not
So-
successful, I think. So, rodent.
I think that's bit of a more technical
Yeah,
and very specific, right?
Thank you.
I think we have ways to work around that. So I take this opportunity to invite Mr. Anuj Kamwal to the stage. He is quite an authority in Canal Command area and has worked vastly on what we could do better in Canal Command area in terms of water uses, conservation and optimization. So, sir, floor is yours. Give that powerful capsule in 5-7 minutes to us.
Thank you, Irrigation Association of India. Thank you, FICCI, for organizing this event, and thank you all the intelligent minds who are basically concerned about smart irrigation in India. We are all, worried. Some scenario has been depicted to us that we are water stressed and everything. But we have done our internal studies. I belong to Ministry of Jal Shakti. My work is irrigation development, irrigation management, and just to give a brief that we are working on what you call as micro irrigation is basically purely technical term for you, but it is a water use efficiency for us. Now, before we start or understand what we are doing, why we are here, we have to understand that the most important concept is water use efficiency. We all live in urban cities. We all face every day. Some of the areas in our cities are water starved. People don't get water. We in our cities get only 2 hours of water supply. We are not able to give water to the industries, the large industries. We can't put in some of the most productive areas. Main reason is water. Now, where is the water? We created a lot of missions, the Jal Jeevan missions. We created Nal, but there is no Jal there. So the whole problem is water use efficiency, and the water is lying in agriculture, irrigation. So our philosophy is to take that water and give to the required areas. We are using, for 1 liter of water, we are using 20 liters of water by farmers. The only thing, पानी फसल को चाहिए, मिट्टी को नहीं. This concept has not been made known to the farmer. We have done our own assessment that if we do our water use efficiency operations for next 10 years, we will be saving around 100 BCM of water out of the current use of irrigation, which is around 760. Out of 410 is surface water and 240 is the groundwater. Now, if we save around 100 BCM of water, that 100 BCM, if you just try to understand, the current water demand in India for our all population is 40 BCM. The current water demand of our power sector is 50 BCM. So you can understand the magnitude of the saving which is required. So with that objective in mind, Ministry of Jal Shakti has worked on a certain far-reaching schemes. One of the schemes which we have pioneered is the modernization of the irrigation command areas. The modernization of irrigation command areas, as has been indicated by a few of the speakers here, you are talking about the front ending. Everybody is talking about front end. Front end is the micro irrigation. But where is the back end? Why we have not done anything on the back end? Why we are compelling the farmer to put his own pump, dig groundwater, use that for micro irrigation? Why we have not supplied him the pressurized water at his farm, like the water which we get from Delhi Jal Board? The 10 meter or 15 meter pressure is inbuilt in the supply. So that pressurized piped irrigation command is now a goal of our ministry. This is going to be a national program, and just to brief you that we are working on a phase 1, which is a pilot base. In next 2 years we'll be doing a lot of projects on that. Around 80 projects we are in pipeline. Then from 2025 onwards we are doing it on a national level, more than the Jal Jeevan Mission. The scale of that project is very, very high. Then we want to do the whole command in our country to be micro irrigation ready. Let it be a groundwater, let it be a canal water, let it be a reused water, let it be any source of water. We call it as a one water, but it has to be made as ready for the micro irrigation. Now I have got a few slides, four to five slides. If I can show, if you can help me out so that you understand the whole picture. Can anybody? Can I WhatsApp you?
बगैर स्लाइड के भी बहुत पावरफुल है सर.
नहीं, एक्चुअली पावरफुल तो है, लेकिन समझ में पिक्चर नहीं आएगी विदाउट स्पीकिंग वर्ड्स एंड पिक्चर. अ पिक्चर इज सेज 1,000 वर्ड्स. सो मेरे ख्याल से पिक्चर देख के
आप कर सकते हैं. So till they fix the computer, I mean, we can take one more question. Yeah, go ahead. No, you just need to push that red button.
मेरा सवाल दुष्यंत सिंह जी से है, क्योंकि उन्होंने सेकंड जो 3 चैलेंजेस बताए उसमें का सेकंड चैलेंज जो है सिस्टम मेंटेनेंस सर्विसेज पे. तो मैं जानना चाहती थी कि जैसे आपके पास में बहुत सारे फार्मर्स होंगे जिन्होंने ड्रिप इरिगेशन किया है, और उसके ऊपर जैसे आपको कुछ प्रॉब्लम्स आती होंगी, क्लॉगिंग की प्रॉब्लम हो, जो भी प्रॉब्लम हो, तो ये प्रॉब्लम सॉल्व आप खुद से कर सकते हो कुछ हद तक, या हर एक प्रॉब्लम के लिए आपको किसी एक्सपर्ट का ज़रूरत पड़ता है? दिस इज़ माय फर्स्ट क्वेश्चन. और अगर ज़रूरत पड़ती है तो आपको ये सोल्यूशन कितने दिनों में मिलता है, या फिर इसका लॉन्ग टर्म आपकी फसल के ऊपर बहुत नुकसान या फिर इम्पैक्ट होता है?
एक्सपर्ट गाइडेंस तो ज़रूरी है, बिकॉज नोबडी कैन नो ईच एंड एवरीथिंग. इसमें जो इश्यूज आते हैं मोस्टली चोक होने के, ड्रिप वगैरह चोक होती हैं. इसके अलावा आप जो फिल्टर प्रोसेस होता है वो एडुकेट ना हो, या उसका प्रॉपर केस स्टडी ना बनी हो, तो दिक्कत आती है. और जो थर्ड और सबसे फॉरमोस्ट जो उसका इशू आता है वो आता है साहब, जो फर्टिगेशन करना चाहिए because there is size, there's always some parameters and criteria to do, what kind of fertilizer can go into that filter or not. And for resolution and of that problem, most of the time we use our desi jugaad, but if we get some kind of proper help, we go to that thing.
तो आप बस सॉरी एक और सवाल है कि अगर आपको इस बारे में अच्छे से मालूमात दिया जाए, फिर इंफॉर्मेशन दिया जाए या समझाया जाए, तो आपको ये ज़्यादा अच्छा लगेगा कि आप ये खुद से कर पाओ, या फिर ये आप प्रिफर करेंगे कि आप कंपनी के ऊपर डिपेंड रहे और उसके ऊपर काम हो, किसी का वेट हो और फिर उसके ऊपर काम हो? मतलब कुछ हद तक तो हाँ कंपनी आके ही करेगी, टेक्निकल पर्सन लगेगा, लेकिन अगर मैक्सिमम काम आपको इसके बारे में सिखाया जाए तो क्या ये आप प्रिफर करोगे आप खुद से करो?
आई थिंक सबसे बड़ा कॉन्स्टेंट जो है वो ये है कि जो सेल्स टीम है, मतलब जो भी प्रोडक्ट बना रहे हैं, चाहे वो एग्रीकल्चर पेस्टिसाइड बना रहे हो, फर्टिलाइजर बना रहे हो या ड्रिप बना रहे हो, वही उनकी मार्केटिंग टीम होती है, वही टेक्निकल टीम होती है। तो अगर जैसा कि यूरोपियन कंट्रीज वगैरह में होता है कि बाहर से अपने एग्रोनॉमिक सर्विस हो, या केवीके जैसा हमने बनाया था, गवर्नमेंट ने और जीआई ने बनाया था, खासकर वो एक्टिव हो जाए तो बिल्कुल एग्जैक्ट जो चीज़ चाहिए फार्मर को वो मिल जाए, क्योंकि केवीके एक न्यूट्रल बॉडी होगी रादर देन कि मुझे अपना माल बेचना है।
ओके, थैंक यू, धन्यवाद।
थैंक यू। जस्ट इंक्रीमेंटल एडिशन टू दैट, सी अभी जो गाइडलाइंस बनी है ना, इसमें हर किसी के लिए टोल फ्री नंबर इज़ कंपलसरी। सो सी एक्सेस होना चाहिए। अरे मोबाइल चला सकते हैं, मोबाइल में सब कुछ कर सकते हैं, तो लाइफ ड्रिप इरिगेशन इतना कॉम्प्लिकेटेड है नहीं। वाटर सोर्स से पानी लो, उसको फिल्टर करो और ड्रिपर तक लेके जाओ। इट्स ओनली ओरिफाइस एज ही सेड, वाटर डिस्ट्रीब्यूशन मैकेनिज्म। इसके बाद फिर इंपॉर्टेंट आता है कि आप फर्टिलाइजर कैसे डालो। यूट्यूब में आप गूगल करो ना, हाउ टू क्लीन द फिल्टर, प्रेशर कम आ रहा है तो क्या करें, यू विल हैव हंड्रेड्स ऑफ वीडियोज रेंजिंग फ्रॉम 1 मिनट to 5 minutes, ठीक है। बट देर आर 4 numbers ऑन दैट। आई थिंक कि जो मैंने नंबर्स बताए ना कि एवरी अल्टरनेट फार्मर हैज़ गॉट, नाउ वी नीड टू ऑल्सो लुक एट द फैक्ट्स। देर हैज़ बीन सर्वे 3 times डन इन गुजरात। इट्स 0.6%, less than 0.6%, you have a number which says that कि system में difficulties आया या system है नहीं on such a large scale. So I think it's a very easy technology. इसमें क्या है कि इसका बहुत हवा बनाने की ज़रूरत नहीं है। I mean, what is it? You are picking a water from a source and giving it to the root source to the best understanding of that particular farmer, crop and the company. और इससे कुछ बवाल नहीं होता है बहुत ज़्यादा, ठीक है। So I think we need to also use that simplicity around it, that yes, you can have an optimized result, right? But suboptimal is much better than your current reality, right?
So इसीलिए मैंने जो बोला कि अगर उनको वो लोग सब सीख जाएंगे तो ये बहुत मुश्किल काम नहीं है, मतलब
यानी आज किसी को एक रियलाइजेशन हो गया कि मैं एक्सरसाइज करना चाहिए और दूसरे दिन उसने मैराथन के लिए अप्लाई कर दिया। नहीं, ऐसे तो नहीं होता है ना, उसके लिए कुछ डिस्क्रिप्शन है, राइट? सो आई थिंक देयर आर मल्टीपल एवेन्यूज एंड आई रियली थैंक फ्रैंकलिन सर हियर कि इस साल की गाइडलाइन में ना काफ़ी ऐसी चीज़ें हैं जिसमें फार्मर कैन अप्रोच। आप इन गवर्नमेंट की हर साइट में देखे कि अगर फार्मर जाता है ना, ही कैन जस्ट मेक 1 click एंड ही कैन रजिस्टर हिज कंप्लेन, नॉट ओनली कंप्लेन बट ऑल्सो द नीड कि मुझे एग्रोनॉमिक एडवाइस चाहिए, फर्टिगेशन शेड्यूल चाहिए, राइट? या very important, this
Kisan call center. Yeah, it is a toll free number. You can
very good. Yeah, okay. Do we have the slides?
Yeah, play that clip just a small clip. Just want to show the clip. You understand? But
चलिए यहाँ से चालू कर दो। बंद करना, बंद करो। अरे ऐसा चला दो मगर, तो बस इसी से काम चल रहा है तुम्हारा? इससे ही तो चले सर काम, इससे तो गचे फारा मारा सर, से मजा नहीं आता था मगर मुझे फारा ही लगाना पड़ेगा, मजा नहीं लाएंगे। और अब ये मोटा यार का उपजा
So this is a very small clip. This is the new modern India. This is the model which we are going to create. हर खेत के बाहर एक आउटलेट जिसको बस 25 मीटर का पानी मिलेगा. This is our vision. This is actually the requirement. We have been late in achieving these targets. Some work has been done in piecemeal manner, but now we are going to do it as a national program. So this is the main purpose to show this clip. Now my second part is सिंचनकरण आधुनिकरण उपयोजना. ये हमारी उपयोजना फेज 1 की बारे में बात हो रही है. इसके अंदर हम हर खेत को पानी की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. हम हर खेत को पूरा पानी, हर जगह पे पूरा पानी. हम सही फसल की बात नहीं कर रहे हैं. हम कहते हैं कि क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न जो भी इस्तेमाल करिए आप, दैट क्रॉपिंग पैटर्न विल बी कंट्रोल्ड बाय वाटर. इफ यू पे, फार्मर is able to pay for more water, he can use any damn use of that water. We don't enforce the whole old ideas of conjunctive use. You use any water, but we will catch you. Now we are trying to create a paradigm where groundwater and surface water are to be controlled and to be accounted for. Can you just okay, so this is the pressurized pipe irrigation command. We are all here. We are all micro irrigation related people. Irrigation Association of India is also working for micro irrigation works. Some speaker has already talked about the task force, which has given us a target of 69.5 million hectare, which can be covered under micro irrigation. But has anybody calculated how much water that will be utilized? So we just calculated reverse backend. We found that 550 BCM water is required in case we want to cover 69.5 million hectare area for micro irrigation. Now India has only 240 BCM water. So micro irrigation dream is not going to come, is not going to be fulfilled on groundwater. I am again pushing, I am telling the industry, don't push it too far. Don't push your products for groundwater. Let's think about the India. Kindly think about the future. Saudi Arabia used to be the world's 6th largest exporter of wheat till 2000. When they realized that they have explored all groundwater that is not replenishable, even the water for drinking was not there, they have issued a strict law. They are now the largest importer of wheat. Our green revolution is totally based on a groundwater bubble. We have got 28% overexploited blocks. My request again to the industry, please don't push your micro irrigation equipments on groundwater. Let's work on surface water. Let's work on commands. That area is the only area for last 70 years we have not done and we have not modernized. We have seen farmers using iPhones. We have seen people using Android phones, latest Android phones. But the only area which has not been modernized is the last mile delivery of water to the farms. We still use the field channels. We still use the old methods. We still use the same gadda where the water goes and disappears. That is the area which is the target, which needs to be targeted not by the government, by every stakeholder, including the industry, including the associations, including the academicians, including everyone present in this hall. So what we are trying and envisaging is a pressurized pipe irrigation like our urban supply system, and converting the existing tertiary system. We will not touch the canals. Canals are in very good health. Touching canals will require a lot of money, which is impossible for our country. So we are going to touch only the tertiary systems. Where tertiary canals are ready, we will just convert them to pipe irrigation.
Anush sir, we are overshoot by 15 minutes. आप जितना हो सके उतना.
Yeah,
please.
So this is the whole point. We will be taking them into blocks and cluster based. Now cluster is another word. we have been working on mega projects, 3 lakh hectare projects, 4 lakh hectare projects, 1.5 lakh hectare projects. We should stop thinking about that. We should work on clusters. Clusters are manageable. Clusters have water user societies. They are manageable. They have got strength. They have got economic freedom. So again, creating the digital twin, micro irrigation ready. Then sustainability through water user societies in the clusters, giving various options, linking that clusters with the various government schemes. This is a part of our modernization program. Then using the latest ET technologies, drones, which are available for data, and using irrigation water use audit, accounting, the end control, this which we envisage is the actual farmer use of water. And the most important part is this, the building blocks of our whole smart irrigation system is first, and without anything we just incomplete. Creating a water use society, creating PPIS, giving it a digital Internet of Things, 100% micro irrigation by farmers. If it's not micro irrigation, then water using techniques. In case they want to use by other method, they should use a pipe also. Then irrigation management transfer, bulk supplies, linking that water use society, as one of the speakers has already indicated. Water use society should be made as an economic entity. We should emphasize all our schemes focused only on clusters, only on those, so that we get results. And then we have the annual benchmarking and water accounting that should be made part of our whole particle. So
thank you so much, Anuji. As always, very powerful, very powerful. We are very thankful that the essence of working into canal command areas, taking micro irrigation technologies, there is no other option to us. I take this opportunity to thank my co-panelists here. We had all those angles, right, starting from the farmer to the academia to the industry to the expert world here. I'm hoping that you found this useful, and it will help in accelerating the implementation of technology in the farmer field here. So thank you very much everyone for your kind attention.
We'll just take a minute, sir, for the Green Certificate presentation. I request Shri Randhir Chauhan, sir, to present Green Certificate to Dr. Surya Narayan Bhaskar, sir. To Mr. Gunanand Shukla, Director of the Agri Natural Resource, PWC. Mr. Somnath Jadhav, Senior Vice President at Jain Irrigation. Ms. Malvika Gopinath, Head of Sustainability, Olam Agro India Private Limited. Mr. Dushyant Singh, Director of Khevra Farmers Produce Company Limited. May I now request Ms. Malvika Gopinath to present a Green Certificate to Sir. Thank you, sir. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much. We would like you to invite you for the lunch now. Please join us for the lunch. Moving on to our next session, I am requesting everyone to take their seats. We are starting our next session, please. Our second session will be focusing on government's vision and strategies on accelerating micro-irrigation adoption in Indian agriculture. I invite Mr. Primal Oswal, Managing Director, Havel Agro India Private Limited and past President IAI, our session chair and moderator, to lead us through this session. I request you, sir, to join us on the stage, sir. Welcoming our other esteemed panelists, Shri Franklin L. Khobung, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. With over 25 years of extensive experience in the Indian bureaucracy, Mr. Khobung is at the forefront of initiatives promoting climate resilience. His recent efforts focus on addressing climate change for migrants and vulnerable households, aiming to mitigate the impacts of climate change in the near future. Sir, please take your seat, please. May I request everyone to take their seats? We are starting our next session, please. बता दो हाँ मैंने बता दिया वो कह रहे हैं उनको भी जाती जाती हाँ इन्फेक्शन नहीं करेंगे Mr. Kaushal Kumar Neeraj, Deputy Director Potato, Assistant Nodal Officer, Micro Irrigation, Government of Uttar Pradesh. He brings extensive expertise to the field. His role involves strategic oversight and coordination enhancing micro irrigation initiatives. Welcome, sir. Whoever is standing, please, may I request you to take the seats. We have already started our second session. Sir, please take your seat. Ms. Shifali Agarwal, GM and Joint Director, Bankers Institute of Rural Development, Bird, NABARD. She is a seasoned professional with a wealth of experience. Her pivotal role involves spearheading initiatives that foster rural development and financial inclusion, making a substantial impact on the banking landscape in India. Welcome, ma'am. Mr. Abhijit Page, CEO, Mahindra EPC Irrigation Limited. With over 25 years of dedicated service within the Mahindra and Mahindra conglomerate, Mr. Page has assumed various leadership roles, currently serving as CEO of Mahindra EPC Irrigation Limited. Welcome, sir. Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram, Partner EY. He spearheads the strategy and transactions ASAT team dedicated to the social sector within the government market segment. Welcome, Mr. Sundaram. Please take your seat. Mr. J. Venkatramu, Head Samanuti Agri Innovation Limited. With 25 plus years of hands-on experience in banking, Mr. Venkatramu specializes in rural and inclusive banking and digital solutions. Renowned for his visionary leadership, he has successfully navigated the dynamic banking landscape, playing a key role in profitable transformation of India Post Payment Bank. Welcome, sir. Now I would request Oswal sir to take it forward.
A very good afternoon. A warm welcome to Cold Delhi on the post-lunch session of the seminar. Sessions immediately after lunch are a bit challenging for obvious reasons, but we'll try to make it interesting, informative, and interactive. I would like to start the session with an old couplet. From Rahim ji. रहीमन पानी राखिए बिन पानी सब सून पानी गए न उबरे मोती मानुस चून. While various philosophers and thinkers have given different interpretation to this couplet, but I would like to stick to what has been said literally. Rahimji emphasizes the importance of water and its conservation. He says, without water, there is no moti, which means no economy or wealth, no manus, which means no life, and no chun, which means no food. Thus, without water, we do not have economy, we do not have life, and we do not have food. We all know there is no new water to be found. So we have to manage what has been given to us by Mother Nature. We learned in the morning sessions that around 80% of the water is consumed by agriculture. So if any dramatic saving has to come, it has to come from agriculture sector by optimal use of technology. Rahimji gave this couplet around 500 years back, but we as a society have probably woken up to this harsh reality in the past 3-4 decades. Sorry. While Rahim preached water conservation some 500 years ago, we have woken up to this harsh reality only in the past 3-4 decades. The present government has initiated many schemes to conserve water in agriculture through various programs. Few of them could be Atal Bhujal Yojana, Har Khet Ko Pani, and Per Drop More Crop. Now the question is that if the government of India is promoting conservation of water in such a big way and micro irrigation is very effective, which it is, in conserving 60% or more of water while increasing productivity and quality of the crops, then why is it that we are still struggling to see numbers on the ground? Definitely, there are some major challenges which we'll try to cover in this session and talk about some remedial measures also. The four wheels on which schemes like PDMC run are Government of India, the policy makers and the providers, the state governments, the implementers of the scheme in the states, the financial institutions, the facilitators, and the irrigation industry represented by me, Mr. Page, and so many other colleagues, which implements on ground implementation of the scheme. The session name is Government Vision and Strategies on Achieving Micro Irrigation Adoption in Indian Agriculture. We did hear in the forenoon session about what is being done in Har Khet Ko Pani. Now, after Har Khet Ko Pani, the water given to the khet has to be utilized effectively. And the scheme for the government for this sector is PDMC. So to know government's vision and strategies on PDMC, we can have none better than Mr. Franklin Khobang, who heads RFS division in Ministry of Agriculture, to give us an insight. So I think the other panelists would follow him, but for present, it is very important for us to know what are government's vision and strategies for conserving water. Over to you, sir.
Thank you. Thank you. Excuse me. It's an immense pleasure for me to have the opportunity to come and interact with you here. I am dealing with natural resource management there in the ministry, in which PDMC is also part of one of my mandate. When we talk about water use efficiency, I think that PDMC is a scheme. It is just one means of achieving water use efficiency. I think water use efficiency is a much larger subject, which has really, I think, gain priority, one of the top priority as far as the country economy is concerned. So I think the picture is much larger than just one scheme, that is PDMC. We know about the water situation in our country. The commissioner has briefly talked about it. Except for, I think, the Northeast India and the basins of Ganga and Brahmaputra, wherein we have surplus water, the rest of the country is more or less water stressed. We have achieved just 50% of the net zone area under irrigations, and there also the surface water source is just about 67%. The rest is from the groundwater source. So I think that NARA, one of our institute that works on the rain-fed area, they said whatever water management that we do, 50% of the net cultivated area, about 50%, will always remain unirrigated. They must have had quite a technical background to make that statement. So I think that efficient use of water is not a choice that we have to make now. It is a necessity. I think the government is very well versed, very clear on this on this aspect. There are challenges, of course, but I think we have come a long way. Like I said earlier, in 1980, it was about 1500. That's one of the report which comes to the ministry said. And now we are 15 million hectare now, like the minister mentioned in his speech in the morning. So we have come a long way. There are challenges, of course, but there are potential also. We have the task force report and other report also that says the potential is about 70 million hectare. There is a huge potential in this field, and I think you and I need a lot to do. We have a good future, good challenges, and good potential also at the same time. As far as demand is concerned, we have a demand, I think, that is in abundance. When we look at the annual state action plan of the states that comes in the beginning of the year, the proposal that we receive from big and many of the good performing states, I mean, it is very, very encouraging. So there is demand. The state would not simply send this proposal, at least for PDMC, because the financial obligations on the part of the state government is very high as far as this scheme is concerned. So they will definitely not simply, sit on the table, make the plan and send it to us. When they send a plan, I think they mean business. So demand is there in the field. I recently attended COP28 in Dubai. I think climate action in agriculture, it is coming up, and it is one of the priority area now. It was not even a separate platform in COP, in any climate summit, till 2017. So the first time it came up in 2017 as Coronivia Joint Work on Agriculture, in which they set up a separate platform to discuss, to negotiate, and to have decision on joint work on agriculture. And then the next discussion took place last year in COP 27 in Egypt, Sharm el Sheikh. And the kind of recommendation they have come up with, I think that it will be, this thing, a prestige issue, in fact, being India one of the leading economy in the world now, to take climate actions specifically in agriculture sector. And when we talk about climate actions, we have this National Mission on Sustainable Agriculture in our country that is about 13-14 years now. We have adaptation measures about 10-12, which we are implementing through the schemes. I think micro irrigation is one of the top as far as adaptation measures, that is climate actions in agriculture is concerned. So to that effect also, I think that it is a priority to the government, it is a priority for the economy, it is priority for the for the farmers of this country. So micro irrigation has a huge potential as far as our country is concerned. We have new concepts coming up now. You must have heard of green credit being launched by Ministry of Forest and Environment, and that was launched in COP by the Honorable Prime Minister just 2 weeks back. So the priority areas listed in green credit is number 1 and number 2 is about water use efficiency and also agriculture. So the Prime Minister has launched it, and they are going to take up in a big way now green credit. They are giving targets for the CSR, this thing basket of this country. They are going to give targets so that you have to invest this much for green credit. So water use efficiency, if we talk about water use in the country, I think if it's about green, if it's about conservations, if it's about getting credit out of that, I think it is about water use efficiency. We also recently came and have a framework on carbon market in agriculture sector. ICR has come out recently with a report saying that that was about 2 years ago. We have achieved about 13 million hectare under micro irrigation, and the reduction in emission achieved out of these 13 million hectare per annum is about 11 million tons of CO2 equivalent. That is quite huge, and that is still untapped because we don't have the functional mechanism for carbon credit in agriculture sector, which we are promoting now. I think all these things are going to drive micro irrigation, efficient use of water in agriculture sector. So there is a huge COP. Now that is on the demand side. Now on the supply side, there are a few administrative issues here and there. I think these are small trivial issues which we should not be, maybe it affects us at the present moment with the progress and all that, but I think that the larger picture, what I can see is that with this kind of scope and potential that is in front of us, these minor small problems which is mostly administrative or financial rules, etc., they will be ironed out, hopefully, because the issue is too big, too important to be simply stopped or slowed down by this kind of small administrative or financial issues. We have come out with the operational guidelines. We have had quite a good interactions with various stakeholders, including the industry associations, even with the farmers, with the state government who are implementing there on the field. We did try to do our best. There are few things I think which we still need to iron out, which we are working on that. But I think that overall our only aim is that the scheme should progress. We should be able to achieve the kind of target or the kind of whatever task that is being given to us. That is the only objective which we have. The SPVs, I think this is something which is really important, which we are pushing with the state. We will push it further for those states who are not inclined also. We have a good, fairly good information on how the states are responding to this also, and we will take further steps accordingly so that they adopt to this. The MIS system, we have had already a MOU with the GGRC. They are assisting us in having a national MIS system. After doing that, we will go down to the states. Eventually, what we wanted is at least these states which are having potentials, they should be mandatorily having the SPVs and the MIS system of implementation. Technological front, we have made slight provisions with regards to automations and all that. That is what I would like to request the industries to come up with new technology, new innovations, so that it is appealing to the farmers, because it's all about, at the end of the day, it's all about marketing. So we need to come up with innovations, with automations, maybe if something can be done with respect to cutting the cost also, because again the cost factor is being this is slightly expensive. It is one of the biggest hurdle as far as adoption is concerned by the small farmers. And like our commissioner discussed in the morning, one of the big scope which we see, we just had a meeting with Secretary Agriculture as well as Secretary Jal Shakti on how we can have a cluster approach. I think aggregation is one of the the key in this, if we have to scale it up, because the land holding in India, you have 85% of the farmers who are just small and marginal, 1 hectare, 1.5 hectare, below 2 hectare. So somewhere we will have to, if we have to take up in such a big way, we will need to go for aggregations. We started a little bit with these operational guidelines saying that 50 hectare will be the cluster, and we will be providing maybe 3% of the administrative cost for institutions who will be anchoring the implementation on the ground. FPOs, FPCs, water user associations, the farmer cooperatives, any institution there who are in this field and who will be able to anchor this project, they will be eligible to take up this project. And we are planning to take up pilots also together with Ministry of Jal Shakti in maybe 4 or 5 locations. We are just working out on that just to see how this work out. So these are basically the steps which the ministry is taking. We are always open to suggestions that comes especially from industries, because we know that this is industry driven scheme. We are nowhere without the corporations of the industries. So we are always open to suggestions anytime throughout the year. We will work together so that at the end of the day, our objective is the same. We have to bring more area under micro irrigation. So I think I'm very glad that we are having this kind of platform workshops wherein we are calling all the stakeholders and we are interacting. I think in just few months time we had like that workshop just 4-5 months back. Now we are here again. So let's hope we'll meet time to time and discuss on the way forward, difficulties, what are the gaps, everything. And I think that we have a good future, good potential, and we should be able to achieve it. Yeah. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, sir. On this panel, we have states represented. We also have the industry and financial institutions. Any advice, any suggestion you would like to leave with the industry, because we are represented by 40-50 industry people today, to help you achieve the numbers, because once you achieve the numbers, which means we achieve the numbers. We have capacity much more than the scheme envisages every year. How can we scale it up, sir? Yeah, if you could help us, because the scheme is there, the policy is there.
Yeah, that's right. I think that presently the problem which we are facing is more of these small trivial issues, which is mostly administrative and some financial rules coming on the way, which we are trying to streamline it. I think the ministry is very determined, but because of little bit of change in the system recently, the PFMS system coming in, and the states, some of the states which are not so much with that much of experience as far as micro irrigation is concerned. So those are the hiccups basically. Otherwise, in general, now the states are determined. They have demand. They ask for more targets as far as micro irrigation is concerned. And as far as the grant is concerned, I think as far as allocation is concerned, if there is a demand, the government of India is very open to that. This is about, again, the sustainability aspect is also, which is one of the priority area of the government of India now. So in that aspect also, this is always the priority area. And I think that with the coming of this carbon credit, green credit and all that, that is also going to, give a big push as far as micro irrigation is concerned. The demand is there, the scope is there, the balance is there. I think that these minor hiccups will be ironed out in the near future. Yeah, let's be hopeful. Thank you.
Yeah, let's hope for that, because that's the impediment these days.
Yeah, there are already standards being developed by ICR. Yeah, ICR on the measurement, the potential and measurement of carbon credits for every interventions. For example, I just mentioned about micro irrigation. They come up with that calculation. They have a system of calculations. Now there are some other interventions also for which it is yet to be developed. But that is the ideal situation. Otherwise, in voluntary carbon market, the modalities, because the activities, the intervention, the scope is so vast. If you talk about water use efficiency, or if you talk about integrated farming system, there can be 20, 50 separate different interventions for which you can make a project. So ultimately, these modalities, when the project developers goes to the registry will examine that, and if the registry feels that this modality is correct, through which with this intervention there will be a scope of carbon sequestration, and the method of measurement and verification proposed in this project is acceptable, they will accept it and register it and issue the credits. It's open-ended basically. That is the work of the registry. But as a government, if we can come out with those modalities for specific interventions, there is nothing like it. And we are in touch with ICR to develop those. Yeah.
Thank you, sir. Having heard the special address from Shri Franklin Khobung, now let's get to the states. Next on the panel is Mr. Kaushal Kumar Neeraj, representing Uttar Pradesh, a progressive state as far as micro irrigation is concerned. So we'd like to hear you, sir.
Thank you very much for inviting me to join this very valuable summit. As we all know that Uttar Pradesh is the most populated state in India. It accounts for about 16% of the total population of this country. More than 60% of this population is engaged in agricultural activities, and in that parlance, it is very important to consider the agricultural growth cannot be considered without the growth of agriculture in UP, and crop production is successfully done only through the proper irrigation, and undoubtedly micro irrigation is the best way to do this smart kind of irrigation. Irrigation problem can only be addressed through the three things: how to irrigate, how much to irrigate, and when to irrigate. micro irrigation, as the theme of this meet is Smart Irrigation Summit 2023, really connotes this. And the micro irrigation, as PDMC scheme is, JS sir was telling that PDMC scheme is addressing this micro irrigation, and UP is also doing in this regard for so many years. But we have taken a very radical change, and government of Uttar Pradesh has undergone a MOU with GGRC, and we are adopted GGRC model at the behest of advisory made by the government of India. And UP MIP model is being implemented by the government of Uttar Pradesh, and so many representations were made by and our Chief Minister Adri Yogi Adityanath ji was also very keen to implement this scheme through this model. This is a very proven model. I want to just show some of the slides. This. How can I put it? Okay. Look at the screen. Rashtriya Krishi Vikas Yojana. This is an umbrella scheme, and PDMC comes under this scheme. Implementing agency of micro irrigation is horticulture department, and other intervention is the another component. It is being implemented by agriculture. As I was telling that UP is very vast state. Reported area is 241 lakh hectare. Net sown area is 165 lakh hectare. Irrigated area is 143 lakh hectare. And coverage of MI is only 3.2% against total irrigated area. Means there is a huge gap. Therefore, we are having a huge scope, as JS sir was telling. We are having enormous potential. Potential crops are sugarcane, banana, potato, cucurbits, tomato, capsicum, fruit and vegetables, food grain crops, pulses, oil seeds. Priority areas are as UP has 75 districts, 27 out of which comes under Namami Gange districts, and 8 aspirational districts, moreover 10 Atal Bhujal districts, and there are so many exploited critical, semi-critical blocks. Bundelkhand and Vindhya region, which is a semi-arid region, and micro irrigation is having enormous potential. Subsidy pattern, as you are looking, 90 and 80% for drip and mini micro sprinkler. There are very few states who are giving such kind of pattern, 90 and 80%. 90% for small and marginal farmers and 80% for other farmers. But in case of portable and semi-permanent sprinkler, 75 and 65% respectively. Because we are giving state top-up. We are also planning to irrigate 30 hectare area in Ragauli, Jalon, Bundelkhand region through central pivot irrigation system. Now we are coming to roadmap for implementation of PDMC. For next 5 years, we are planning to cover 10 lakhs hectare area. And expenditure we are proposing for 634 crore rupees annually. And you are seeing intervention of Atal Bhujal Yojana in 10 districts, and 20,000 additional hectare area is also covered. This is what I was telling, that adoption of GGRC model. On 28th December 2020, Department of Horticulture and GGRC entered into a MOU. This is very promising system, or this system entails that right from the registration to provision of layout design, BOQ, and tri-party agreement and TPIA, and at the last stage we will come for payment. There are some provisions: eligibility criteria, selection of farmers, tripartite agreement between MI firm, Department of Horticulture and farmer, verification by third party. There are verification aspect, verification of supplied material, means material verification. Second aspect is geotagging and geofencing. Geotagging at Bhuvan app and geofencing at by mobile app. And trial run, means this is very proven technology, and it is also adopted by GGRC. It is being adopted by GGRC, and we are trying to replicate. 4 TPIA are there: SRD, Dr. Amin, Amidhara, IR class. Insurance provision is also there for cost intensive schemes, drip, mini and micro sprinkler. Process of subsidy transfer. You can see that payment of insurance premium, payment of TPIA and farmer share, and payment of subsidy. Payment of subsidy, as we were discussing some time earlier, it can be made directly to the beneficiary if he is bearing total cost. But if he bears only farmer's share, then and authorize the MI firm, then it is given to the MI firm. And in case of loanee, it goes to the loanee's account. This is workflow. First, online registration. Okay, I have told it earlier. It is about 45 to 60 days process. The whole workflow goes on, and this is unit cost. This is some slides in potato crop, plantation, strawberry, dragon fruit, so on. तो यही रिक्वेस्ट है हमारी, मैं आप लोगों से यही निवेदन कर रहा हूँ कि 83 कंपनीज को इम्पैनल किया गया था इस UPMIP के माध्यम से, बट ऐसा देखा गया कि कुछ लोगों ने अच्छा रिस्पांस नहीं दिया, या उन्होंने अपना इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर क्रिएट करने में टाइम लिया, तो एक नेगेटिव सा मैसेज आ रहा था कि लोग इंटरेस्ट नहीं ले रहे हैं. जबकि स्टेट गवर्नमेंट से हमारे मुख्यमंत्री जी से लेकर के एपीसी सर, माननीय मंत्री जी और सभी लोग, इवन डिपार्टमेंट होल हार्टेडली इस स्कीम को इस मॉडल पे इम्प्लीमेंट करने के लिए तैयार है, डाउन फ्रॉम द टॉप टू बॉटम। कुछ लोगों ने अच्छा काम किया और आज उसका रिजल्ट है सर, मैं इस मंच के माध्यम से बताना चाहूँगा कि 1 लाख से ज़्यादा फार्मर्स के रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गए हैं, मोर देन 1,38,000 एरिया कवरेज हो चुका है रजिस्ट्रेशन में, और 25,000 से ज़्यादा वर्क आर्डर इशू हो चुके हैं, 15,000 से ज़्यादा ट्राईपार्टाइट एग्रीमेंट हो चुके हैं, 11,000 से ज़्यादा इंस्टॉलेशन हो चुके हैं और पेमेंट 27 करोड़ तक हो चुके हैं। इतना स्पीडी मैनर में पेमेंट तक कोई भी स्टेट नहीं जा रहा है, आप पता करके देखिएगा। बहुत तेज़ी से यूपी गवर्नमेंट इस पे फोकस कर रही है। इस मंच के माध्यम से यही निवेदन है कि आप लोगों को जो इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर यहाँ पे यूपी में इस्टेब्लिश करना था, रिक्वायर्ड संख्या में जो मैन पावर लगाने थे, और स्पीडी मैनर में अगर बीओक्यू ही हम नहीं कर पाएंगे, अगर 1,38,000 हेक्टेयर में रजिस्ट्रेशन हो गया, मतलब इतने लोग इंटरेस्टेड हैं, और हमारे बीओक्यू और लेआउट डिज़ाइन मात्र 25,000 बन पाए हैं, तो एक तरह से तो ये शो हो रहा है कि डिमांड तो है बट एग्जीक्यूशन में कमी है। एग्जीक्यूट किसको करना, लेआउट डिज़ाइन और बीओक्यू बनाएगी कंपनी की तरफ से। कुछ कंपनियां अच्छा काम कर रही हैं जहाँ पे बहुत अच्छी प्रोग्रेस दिख रही है, तो इसको देखते हुए देखा गया तो 15 कंपनियों को अभी डी रजिस्ट्रेशन के लिए भी रिकमेंड किया गवर्नमेंट ने, क्योंकि गवर्नमेंट ने भी अपना एक यू टर्न लिया है कि हमारा जो कवरेज है 2.3 से हमें 10% तक कवरेज ले जाना है। अगर हम इतने स्लो गति से चलेंगे तो नहीं ले जा पाएंगे। तो यही रिक्वेस्ट है कि जो लोग भी, और सभी लोग खुले दिल से वेलकम है, जो भी रजिस्ट्रेशन का तरीका है कंटिन्यूस प्रोसेस है, गवर्नमेंट ऑफ इंडिया गाइडलाइन में जो प्रोविजंस हैं उसके तहत और लोग भी आ सकते हैं, और जो निर्धारित प्रक्रिया उसके तहत उनका रजिस्ट्रेशन होगा। और जो लोग रजिस्टर्ड हैं उनसे निवेदन है कि वो स्पीडली काम करें। बाकी कोई सजेशंस हों आप लोगों के यूपी में कैसे इसको और इफेक्टिवली इम्प्लीमेंट किया जा सके, आई एम रेडी टू हियर। वेलकम, थैंक यू।
Thank you, Kaushal ji. It's very heartening to note that a new state is coming up, and I think the industry is very excited about it. Yes, I agree with you that there could be some challenges to start with, but the industry is fully equipped to handle whatever demand you are going to give to the industry.
Good afternoon, sir.
Sir, बोलेंगे तभी तो.
Good afternoon, sir.
Should we take question answer in the end so that we complete the panel discussion first? And we are just left with about 25 minutes, and we have 4 panelists to go. So if you could all be kindly be brief so that we have some time for Q&A also. I request Ms. Shefali Agarwal, GM and Joint Director, Banker Institutes of Rural Development, to make a presentation.
सबसे पहले तो धन्यवाद IIA को मुझे आमंत्रित करने के लिए यहाँ पर। जैसा कि NABARD is working in the agri space as a development financial institution. Now when we are working in the agri space, we all know that the groundwater depletion is going to put challenges to the sustainability of the agriculture production. Now NABARD is well aware of that, and we are making all our efforts within our mandate to push this activity further. If I take some example, we have a product, we are mainly a refinancing agency. So our refinancing policy allows banks to take refinance against the micro irrigation loans they make in the area. So that is an eligible activity. And I think a special concession along with other activities has been given to micro irrigation activities, where we give a more quantum of loan to banks in comparison to other activities. Secondly, for us, we are doing some infrastructure financing also to the state governments under Rural Infrastructure Development Fund. So as Sir was, Director CADWM was saying in the morning session, that pressurized water delivery system that has come, that is now being encouraged by the government of India. So we have already financed some programs, projects of MP and even in Gujarat, and with those things we can surely say yes, it is a very good thing, and the pressurized water delivery system have been able to have been able to convey the water up to the last miles. So that is what we have done. Thirdly, for if I say specifically for the micro irrigation sector, micro irrigation activity, then we have, as all of you know, that Government of India constituted micro irrigation fund, a corpus of 5,000 crore with us. 2019-20 we started financing from this fund, and we had a MOU with 10 states. Then 9 states came forward and they took loan from us, and as on date I can say that all this 5,000 crore has been utilized in terms of sanction. So, but the disbursement is only 2,800. Now I come, why there is a gap in disbursement? Now, if you see the micro irrigation fund objectives, the micro irrigation fund objective was to incentivize the state governments to assist the farmers beyond the provisions available under the micro irrigation, PDMC. So the state governments could give top-up subsidy. And second, very importantly, micro irrigation fund also envisages that state governments would come forward. They would have innovative projects with them, and then these innovative projects which would be leading to some additional coverage under micro irrigation, that is beyond PDMC, that would be financed through this micro irrigation fund. But what happened, these 10 states when they came, most of our, this is I think around 19 lakh hectares we have covered, so and 15 projects. So most of these projects were towards the top-up subsidy, and very less from this what we say the innovative kind of projects. And the innovative kind of projects, if we see the implementation, the disbursement, if we say take disbursement as a proxy for the implementation, then we see that the top-up subsidy, where because it was linked to PDMC, that was utilized, that has been dispersed. But there are issues in the implementations of the innovative projects. So the thing which I am trying to emphasize, that micro irrigation activity, as far as PDMC is concerned, it has taken place. But when it comes to the state government's implementing capacity to the project level, I think that we have to see. So there is some gap. Second thing which we found in our limited experience of micro irrigation fund, that as we all know, that water is not a department agnostic subject. It deals with agriculture, it deals with water resources, it deals with horticulture. So these are department or across all the. But when it comes to micro irrigation, the implementation, when it takes place in the field level, some coordination issues come up, and that is why these innovative projects, they were not able to take off. So these are the things which I want. So what we see this yesterday only I was seeing this 23 before coming here. I just wanted to see whether the revised guidelines have come, and then I was seeing these revised guidelines, and in a way NABARD was also associated with those formulation of the revised guidelines. And I think these things have been to a great measure, they have been taken up in the revised guidelines. So that is one thing. the convergence. So convergence was in the earlier avatar of micro irrigation, PDMC, if we say, the convergence was not very much. So we were saying that, but there in the new guidelines, this has been specific mention has been made. We should have a convergence with PM Kusum. We should have a convergence with Atal Bhojal Yojana, with the AIBP component, the large irrigation projects. So that is, I think, those aspects would be taken care of. And when Sir was saying today that command area development, micro irrigation in command area development, I think that would be a turning point for the micro irrigation development sector. Now, as Sir, Joint Secretary Sir was telling about the risk, the other thing, the private financing, the bank financing. So if I see the bank financing, if I see through the lens of refinance, micro irrigation bank financing has been limited. There has not been much offtake in the microfinancing. There are some issues, some challenges, and main challenges is the awareness at the branch level. And as a training institute, because now I am associated with the training institute of NABARD. So as a training institute for bankers, we try to see that those things which a banker needs to know, the knowledge is given to them. So I think gradually this bank financing would also take place. And what I see as a future of the micro irrigation, it should go beyond this PDMC. PDMC is right, government is financing, but unless and until the private financing, the bank financing as a such comes forward, it would be difficult to to achieve that 69 million hectare target. Second thing which just when Sir was saying, it came to my mind, like when we are talking of the green finance, so in banks, if we see their agriculture portfolio, the crop loan portfolio, I think this is the most risky portfolio which the banks are having as far as climate change is concerned. So now the bankers, the industry can also come forward, whether through this micro irrigation, this is the opportunity which you are giving to the bankers. So through this micro irrigation, whether this portfolio, the risk, climate risk of this agriculture portfolio can be reduced. So that is one thought. Second, as Sir was saying about the carbon credits framework, that also I think it would, if the industry come forward, that may give an incentive to the farmer to invest in the micro irrigation activity. So this is all what I wanted to say. Thank you all.
Thank you, Shefali ji, for giving us insight and willingness of NABARD to extend credit for various agricultural requirements, including irrigation. That, you see, the central government wants to do large areas. The states are interested in doing, industry is ready to do it, bankers are ready to finance it, but still the numbers are not coming. There are definitely some missing links which we need to address. So, to give industry's perspective to the missing links, I request my colleague Abhijit Page. What do you think are the missing links, and how can industry be benefited from so much of excitement from central government, states, as well as bankers?
Sure, sir. Thanks, Vimalji, first of all, to allow me to speak here, and I'll just quickly run through some of the points which are could be a repetition from our Honorable President's address during the conference in Ashoka, and there would be some more also, my own perspective also onto it. See, Primalji, the biggest thing is the industry runs on money, and that's where the entire thing gets stuck. So if we look at, there are strategic level, there are certain things that which I would like to put, and there are some operational level things that I would like to put. So since morning I have heard, and I am thankful to everyone in the government as well as the entire ecosystem, that we are now looking at linking major irrigation to micro irrigation. And I heard from Anuj sir that you want to convert it into clusters or the smaller projects, I think that is the way forward. Wherein, because see, sir, the industry capacity is huge. Today, I don't think any of us sitting here is having more than even 45% of the capacity utilized. So, huge capacity available. Can we double the capacity? It's a matter of 6 months. So, we can double the capacity also. So, large number of projects coming in, the industry can handle. So that is one thing where we can take the micro irrigation forward. As I heard, there are good things happening on the FPO and the water user groups also. So community is the approach. That is anyways it will take as a strategic lever. Coming to, we need a policy on, I know there are certain operational issues, but we need a policy on water guzzler crops such as sugarcane and why not paddy, because many people sitting here including us have proven case studies on paddy now. So why not paddy, wherein we are exporting water outside India? So why not paddy is something which will improve the coverage of micro irrigation. And convergence of any schemes, may it be PM Kusum as ma'am said just now, PDMC or any other scheme is the key to the success forward. And sometimes we were discussing and we were proposing to the government, why not micro irrigation into the mission mode? So something like why not like pulse polio, something like that. So why not mission mode is a question which I leave it to this August audience, and there are many people who can take decisions on this, but this is just a suggestion. And the last thing on the strategic level is the extension, because today also my personal, I've been associated with this industry for 8 years. My understanding of the farmer today on micro irrigation is, pani nahi hai to micro irrigation karo. But we need to do a lot of extension activities, industry and the government put together to transform this to improve productivity. And that is where that extension will help. And many companies are working on this through demonstration plots, a lot of farmer activities, oriented activities, but there is a lot scope to do out here. Now coming to the operational part, as I said, industry runs on money. So why not DBT? Because a lot of money gets stuck, sir. This industry today also maybe 5,500 crore. Today also, if I'm not wrong, and this is my just a guess, not less than 2,000 crore is stuck or it is in the pipeline. So that's the cost. So why not we shift to a situation where, or a policy where, unless the state doesn't have money, it should not issue the work order. So if suppose there's a target of say in this quarter I will issue something like 100 crores worth work orders, then 100 crores has to be there. So if it is backed with the proper funds, then I think the things are there on the ground, and the cash flows of the industry will get really secured. Now the other part is not all states start on 1st of April. There are only couple of states which we can boast of, like they start on 1st of April. So all round the year working doesn't happen. Sir, I'll tell you, this is generally from the industry. I can assure you that if 20 lakh hectares is to be done, the industry is ready to do 20 lakh hectares. It's only about all states should fire at the same time, and throughout the year we are there, because this industry has done around 12 lakh hectares in a year. So 20 lakh hectares with all this is absolutely not a problem. We will be able to do it. So all states, because one of the major state is opening just now. So we are just like 4 months in a year to work. So 8 months, understand the industry is keeping all the people employed in that state for 8 months without no work. So all these things do matter, and I'm sure these are known facts with the government, and these are some issues which can be ironed out, and definitely we are positively working towards that. Another thing is the state and central coordination. So this RKVY I don't know whether it's and I can't comment on that whether this is a change that we have accepted. So from PDMC moving from PMKSY to RKVY, this change we have accepted. This is good, this is not good, I don't know, sir. But right now what is happening is, it is administratively, it is a lot of things are getting slowed down on account of that. So this is just a request, if the central and state coordination is there on this, and there is a single window service for this, I think many of the things can be taken care, sir. That's all from my side, sir. Thank you very much. Thanks a lot.
Thank you, Abhijit. I think you have touched. And we did well at that point of time. So that's what he's saying.
So thank you, sir. Just my talk, please take it as an outside in perspective.
No,
because I was not there in the micro irrigation industry.
I agree with you, Makhija ji. It did well during that time. So that is what he's requesting. It should be working in mission mode again. I think that's a request we need to put to the government again. And I think FICCI and II after this seminar would send a recommendation. So the 4 takeaways from your talk was: no money, no order. If you don't have money, please don't place orders. That was brilliant, because naturally the industry needs money. And the second key takeaway was 12 months working. Don't start the scheme in December or January and then expect to achieve numbers. So I think these are the takeaways which we would probably recommend to the government also. Next we have Satyam Shivam Sundaram, very interesting name, partner E&Y, to give us an insight, because E&I works not only with agriculture but with many other disciplines. So I think he'll be able to join the dots and give us an overall perspective to what should happen. Because as we said before, the government of India wants to do it. The bankers are keen to finance. Industry says we can do double the numbers. States are very enthusiastic about it, but numbers are still not happening. Maybe you could help us.
Thank you, Chairperson, sir. And it's my honor to be here. Dignitaries on the dais and off the dais, thank you for inviting me and letting me speak at this August gathering. I think Mr. Avijit has done a great job in terms of identifying the missing link. I dare try and add to that. But I'll try and add based on what we have seen, having worked on projects like in Karnataka on KBJNL, in Andhra Pradesh in APLAP, as well as in some of the other projects like in Himachal Pradesh. We are currently working on micro irrigation and some national hydrology mission that we are working on. So based on those experiences, I will try and connect some of those dots and see if I can add more value to that. I think one of the things that, and I'll also try and add the other dimension that you requested me while I was walking up the dais in terms of e-rupee. So let me try and see whatever we can add on that, right? So in terms of adoption, I think some of the things, as Avijit talked about, I think it's not only a issue of no money, and correct me on that, no money, no order. It is also many times that adoption on the ground is a big challenge. The farmers are not adopting to the system, and therefore and the willingness to allocate money and pay for the work order which has already been issued, which are many times multi-year order, also gets sabotaged, also gets subdued and does not take into account. So what we also at an industry probably need to look at, or as a gathering here from government, industry, consulting and financing institution, is to look at how do we ensure that on ground that adoption happens. How is it that we can increase that level of adoption? And having worked in some of these projects and on ground having visited that, and many of you would have had that pleasure of doing so, you will see that in a micro irrigation system, many times the head side is broken. There are issues around maintenance. There are issues around the whole water flow itself, because farmers are not yet aware. The whole IEC part of it, the whole change management part of it is not adequately covered at every level. the institution that we have, and I was very happy to hear Joint Secretary Sir talked about that, whether it's Water User Association, FPO, FPC, or whichever institution you have, let that institution take and work. So that institution in many places have become defunct or have end up becoming defunct in few years time, or do not even take off, and therefore that whole idea of change management becomes a big challenge. Can then one of the things that you were talking about, e-rupee, be one of the things which can try and help? Because what does e-rupee do differently than say a e-wallet or a direct subsidy which you put it in the account of a person? It has more than one dimension, because that direct subsidy has, or direct transfer has, one dimension of identifying the beneficiary, but e-rupee kind of a construct has another dimension which is for a particular purpose, or I can add more dimensions to that purpose. And therefore, if I could do that, many of the adoption techniques that I am looking at here for particular purposes, on input side, on output side, on post harvest, pre harvest, I could look at how that e-rupee is being utilized, and therefore facilitate that adoption process in that. That's top of my head, and obviously as an industry, as a team looking here, we could probably look at that. The second important aspect is also that while this micro irrigation is being planned or being selected by the group, it is about the trade-off between capex, opex, and efficiency that each of these systems provide, and over a period of time. And one of the challenges that we have also seen is, because once the institutions become defunct, we get into a habit of serial replacement, which happens with us in across sectors, right? Roads are there, they get into maintenance issue, and then you have a serial replacement which is laying off a new road thereon, rather than maintaining it over a period of time. So that serial replacement issue is something that you will see here also in many places, in terms of infrastructure becoming defunct because of lack of maintenance. So the whole trade-off between capex, opex, and the amount of efficiency it is able to gain. And in the morning we did hear a lot about what kind of water efficiency, what kind of revenue side. I think some of the bites that we saw was good enough to tell us that that is something that we could look at and promote and add to this whole adoption part of it that we are looking at. And similarly, I think what will be also important is to add the technology dimension to it, the whole technology adoption, as well as the point that even Honorable Minister talked about in terms of Sri Ann or the millet. How do you transfer from water guzzling to some of the crops which require lesser water? Can I have some of these e-rupee constructs being given to a set of inputs which are related to these kind of crops? So I am giving those subsidies, but those subsidies now are for a particular purpose, or are being used in micro irrigation, but also in micro irrigation in a particular choice. So some of those things are some things that we could look at, and technology with the developments that have happened in the financial sector would be able to help us do that in a much better way going forward. So with that, I think given the time limit, I'll take a pause here and come back to the chair. Thank you.
Thank you, Satyam. Thank you for enlightening us on e-rupee, because that's a new concept and we wanted to learn from you. Now I would request Mr. Venkatramu to please make his presentation, and as we have already run beyond 3, please make it brief.
I won't take much time as I'm new to this domain, but I'd like to introduce Samuniti as to what we do in this space and how we can play an effective role in this. You talked about the missing links and connecting dots. I think what is really required is more of creating an enabling infrastructure. That's where we at Samuniti are working in terms of creating that enabling infrastructure, mostly in terms of bringing that collective collateralization and also addressing the risk factor. I think when it comes down to the transaction level, what is important is how are you addressing the risk. Since we're talking about money here, so how do we address the risk? So that's where we are working with a lot of farmer collectives, and that's where it's not really just financing, but also how do you get in technology, and how do you improve the agriculture practices? Because one of the things that we also do is connecting all of these together in terms of ultimately improving the productivity. So more so bringing in the best practices, utilizing technology, and funding agri-tech firms is also one of the area that we extensively work. So what we have seen is that there is definitely a general lack of awareness among these farmers and also cooperatives, and with the kind of creation of this enabling infrastructure, we feel that we can be that implementing agency in terms of bringing out the best practices, and we're happy to play an important role in this case. Thank you, sir.
Thank you very much. That actually brings it to the end of the session, but before that, if there are any question and answers, please. Yeah, please. So we've spoken so much about financing, and in fact, just coincidentally, somebody also spoke about RKVY and the role. Friends, we have amongst us today, we are privileged to have amongst us today Joint Secretary for RKVY, Mr. Ashish Srivastava, who's very kindly come down from the Krishi Bhavan today to spend some time with us. I'm going to request sir to kindly come up on the dais and share his thoughts with this group. Especially, sir, everyone has quite a few concerns and anxiety about the. We've moved into, people are talking about, sir, moving into an umbrella, into a mission mode. But sir, we've come into a cafeteria where someone can select to drink some other program and not elect and prioritize micro irrigation. So in that context, your address would be very, very useful. Thank you, sir.
A very good afternoon to all of you, and thank you very much for giving me this opportunity to talk to you people. And probably I may not be the most relevant person for this workshop, because it is about the micro irrigation and PDMC, for which Mr. Franklin, who is the in charge in the ministry, might have already spoken about it. But somehow it happened that I deal with the scheme RKVY, and that is how I also get a little bit of association with PDMC. And all these planning and the revision and the guidelines and other things are happening. A lot of things are happening, about the details of which I am not very aware of. But I understand that nothing happens without money, and the money is the most important factor. Then only the other things come into picture. And RKVY, yes, I have been dealing with it for last 1 year, and I have seen the issues which have come up with respect to the merger of the scheme, that many people are really concerned about it. And that is, earlier all these 7-8 schemes of Government of India, including PDMC, there used to be a RKVY DPR component where the states prepare their own report and submit, which are not covering in any other things. Then mechanization, submission of agriculture mechanization. So these three are the major schemes which are under that umbrella, and there are 4 or 5 other schemes like soil health card, Parampragat Krishi Vikas Yojana, organic farming, and other things. So they all got merged and into one umbrella of RKVY. And since it was happening for the first time, there were a lot of concerns. There were a lot of concerns even in the mind of ministry, whether it will work, whether it will not work, and what will happen, it will spoil, and everything. Yes, and I have been through that journey, because it all happened when I took over the charge and then became the part of these schemes. We were told, no, nothing doing, you have to bring it under the umbrella of RKVY. So it was an instruction that we did. And gradually we realized that the idea is really great, brilliant, from wherever it has come. Probably there are issues in the implementation, in the execution of that idea. So now, being the Joint Secretary of RKVY, every week when we have the meeting on Monday morning, I am explaining and I am answering for all these 7-8 schemes. So, including PDMC. And I remember a few months back, someone from the micro irrigation industry who had come to meet Mr. Franklin, they came and met me after that, and he asked me very point blank, sir, forget about what you have the official stand on it or not, Do you really think even 5% of chance that it can become a success? By that, he was very concerned that give me an honest answer about it. So by that time, I started getting clear about it, that how the merger has happened and what are the pitfalls of it and what are the concerns of it. And then I told him, of course, I cannot convince you with the figures right now, but now I am sure that this idea is going to work. By that time, I had seen a lot of things. And other day, Rajesh came to meet me. Rajesh is one of the person who is organizing this thing. He came to meet me about a week back or so. I had some time. He also had these same concerns. He also came from Franklin Saab's room and then to meet me. And I took about half an hour to explain him how this merger, the biggest beneficiary is going to be the PDMC scheme. And once I explained him properly, he got convinced. And after that, he was behind me that you please come for this workshop definitely, and I want you to actually talk to the people. And I said, as Franklin Saab has left, I said, okay, Franklin is going, he'll be able to explain. But if I get time, because our times are very uncertain, right now we are doing something, another 5 minutes we'll be doing altogether different things. So that is the nature of job. But I got the opportunity to have come here. So now I tell you the whole story, the inside story. The RKVY, which was also umbrella scheme 2022-23. By that time, these schemes were running independently, but they had already come under the umbrella of RKVY. So fund release was independent, and I will talk only what I understand, really the funding part of it. The budget allocation was 10,400 crore, but what we spent at the end of the day was 5,200 crore. Even though they were running independently, they were not getting affected by the merger of RKVY. So roughly 50%. As a result of that, what happened? Current year budget for umbrella RKVY, they reduced it to 7,150 crore. 3,000 crore gone. The whole PDMC current year allocation is less than that. So almost a PDMC scheme is lost in that revision. This year, when we started, we have the backlog of previous years. The fund was available with the states, which was released in the month of March, and they had not spent it. And by that time, this merger also came. This time, no separate head of account. It will not go independent of each other. RKVY is RKVY. You people may talk a lot about PDMC, but let me tell you, PDMC is no more a scheme. It is not any scheme anymore. A scheme is only RKVY. That is the fact. When you go and see the government budget, it is only RKVY. There is no PDMC, there is no SMAM, there is no other soil health card. But things are still moving in the same direction. Sorry, if you don't mind, can I take some water? Have some serious throat infection, so that is another reason. But I thought it is important for me to come and explain you how this merger, most concerned were the micro irrigation industry. When this merger happened, nobody from soil health card came to me and asked, sir, kya hoga isme? Nobody from the Paramparagath Krishi Vikas, organic farming came to me, ki kya hoga, how it will happen. Nobody, even from the mechanization industry, came and asked me what happened. The only industry which came and asked me was the PDMC or the micro irrigation dealing with this. And I tell you, this is the biggest, going to be the biggest beneficiary. What happens? Now this 7,150 crore is one scheme, and all these are the components. So there are components which are not, I will not name them here, but they are not able to spend their money. But the most efficient utilization of the fund is with the PDMC. So something for which otherwise you have to go to the Ministry of Finance and ask them to increase the allocation or reduce the allocation. Increase happens very rarely. Most of the time it reduces. But now that has given us flexibility. That has given me the flexibility that I can take money where it is not spending and allocate that money to PDMC where it is getting spent and spent quite fast. So if they remain so far, already first 6 months went for the states to even align themselves with the merged RKVY. They took even a small change takes a lot of time for the alignment up to the bottom level. So 6 months went, and almost in each meeting we got criticism that merger has spoiled the things and everything has gone, nobody should do a merger and all those things. It happened. Okay. But now, once that backlog is cleared, what I am doing, I am releasing the fund to the state government based on their requirement. First, if it is PDMC, a single scheme, you call it mission or you call it whatever. That is only name. Nothing more changes. For the ministry, it remains a scheme. For a state government, it remains a scheme. You call it mission for the sake of calling it. It will be released 25, 25, 25, 25 only. But now here, because they are no more a scheme, they are all part of RKVY. If PDMC for a particular state is ready with the expenditure of say 50% of the allocation, so I have the flexibility within the overall 25% of RKVY, I can allocate 50% for the PDMC. And now current year releases, whatever is happening, I am taking the demand from the states, asking them where is your potential to spend and allocating that amount exactly in that thing. The most efficient utilization of fund is under PDMC. So PDMC is able to claim more money compared to the other schemes. I have the account of all of them, so I know what is my potential saving in a particular state from the other schemes, which I can divert to PDMC, the most fund efficient scheme. As a result of that, already I have increased, forgive me if I repeating this word that I have done it or I have done this thing, but anyway, I have already increased the PDMC's allocation by 500 crore rupees, where there are savings coming from the other schemes and I am not seeing any potential of that getting spent. I am taking that money and allocating it to the PDMC, and already almost 500 crore is increased. And if people are able to utilize it, states need to understand coordination issue is still there. In many places, it is the horticulture department which is implementing the PDMC, while the agriculture department is the nodal department with respect to the agriculture funding. And as I understand, and I was trying to know, that PDMC is probably the most public spending when it comes to the micro irrigation project is coming primarily from PDMC. So that way, what happens? I hope by doing this thing, this year at least, I should be able to utilize whatever I have got, that 7,000 crore rupees, so that next year I can ask more money for RKVY. We will get more money for RKVY only when we spend what we have already got. And where the spending is happening, I have only hope with PDMC. So the scheme which was 4,000 crore year before, I think 22-23 it was 4,000, around 4,000, yeah, little bit more than that or less than that. It had become 2,600 crore this year, beginning budget. Now reallocation has been done. Already we have reached to around 3,000 crore because PDMC are increasing some of the states like Tamil Nadu, Gujarat, Karnataka, and even Madhya Pradesh, Chhattisgarh, they all are asking more money under PDMC, and I also know they'll be able to spend money in that. So there is all the possibility that we will be able to increase the kitty of RKVY by utilizing the fund, and in that the maximum benefit will go to the PDMC because that is the particular component which is utilizing the fund. And I am just looking for those person, I don't remember who were they, who had asked me that do you have in a 5% hope that this will become a success. I want to tell them I have a 200% confidence that this will not only become a success, it will be more efficient of this thing. It will bring in the efficiency of merger, which I am seeing, but I need to have numbers to convince the people. So maybe by 31st March, I will have the right figures also to convince the people how it is possible and how it has happened, and gradually go on, because at some point of time, the RKVY used to be about 14,000-15,000 crore scheme. It has come down to 7,000. If I don't push this money through PDMC, it may come down to 5,000 crore. And it will proportionally reduce the all components. If they are independent, this freedom is not available to me, that I can reallocate money from one scheme to other, because there is no more any other scheme. It is RKVY. Within that, I am doing this component to that component, that nobody has the objection about. If it is a separate scheme, even getting 100 crore extra in the RE or in the will not be possible. And since I am seeing that only 3 major schemes where I have more scope of spending, that is, I explained you, is the RKVY DPR component, mechanization scheme and PDMC. Among these 3 also, the most efficient, and I am more confident about PDMC. So this is going to be the best beneficiary of it, and maybe instead of in the coming years further getting a reduced allocation, we should be able to increase the part of the PDMC, which for the next year I have already done based on the experience of this. So this was my purpose of coming here, to explain this point. If anybody has any doubt that this merger is going to affect it, by 31st March I will show you the figures also, what exactly happened, because still. And another point is that being one scheme, we are able to reallocate the fund from one state to other state. Again, there is no problem. So those states like Gujarat, Karnataka, Tamil Nadu and Andhra Pradesh, and maybe 1 or 2 more states who are doing well, they are getting extra allocation. If they are separate, their allocation is fixed. You cannot change it much, maybe a little bit up and down. But when they are a part of a bigger kitty, then even 200 crore rupees is transferred from other states, 10-15 states, not spending it. I know that I am going to have a saving of 1,000 crore rupees from these states. I can give even 200 to other states. And this kind of a freedom, no joint secretary will ever have if it is not a merged this thing. So that was the purpose. And yesterday I told, I don't know, probably I'll not be able to come. And because if I commit and don't come, then I feel bad. But I thought, I'll come and try to explain this point, that it is not going to be a bad thing. And I'm still looking for that person who asked you have 5% of this being success or not. So I'll show him the figures and tell you. The second point, the timeline, again I'll tell you, since it came here. So what has happened? PDMC and maybe say mechanization, horticulture, soil health, they all used to be separate schemes, and the annual action plan through which we allocate the fund to the states were prepared for all these components separately. So something is getting approved in the month of April, some other thing is getting approved in the month of June, some other thing is getting approved in the month of July. So nobody was ready for the 1st April, very clear that what you were talking about. I think somebody was telling about, not every state start from the 1st of April. Yes, That is the point. So we have converted it into one annual action plan, all in one go. We have already communicated. Last year we started this exercise and we are getting the benefits of that. This year we have already communicated then different component, what is the tentative allocation, requested states to prepare their action plans and submit the PPT to us by the 15th of January, so that no more to and fro taking the action plan, getting it approved in the ministry, asking so many queries and all those things. One presentation for all a scheme in one day, where the whole ministry will be sitting on this side, and on a VC we can have this presentation, and whatever comments are to be given, those comments will be given in the meeting, and those minutes are noted down and communicated to the states immediately after the meeting, and that is our final comments. That's all. Then let them go back to the state level sanctioning committee, which is headed by Chief Secretary, again in one go, and take the approval in the month of February and March. And if all the states take their approval by 31st of March, all the plans are finalized, and from the 1st of April, they will be in a position to make the expenditure. So this has already started last year, and it is going to be further strengthened and advanced in this year, so that where the problem is coming, problem is still there. Again, there is lack of coordination at the state level. Like when it comes to RKVY at the central level, I am seeing all the 7-8 components as far as the fund release is concerned, and I know exactly which scheme, which state, how it is doing, where is the problem, which scheme is not able to do it and which scheme is doing, I can do it. But the same level of coordination at a state level has not come so far. This thing, like if I take the example of Gujarat, GGRC is doing this thing, but we need to have one nodal department. So agriculture here, so agriculture there. But that state level coordination, sometimes what is happening, because the GGRC is doing it separately, probably that is not getting reflected in the state views and it is not coming. Hopefully, the moment they understand how it is going to benefit them, already benefiting it, they have started understanding this thing. Once they understand that part and that coordination becomes better, probably the fund utilization and the scheme like PDMC and all can predict at what point of time what amount is expected in the state. Of course, I will not say you that if you don't have money, don't release the work order, because money reaches, then the work order is issued, then it takes time. Of course, you do your calculations, by what time you should complete your formalities and by what time you will have the money. If you know that on 1st of May I will have 100 crore rupees, so you can plan for it, accordingly issue the work order and all. So this is the point which I wanted to communicate about the merger, about its impact, especially on PDMC and on others also. So even though I said I am not the relevant person, but probably I might have spoken for the longest, and excuse me for that, and thank you very much. If you have any question on that, I am ready to answer.
Sir, may I ask a question?
Yeah, please.
Thank you. My name is Ashwini Dudeja from Infinity. I'm audible? Yeah?
Yeah,
Thank
very
you.
much.
Thank you. So I'm working for rural and tribal areas.
Okay.
Where farmers are there, but they can't afford anything to buy even a regular farming equipment.
Okay.
Leave the smart irrigation work.
Okay.
So how we can help them where, as you said, when the funds are not spent, then how they will be benefited?
Exactly. That is what I was trying to explain you, that by doing this exercise of merger, we are able to release, because in the month of May, for example, in the month of May, probably the mechanization scheme may not be ready, but PDMC is ready. And if I have 100 crore rupees to be released, I can release that whole 100 crore rupees to the PDMC, leaving others this thing. So when the money is available in the kitty, that will reach to it if utilization part and reaching. And if the utilization is good, which is going to happen in case of PDMC, the more allocation can come. If the same state is not able to spend on certain other things, that money gets diverted to PDMC and that gives them more advantage. So how exactly the nitty-gritties of that implementation in the state? Sorry, I am not the right person to ask and I'll not be able to explain. But when you are talking about how the fund efficiency and reaching to the PDMC kitty, that is what I am trying to explain, that this will help.
Sir, thank you for coming and expressing our concern and educating us about the benefit of this scheme and this umbrella particularly. Frankly, it is not in our intention to question the larger wisdom of government planning. And now we see that how this RKVY scheme would ultimately benefit PDMC.
Especially
PDMC. Thank you. But the main thing is that, supposing you mentioned about Gujarat, if there is an unspent balance under, let us say, the soil health program, and more money is to be sent to Gujarat only for PDMC. Now, what happens when you add some money for soil health program and there is some unspent balance over there, as happened recently? Then the FMS will not generate a code and money will not be transmitted. So is it possible just to tweak it and simplify the whole thing, that you know in advance that Gujarat already has an unspent balance of, say, X amount of money in soil health card and other scheme also, maybe Paramodakshi and all that. So let us not send them more money and send money only for PDMC on standalone basis, or for those schemes where money is not lying there unspent, so that this system will accept it and the money can be transmitted. Recently, you had very kindly approved remittance to 5 states, and only Gujarat was not able to get that money because of the particular problem. So can we retweet the whole thing? Can you calibrate your remittances in that particular fashion?
Already done, sir. Already done. So that's what I'm trying to tell you, that initially we faced a little bit of a problem with the money which was available on 31st of March. Last year when they were independent schemes, they all released their, and there are SNA accounts which we want to maintain also to know that RKVY ka different components where it is going. So now I have the balance of each component. Say for example Gujarat, मुझे figures याद भी हो गए. So I have the balance of each component. I can see it on my monitor that what is the SNA balance of soil health card, what is the RAD, that rain-fed agricultural development, what is PDMC, SMARM and this and that. So I know what is their back balance. Now they are eligible for release. So I ask the states, please send your requirement. It is not necessary that you take all the, say, 100 crore rupees in equally 25, 25, 25. It will defeat the purpose. Because where the money is not getting spent, if I put more money into it, that will also remain unspent. So it does not make a sense to give you money in that component, you spend it. You come back, कि मेरे पास खाली 1 crore बचा है, अब उसमें दे दो next वाले में, ठीक है? But out of 8 components, I will release you money even in 3 components or 2 components where the immediate need is, because that helps me also. If I release the money where it is immediately required or the bills are in hand is ready, then the expenditure is fast. Once it is spent fast, their SNA balance comes down and they come back to me for the next installment. I had done some analysis. What is the timeline last year when they were working independent between the first, second, third and fourth installment? First of all, I found only one state could get 4 installment, and that too only in one scheme. Khatam. So instead of doing that, I take their requirement and I also see, I do some due diligence at my level also, so that there is no partial treatment with any scheme. that I am running PDMC, so I ask more money in PDMC, no money in SMARM also I'll do because my scheme is. So that much I do, but we release the money as per the requirement. It helps me. So I was telling you it was about 4 to 5 month gap between the release of first and second installment. This is the first year of implementation of combined action plan as well as the merged RKVY, and this timeline has already come down to 3 months. So 5 months is already reduced to 3 months, and that too when we lost the first 6 months just to clear the backlog of the previous year. So now even the states I am able to give, if they are able to spend within a month the second installment. Like for Karnataka, Karnataka has a mechanization share of 77 crore rupees, and they had almost zero balance in the month of May or June. They say that we have got the previous year committed liabilities, can you give me the whole amount? I released the whole 77 crore rupees in SMA. I think that answers your question, because otherwise if it is a single scheme, even if somebody wants, he has to give 25, 25, 25, 25, 18.75, 18.75, 18.75, and maximum times goes in the procedure. What I analyzed, procedure takes more time than actual utilization of the fund. From our side, there are delays. Then from RBI to Treasury, there are delays. Treasury to SNA, there is a delay. So procedure time is taking more of this thing rather than a utilization part. So this is reduced, and now right now in the month of we are in December, I have already released 3 installments to Tamil Nadu, West Bengal and many more other states who have understood, and their higher ups have applied their mind to understand the nitty-gritty of working. So by January they will be able to get their 4th installment, and they can give the 5th and 6th also if possible. That also we are trying to streamline. So I think that answers it. Is because of merger, it is not necessary for me to release the money in some account where already unspent balance is there. Rather release, secondly, not compulsory for me to release 25% only. RKVY ka 25% I have to maintain. But within that 25%, more money can go to the component where immediate requirement is there. And by any chance, soil health card or PKVY or RAD are very small schemes. State का allocation 5-7 करोड़ 8 करोड़ ऐसे ही होता है, जबकि PDMC has 150 crore, 200 crore, 300 crore rupees allocation of that.
Sir, thank you very much for enlightening us, because I think you've managed to convert what was seeming as an adversity.
It still appears. It still appears.
So I'll just give you
but I'm sure by 31st I will be able to give you the figure. Even if others have not benefited, I will definitely give you the figure how the PDMC has benefited.
Thank you, sir.
I think that serves for this audience. Yeah.
Sir, just to bring a perspective to this, and because this enlightenment, I think to this whole meeting, this is probably the highlight of this meeting, your talk and your very enlightening session, inspiring session. Sir,
because I am the victim. Everybody curses me. Everybody, the whole irrigation industry is cursing me, so I have to come and tell the industry, no, yaar, you are going to benefit. Don't curse me.
Sir, my question was, sir, if we can have some format of forum where there's at least some kind of coordination meeting or something that happens, because right now the reality is that till 17th of November, the disbursement to the different states from the government of India for PDMC is 645 crores.
Yeah.
Right?
We
have a target of some 3,500 crores is the allocation of all.
2,600 crore.
So, sir, it is still दिल्ली दूर लग रही है हम लोगों को.
जरूर लगेगी, पहला साल है.
Sir, उसमें we can help. We are all in the same boat. We also want the spending to increase, and we are also an important tool and an important support in making it happen. We are all on the same side and the same team.
You have to make somehow the state governments understand this. Every week I am having the meetings with them, trying to whatever so passionately I am trying to tell you, with the double passion I am trying to tell them कि भाई आप थोड़ा align करो अपना, so that because more than any one of you I am concerned, because if it fails, later on what I can see is a possibility of reviving my allocation. The whole idea will fail, and after that nobody will listen to me why you should get more money in RKVY if you again could not spend the money. So this 600 crore what you are telling is my concern also, and for me the whole 7,100 crore is a concern, because if I don't reach to that point, I have fought with similar low projections. In November first week was the meeting for the RE allocation, and I fought with the Department of Expenditure and got the whole B, and I have committed myself to the Finance Secretary that I will make the expenditure. So more than you, I am worried how do I do it.
Sir,
unless PDMC fellows do something, I am stuck.
That if, for example, in the month of March, we expect a code of conduct to come in, which basically because last three elections, 2009, 14 and 19 all happened in April, we are just on the same presumption. We think if 23 also it happens in April, then March there won't be probably any further fund disbursement and so on. The whole activities of the whole state machinery, everyone goes into an election mode, so to say. So we just have 2 months in hand. When you talk with the states, if you can involve the industry also, the association is happy to participate wherever you want us to, because we have a very active role. We have state chapters, we have active presence across the country, and we'll be able to support with any kind of documentation, with any kind of acceleration of work that might be needed, any kind of support that might be needed, because we just have hardly 2 months in hand, sir. And
yeah,
exactly. The last 3 years, 4 years, the experience has been the month of March alone, the consumption is about 30% of the annual budget. So this year there is no March, most likely. So therefore you just have 2 months.
I'll clarify you. I am trying this thing with the state government for last 2 months since this revision has happened. But somehow my concern is that some of the state governments have understood it and they have taken it very quickly. But some of the government have not understood it. So they are still going slow. So probably I can do the meetings, I am doing one-to-one talk to them and trying to explain them, because my objective is much larger than the PDMC.
So,
my objective is that this scheme which has come down from 14,000 to 7,000 crore, how do I take it back to 14,000 crore in next 2-3 years? That can happen only when I spend. When can I spend is the PDMC is the best bet for spending. So I have given extra allocation to the states only in 3 schemes. I have not given them choice to increase the soil health card or RED, because I know they will not be able to spend. The expenditure is possible in PDMC, in mechanization, again a tender-based scheme. So in bulk the amount can go. And I have been trying, and right now I am trying that the next installment I push maximum money in PDMC. But I ask them whether they are ready with their bills or not. If I push money in PDMC and they sit for 3 months, कि okay पैसा तो आ गया, मार्च में खर्चा करेंगे, तो फिर the next installment get stuck. तो मैं तो बहुत कैलकुलेशन करके चल रहा हूँ, बता रहा हूँ. So but still some of the states, again I will name them also, say Tamil Nadu, Karnataka, they are doing it. Gujarat did the same mistake again. The first mistake was that PDMC top-up money they put into the same account. First installment got stuck for more than a month. We somehow sorted it out. Money released. What they did, they again put the top-up amount in the same SNA account. I was waiting that I will release their money, the SNA account. Again 1 month gone. So if you do a mistake once, I understand. But if you repeat the same mistake again, then probably you are concerned because your industry money and the payment are stuck. I am concerned because my scheme is stuck. But probably they are not all that concerned, because I should not criticize, but no personal interest. For me also there is a personal state. I want to make a statement that the merger is not a bad idea. This is my reputation at stake, and I have been telling repeatedly. You are probably worried because your money is stuck. You are not able to, major funding is from the PDMC. I have explained everything. Every time I sit with Franklin Saab and I explain him, he understands. Once he comes back, you can try to understand this thing. Third thing is that March is not a hurdle as such, because new tenders or new work orders are stopped, but not a release of money in already tendered and where the work order is released. So that should not come as a problem, but it is not advisable to target March. They should do it in December, January, because unless they take December, January 2 installment, the third installment in March they will not be able to take, because the procedure will again take time. Even if their bills are ready, the money will not reach to the account, and then that will be stuck. So that coordination, at state level pe, you have to also push a little, so that the horticulture and agriculture sits together and takes it as a single scheme.
So we'll be happy to do that, if, as I requested, if wherever you feel it appropriate, if you involve us. And in any case, if we face encounter any challenges, we'll at least put out a message requesting you.
Yeah, I am ready. Yeah, absolutely. I am ready to involve anybody. But of course, the official meetings are there. So I don't know how many people when I do the meeting.
You can just call. I mean, the industry body, the industry. We have an association, and clearly one or two of us from the association can attend.
You can attend, but what you will try to explain, I have been shouting at the top of my voice. What I am trying to say, if you can help me at the state level and mobilize the things between these two departments there, one who is implementing PDMC and the other who is having the whole agriculture department with them. This is something, if it goes into the mind, because I was told Gujarat has some 250 crore rupees bills in hand.
More than that.
More than that. And my installment is only about 120 crore rupees initially for them. My 2 installment will go in no time. And my expenditure will improve.
सर आपने 15 मिनट में हमारी 15 महीने पुरानी धारणा को बदल दिया। मगर मेरी रिक्वेस्ट
अभी भी मिनिस्ट्री पूरी तरह से कन्विंस नहीं है।
नहीं सर, हम तो हो गए हैं, या तो आपने अच्छी मार्केटिंग की आज, बिल्कुल हम पूरे अभी 100% कन्विंस।
नहीं, मार्केटिंग नहीं है इसमें, आई एम जस्ट ट्राइंग टू एक्सप्लेन बिकॉज़ पीडीएमसी इज द मोस्ट क्रूशियल फैक्टर फॉर मी।
बेनिफिट्स अस,
इट्स मोस्ट क्रूशियल फैक्टर फॉर मी। माय स्कीम कैन सक्सेस ओनली इफ द पीडीएमसी सक्सीड्स।
सर देन व्हाई इज इट दैट द स्टेट्स आर नॉट अंडरस्टैंडिंग इट? बिकॉज़ दे
probably nothing at stake. If I don't take it as my personal stake, I will also wait. चलो ठीक है, जिसने जितना लिया लिया, हर साल सरेंडर होता है। पिछले साल 50% हो गया था, इस साल 20% होगा, मैं फिर भी कह सकता हूँ कि 30% इम्प्रूव कर दिया, ऐसे भी बैठ सकता हूँ। डोंट डू ऑल दिस एक्सरसाइज।
मगर ये इतनी डिटेल में उनको बताया जा रहा है और उसके बाद नहीं हो पा रहा, तो आई एम रियली सरप्राइज्ड।
यही, that's why I have come here. If you can push on my behalf at the state level, that will help me.
Whenever we witness, like Gujarat, classic case.
And one more thing, because if I miss it otherwise, because we have already, just a minute. So other 2 points which we have given the relaxation at our level to the states is that they can do the inter-component transfer
themselves.
Yeah, we have given them in writing that it is one scheme, they are only components. So if you want to adjust take from one component and spend in the other, you are free to do it. Only keep the proper accounting. If you are taking 20 crore out of SMAM and putting in PDMC, keep that accounting clear, that where it has gone, because that is important from the audit point of view and other things. But that we have also given them flexibility. If you have money, that is in the beginning of the year, you have previous year money, but you want to spend in the current year, you can do it. So that the SNA balance comes down and then you are able to get the current year money. So that this and other things which I am telling.
Sir, उसमें कई बार प्रॉब्लम SC/ST का आ जाता है, वो ट्रांसफरेबल है?
SC/ST का जो इशू है, that is scheme wise. It is not the state wise.
Okay.
What happens? There are norms. The norms say that SC component is 16.6% and ST component is 8.6%. Okay, but if a state does not have any ST population, then how it will spend 8.6? So what we have done and also explained to the states that it is for the scheme. If a particular state is not able to have 8.6, it can transfer the money into the SC component or general component. But where, say, northeastern states, Where the ST population is 95%, 90%, there the higher allocation will go, and overall allocation by this population, if they divide, it will come to the same thing. You are coming to tell me to stop, sir. The time has gone, so I will wind up, I think.
हेलो सर,
too much of time.
एक लास्ट क्वेश्चन था
जी प्लीज
सर। ये जैसे आपने बताया कि कोई कुछ स्टेट में, गुजरात में उसको समझने में, अलाइन करने में 9 मंथ चले गए हैं और उसने ऑलरेडी खर्च कर दिया, तो उसको एक साथ में 2 इंस्टॉलमेंट मिल सकता है सर?
एक साथ में
टाइम चला गया 3।
देखिए, आप शायद पीडीएमसी की बात कर रहे हैं, उसको एक साथ में 4 इंस्टॉलमेंट भी मिल सकता है। जैसा मैंने अभी बताया कि कर्नाटका को एक ही बार में स्माम का 4 इंस्टॉलमेंट दे दिया, लेकिन कैसे वो ओवरऑल आरकेवीवाई के 25% के अंदर में फिट हो गया। कर्नाटका को आई वॉज गिविंग 100 करोड़ रुपीज, दे हैड इमीडिएट रिक्वायरमेंट इन स्माम फॉर 77 करोड़, वी रिलीज्ड इट। Why they could not get the money for the first 6 months? Because they have 230 crore rupees balance in PDMC. They came down to 90 crore in PDMC. Then only I could release them the first installment. And at that time I said no to PDMC. You have 90 crore already there. I will not put my money there. I can give you the whole amount in that. So उसको 2 में हो सकता है. If it is within the 25, I cannot blatantly violate the rules, but within the rules, what flexibility I have got because of this merger, I am ready to take advantage of that. And it makes sense. PFMS says just in time expenditure. So with the spirit of the PFMS only we are going. You have immediate expenditure requirement in PDMC. Take it. Spend it, come next time and take the whole money in DPR or maybe soil health card.
Sir, is there a plan to bring smart irrigation like IoT and sensors under PDMC plan?
I am not the best person to answer it. I think Mr. Franklin must be telling you. I am sure that it is being done, but it is better that if he explains about it. Sorry? What is that?
I think we can take specific questions subsequently. Let's and we are overshot the time.
Yeah, I am sure.
So thank you very much, sir. Thank you very much for coming and enlightening us.
Thank you.
It has actually dispensed many doubts we had. Thank you very much.
And industry should not become depressed because of the merger. We are not sure about the money. So why to plan something about which we are not sure? Because you also have to plan for the next year. No? Where you will produce, where you will.
Thank you, sir. Thank you very much. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you for this enlightening session. We're starting our next session, third session. Enhancing efficiency and sustainability with innovative smart technologies awaits us. The session will highlight the emerging innovations in irrigation sector and how it can transform Indian agriculture. Without further ado, let me introduce our session moderator, Ms. Sangeeta Lada, Business Director, Travelers Irrigation India Private Limited. She specializes in business development and irrigation systems and technology implementation in agriculture, including micro irrigation systems and solar pumps. With a wealth of experience in the industry, we are confident that she will guide us through an insightful and engaging discussion. Welcome, ma'am. May I now invite our other panelist to join us on the dais. Mr. Amit Jain, President Automat. Joining Automat Industries Private Limited in 2007 as President, his ongoing tenure underscores his commitment to excellence. Welcome, sir. Mr. Morup Namgale, Head Agritech IFCO Kisan Suvidha. Mr. Namgale, a pioneer in Indian agriculture with decade of experience, leads climate smart projects. Welcome, Mr. Namgale. Mr. Sharat Patil, CEO, MyDigitech, with 23 plus years in economy consultancy, is dedicated to revolutionizing India's irrigation with a focus on an indigenous automatic irrigation fertigation system. May I request you to join us on the dais, please? Mr. Patil. Mr. Kaushal Bisht, Head Partnership and Strategic Alliances, VARA. Mr. Kaushal Bisht, he brings over 6 years of experience in agribusiness management. A trailblazer in sustainable agriculture practices, he advocates for climate resiliency through innovative solutions at the smallholder level. May I request Mr. Bisht to join us on the dais, please? Miss Pragya Kalia would be joining us virtually. She is Managing Director, Plasma Water Solutions India Private Limited. She boasts over 2 decades of experience in business management across diverse sectors. Mr. Ajit Ingle, CEO and Managing Director, Sales and Marketing, Autoford Agrimations Equipments Private Limited. Results-oriented professional with over 13 years of experience in agriculture technical and conceptual market development. Successfully led market exploration and establishment for the second largest producer of agriculturally beneficial microbial in India. Mr. Ingle is here? Okay. Mr. Sudhanshu Rai, co-founder and director of ILO, a computer science graduate, ex-GE, Infosys, ex-Verve. Over to you, ma'am, to take this forward.
Yeah, thank you, Neha. Friends, good evening, and we have a very interesting panel today, comprising of not only just smart extension, smart technologies, but apart from that, like the year, as we close the year 23 and embark into 24, the buzzword was ChatGPT, AI, ML and all, which has been percolated up to ground level. But the discussion all the way has been more on the technology and how the technology is going to affect the jobs. But when it comes to agriculture, we are here to understand that does this really apply to agriculture? Is the agriculture sector scared of this? Or are they confidently moving ahead in adopting, in implementing, in commissioning, in taking forward these innovations and these disruptions? So friends, going ahead with our first panelist, we have with us, I'll go first with the extension part, the smart extension, because we are talking about smart irrigation and water management. But before that, the smart advisor is very important. So Morub, I'll come to you first, because you have been involved in extension advisory for quite some time. And when we talk of micro irrigation, that's the basic for taking forward any innovations in water management. In view of IFFCO being one of the leading players in fertilizer industry, and micro irrigation, by default we are saving water, but primarily is for fertigation. So would like to understand on your extension services, the advisory services, and the disruptions or the fertigation part. We just have 5 minutes to go, because the chairman has already informed me that we do not have more than 5 minutes.
Right, I won't take long. Thank you so much for having me here. So we're a subsidiary of Indian Farmer Fertilizer Cooperative, and the reason why this JV. So the reason why we came up with this new company or this new JV was to close the gap in the information requirement from a farmer's perspective. That being said, it could be on topics of market, and especially on the farm, best of the pure package of practices that farmers can play, depending on the based on the data points, which is something like weather, it could be mandi or likewise, and based on that, how soundly a farmer can make a decision. That's the construct of the overall advisory that we have been working on since 2007. Roughly around 4 million farmers benefit from these advisories. Our idea is to convert the existing advisories which have been shared by various knowledge partners in terms of ICAR, KVKs, state agriculture universities, convert them into consumable, actionable information from a farmer's perspective and relate to them in the best and easiest form of communication, which is a call or an SMS, and which they can understand and act upon it. We later realized that it's one thing about converting something into a more customized, hyper-localized information. That we can do, the smartness part which you talked about, that can be done through the hyper-local data points which come through the sensors, and that's what we started deploying across the country. We work with a lot of startups in this process, having those IoT, weather stations, smart sensors, AWD sensors. we dabbled with various kind of technologies, GSM based, LoRaWAN based, because that's the kind of challenges in different geography you will face, and you have to have all those exposures to technology so that we can really cater and ensure those data points are coming from the farms. We reached a point where we now said that, okay, now the irrigation modelings and everything are working fine, and then we're able to generate and give the farmers a good understanding on this, because I think the farmer also sees value in it, because if you're able to do smart irrigation, it actually helps them grow better. It actually cuts down on various diseases as well. So thus the optimization cost can happen. There's a lot of knowledge that is yet to be given to the farmers. That's something that they still don't understand. Most of the farmers who are right now having drip irrigation, micro irrigation, they still don't understand these aspects to it, why they are having these things, and how they can actually optimize on the cost side as well. There's another value that we found that, when we spoke to a lot of agribusinesses, because we thought, okay, somewhere it has to be valuable to the end agribusinesses as well. Their take was that right now the focus of the farmers is could be yield or something, but most of these guys, if you look at processors, if you look at extraction companies, they are looking for that particular active ingredient from that commodity and how to enhance those active ingredients. For example, bricks in sugarcane, bricks in tomato, it could be capsaicin in chili, or withanolide in ashwagandha likewise. How to really enhance those things. These smart irrigation systems, these IoTs can really drive that up. So if you're able to connect and if you're able to understand the requirement from all the stakeholders side and do the smart irrigation, all the processes, it actually adds up value to the whole stakeholders. And once you establish this trust, that traceability, that understanding that, okay, what exactly an end agribusiness is looking for, and a farmer is able to grow that in that fashion with that active ingredient, it really adds up. So I think that's something that is, we have been trying to evolve that through a system which we call as a model farms. Our idea is to set up these technologies across the country in, let's say, if in a given FPO of 300 to 500 members, we try to set up around 5 to 10% of the farms into these smart farms and try to generate those points and then create those hyper-localized information and help them grow better through our data-driven system. The other part of it, if you're able to make sense of it, if you're able to add to that active ingredient, the agribusinesses come to us and they said, okay, they would like to purchase from these lots only, because these lots which are coming from the smart irrigation, they have that additional USP. So that is exactly what we call a demand-driven sort of a thing, running away or pivoting from the existing production-driven system where a farmer grows and then looks for the market. And they can talk about the bargain that the farmers has is yield or something else. But in this case, the whole chain reverses. The farmers are now talking about the active ingredient, the value that is generating. That's a kind of win-win across the stakeholders. I think that's something that smart systems can bring to this table. Yeah.
But just to understand, how is the delivery of the advisory to the grower? In what way do you deliver this advisory to the grower?
So the platform, we have all kinds of platform. It goes as simple as I said, as a voice message as well. It's a direct call in the local language that goes to the farmers.
It's a SMS or it's a WhatsApp?
It's a call. It's a recorded call. So we talked about AI and other things. So we're now dabbling with bringing some new technologies where these text to speech and TTS and all those things are coming in place, and where we are auto recording these things and relaying it to the farmers in their language as a call. They just have to listen to it, say that, okay, you can now turn on the farm because there seems to be a stress level existing in your farm. So maybe you can turn it off for the next 10 minutes or something like that. And a backup SMS also goes likewise. We also relay it in WhatsApp. We also have dedicated apps for that, so the farmers can connect whichever platform they are.
Okay. Thank you so much. Friends, a lot of disruptions which have been brought into agriculture, especially IoT in agriculture, which was not thinkable. And mostly we think about it that who are the ones who are really adopting these technologies? Are there farmers? Is there a prospect for this in this particular area, wherein even macro irrigation is something which we are struggling to really implement. But we do have startups out here and who have been doing a commendable job of implementing such IoTs in the ground. So I come down to Sudhanshu. Sudhanshu, you have been a startup in this particular sector putting in IoTs, and look forward to hearing from you on the prospects, on way forward, and how do you see the value proposition to a grower?
Yeah, first of all, thank you for inviting me. So I'll just set the context before answering the questions right away. So what is it that actually we are solving for the farmers, and how it is valuable, and why we think that there will not be a single farmer who will not use such technology going forward. So we are a precision agriculture company. So what we do, we basically advise farmers precisely on the decisions that they have to make. So we tell them exactly when they have to irrigate, how much they have to irrigate, what fertilizers to put in, the advanced knowledge of disease and pests that are attacking to their farm, and weather prediction and other practices like when to sow. And we have also formed different climate challenges model like fruit cracking, how to avoid fruit cracking, how to avoid flower dropping. So let me put some numbers here. So we started in 2019, and today we have deployed more than 10,000 devices working with 8,000 farmers. And if I put a context to here, so like Mr. Chauhan in the morning said that we are number one in the year on micro irrigation adoption in whole world. I can proudly say that we are number one country across the globe adopting this large number of sensors as of now across globe. So no other country have deployed more than 20,000 device sensors as of now in a year, and we are at right now. In Philo itself doing more than 10,000. So what is the impact that we have created? So we have saved more than 54 billion liters of water, 4 million kg of carbon emission. But again I said, why would any farmer will adopt? Any farmer, like even for micro irrigation, no farmer will adopt just for saving the water, right? If it is not any impacting in the yield and quality or probably income, they will not adopt it. So we have improved more than 40% income with the precise advisories and improving their yield by 25% and 80% export quality of produce. So I'll also put one number here. So now I'll come to your question whether the farmer tomorrow will adopt or not. So I myself belong to farming family. I am from UP Azamgarh, and with the climate change and the other impact, I don't see any farmer today don't need any kind of this technology. So everyone needs technology. Everyone needs now support. So there was case, when 3 years ago when we used to go and sell it on the farm, farmer used to say कि भाई तुम 30 साल के और मैं 30 साल से खेती कर रहा हूँ, आप मुझे नहीं सिखाओगे कि क्या करना है, कैसे करना है. एंड नाउ दोज गाइस कमिंग एंड सेइंग कि यार इतना क्लाइमेट चेंज चैलेंज आ रहा है, जो डिजीज पहले नवंबर में आती थी, अक्टूबर में आती थी, अभी जुलाई में आ रही है, जून में आ रही है, एंड वी आर नॉट एबल टू अंडरस्टैंड इट. तो अभी कैसे करना है? अब क्वेश्चन ये नहीं रहता है कि मुझे करना है कि नहीं. नाउ द क्वेश्चन इज कि ये मुझे अफोर्ड कर सकता हूँ नहीं, क्या ये मेरे पैसे में आएगा क्या? सो डाउन द लाइन, इफ यू गो 4 years 5 years डाउन द लाइन, आई डोंट थिंक देयर विल बी एनी फार्मर हु विल नॉट यूज स्मार्ट टेक्नोलॉजी. 100% of the farmers are going to use smart technology. It's just that how much affordable we are going to make it to them. So that is the thing. And I've been hearing this a lot, like again you mentioned on the micro irrigation there is a challenge in the adoption, and few states have been adopting it very well. So there was one insights that we found when we were working abroad in Punjab in Keynote crop. So there were few farmers, around 50-60 farmers, around 2 farmers in each village had adopted the drip irrigation, and the same farmer who have done it for 1 acre had 10 acres farm was not increasing it. Why? Because these farmers have been used to of irrigating on the flood. They have been seeing the water flowing everywhere, and now they don't understand कि exactly पानी गया कि नहीं गया, and that is the kind of confusion, and that's why they are not able to make the best use of this kind of technology. And when we installed our devices, the sensors there, they started making use of this technology in a very best manner. And the drip irrigation cell and the distributor cell have improved there in 30% that locally, and distributor himself said ki why not we collaborate and join this kind of technology and help farmers adopt this, become the smart from the day one. So one thing I'd like to request here with all the industry, that if we are bringing a farmer from flood irrigations to a one level of his smartness by bringing to a micro irrigation, why not make it to him the next level on the day one? Make him a smart farmer from the day one. Help them use the sensors and IoT and smart technology so that they can become the smart farmer from day one.
Absolutely, very interesting insight, because precision farming is the first step. I think the term micro irrigation started first, and then the precision farming term came in, and from a transition from precision to smart is something which we all are very good insights which you have given into it. Amit ji, you have been in this industry for quite some time, and you have been always coming out with a lot of innovations. Scalability, affordability, mass adoption of technologies, and especially smart farming technologies is the area which we would like you to talk upon, especially keeping in view the backdrop that millions of farmers have already adopted micro irrigation. The basic is already there. Taking them to the next level, how do you foresee the prospects of this?
Yeah, thank you, Sangeeta ji. So let me just start by saying it that what kind of a smart irrigation system do we require in India? So let's not talk about high-end things. Let's not talk about something which an Indian farmer cannot afford, because automation is not meant for a status symbol in this country. If we go for a status symbol, then automation is going to take a lot of time. Simple example, 1983, late Sanjay Gandhi came with an idea of Maruti. If he had come an idea with Impala or a Mercedes-Benz, India wouldn't have had got into the auto revolution. So we have to actually start thinking that what is the affordability of the farmer and what is the most basic system as an automation we can offer. So our point here is, give a simple controller, give 5 valves, 4 for the irrigation, 1 for the fertigation, give a rain sensor, a small little rain sensor which is visual in nature, where he doesn't have to calculate anything. He can see by a simple meter that 3 mm, 4 mm, 5 mm, 2 mm how much rains have arrived, and a flow sensor to just let him know whether his pump has got the water or not. Now if this small kit can be given to a farmer, then a 1 hectare owned by a farmer can afford this simple kit and he can start doing it. मॉर्निंग में रणधीर साहब ने एक बड़ा अच्छा वर्ड यूज किया कि ड्रिप इरिगेशन कोई बवाल नहीं है यार, सीधा पानी निकालना है फिल्टर से, पानी साफ करके ड्रिप में भेजना है और ड्रिप सीधे ले जानी है, केवल आपका सिस्टम ठीक होना चाहिए. मेरा पॉइंट ये है कि स्मार्ट इरिगेशन कोई बवाल नहीं है यार, इट्स अ वेरी सिंपल सिस्टम. हमको फार्मर को कैसे समझाना है उसको और कैसे सिखाना है, ये एक इम्पॉर्टेंट पॉइंट है. और कोई भी टेक्नोलॉजी तभी तक आगे बढ़ती है जब हम उसको एक लार्जर स्केल पे लेके जाएं, लोएस्ट डिनोमिनेटर मतलब सोसाइटी का जो लोएस्ट स्केल एंड है उस पे लेके जाएं. उसके लिए हमको जो काम करने हैं, उसके लिए ये जो सिस्टम है इसको हमें बहुत सिंप्लीफाई करना पड़ेगा. और ऐसा नहीं है कि ये कोई सिस्टम हम बाहर से ही खरीद सकते हैं. इंडिया में इस समय हम लोग इतने एडवांस्ड हो गए हैं हर चीज़ में. अभी सुधांशु जी ने बताया कि किस तरह के सेंसर्स और किस तरह के चीज़ें यूज हो रही हैं, और भी लोग अभी इसके बारे में बोलेंगे. इंडियन कंपनीज आर वेल वर्स्ड, दे आर वेल एक्विंटेड, दे आर वेल टेक्निकली ओरिएंटेड, दे आर वेल इंफ्रास्ट्रक्चर वाइज कि वो इन सब सिस्टम्स को बना सकती हैं. सवाल ये है कि आज से 10 साल पहले जो ड्रिप इरिगेशन के लिए खौफ या ड्रिप इरिगेशन के लिए डर था और आज वो सबसे ज़्यादा पॉपुलर स्टेज हो गई है, वो आज से 5 साल के अंदर स्मार्ट इरिगेशन में होनी चाहिए. उसके लिए सारे एसोसिएट्स को, वेदर दे आर OEM चैनल पार्टनर्स और द मैन्युफैक्चरर लाइक अस और यू, दे हैव टू वर्क टुगेदर. द बेसिक थिंग इज, आज फार्मर की नेक्स्ट जनरेशन कैसे फार्मिंग में जाए, इसमें भी स्मार्ट इरिगेशन बहुत इंपॉर्टेंट रोल प्ले करता है. आज फार्मर का लड़का फार्मर नहीं बनना चाहता. क्यों? क्योंकि अपने फादर को वो उसी तरीके से काम करते हुए देखता है जैसे अपने दादाजी को देखता था. आज यदि वो मोबाइल से, मैं कहता हूँ आज आदमी पढ़ा लिखा हो नहीं, मोबाइल लिटरेट होना चाहिए. यदि मोबाइल लिटरेसी है आपके पास तो आप एक स्मार्ट इरिगेशन सिस्टम को रन कर सकते हैं. और आज एक मोबाइल 6 साल 7 साल 8 साल का बच्चा और 10 साल का बच्चा भी चला सकता है. Now once a farmer's son sees that no, I am using a controller, I am using a valve, I am using automatic thing, I am sitting at my home and doing a GSM based irrigation also, why not he would come into this? Because he is saving on water, which is आज फार्मर को पानी बचाने की चिंता है कि नहीं ये हमें नहीं सोचना. ऑटोमेटिकली पानी बचता है. 4 सेक्टर का वाल्व है, एक सेक्टर में वाल्व खुला छोड़ गया, 2.5 घंटे तक पानी चल रहा है, पानी भी वेस्ट हो रहा है, फसल का भी नुकसान हो रहा है. इफ़ यू पुट अ स्मार्ट इरिगेशन सिस्टम, आपने 1 घंटे का टाइम या 1.5 घंटे का टाइम जो भी आपकी रिक्वायरमेंट है उसके हिसाब से दिया, इट विल बी डन. रात को बारिश आ गई, पता लगा कि अब सिस्टम जो है, अब उसको कैसे पता लगे कितनी बारिश हुई, मेरे को कितना फर्दर इरिगेशन करना है. वो अपने फील्ड पे गया, उसने देखा सेंसर में 2 मिलीमीटर पानी है, मुझे 5 मिलीमीटर पानी देना है, तो अपने उसने सिस्टम को उसी तरीके से सिस्टम को ऑर्गेनाइज कर लिया। ये सब चीज़ें करने से फार्मर की ईल्ड बढ़ना, फार्मर के एक नेक्स्ट जनरेशन को इसमें आना, ये सब एक उसको मोटिवेट करता है। अब इसको हम आगे कैसे बढ़ाएं, मतलब ये तो हो गया कॉन्सेप्ट जो कि आज अवेलेबल है। आगे बढ़ाने के लिए 3 ही एजेंसी इंपॉर्टेंट हैं: गवर्नमेंट एजेंसी, इंडस्ट्री इटसेल्फ एंड द OEM मैन्युफैक्चरर लाइक अस। Now government has already started doing a good work in this। जैसे अभी नई पॉलिसी स्कीम्स में आया है कि स्टेट्स को बोला गया है कि 5% इरिगेशन सेट में आप ऑटोमेशन यूज करें। इमेजिन 1.5 मिलियन हेक्टेयर, 5% उसका हम लगाएं, आपके पास 7,500 हेक्टेयर में आप इरिगेशन सिस्टम की बात कर रहे हैं। अब आप जब इस तरह का पर्कुलेशन आगे करते हैं तो वो आगे बढ़ता जाता है। राजस्थान गवर्नमेंट हैज़ बॉट ए टेंडर लास्ट टाइम कि जिसमें उन्होंने 10,000 फार्मर को मैंडेटरी किया कि इसको कवर करना है फिल्ट्रेशन, इसमें ऑटोमेशन में। इस तरह की स्कीम्स जब गवर्नमेंट लाती है, हम लोग सब मिलकर काम करते हैं, तो आई थिंक स्मार्ट इरिगेशन इज़ गोइंग टू बी सिंपल फंडा है। 1 लाख रुपए का यदि ड्रिप इरिगेशन का सिस्टम का सेट है और आप यदि 35,000 रुपये में फार्मर को 5 वाल का और एक कंट्रोलर का सेट देते हैं, देयर इज़ नो वे दैट फार्मर वुड नॉट एक्सेप्ट इट। ही वुड एक्सेप्ट इट। It is just that we need to teach them, we need to give them the after service, we need to be there for themselves, and we need to show them the utility of the system. This is my own.
Thank you, Abhijit, for a very good insight. Ajit, coming to you. You have been into fertigation or something. So is it a fertigation or automated fertigation equipment, or what exactly, and how does it lead to smart irrigation management?
Not on the mic. Yeah. Now it's okay. Yeah. So Irrigation, we started our journey in 2017, and when we used to, since I am from the fertilizer background, and when I used to talk about the fertigation and I used to see the trends, what's going on in the field, then I used to say to the customers or to the farmers that what you're doing is not a true way of doing fertilizer, because they used to apply the fertilizers in a very small amount of time, which used to get leaching. They used to apply a very concentrated rate of fertilizer in a very small amount of water. So I said that this is not what I had seen through my global exposure, and there is a room for further upgrade. But they said that yes साहब, ये आप जो बोलते हैं वो हमको पता भी है, but फिलहाल हमको कोई नुकसान तो दिखता नहीं है, फसल आ रही है। और कुछ फार्मर्स ऐसे भी थे कि जिनको ये सारी बातें उनके मन में भी थी, बट वो बोलते थे सर ये हमारा काम यार 2,500 रुपये के, या फिर अगर लोकल कंपनी से ले 1,000 रुपये के वेंचुरी से हो रहा है, और आप जो बोल रहे हो वो 25 लाख का सिस्टम है। तो अगर उनके पास में कोई इसके बीच में कोई गैप ही नहीं था, तो देन वी हैड कम विद अ सिस्टम कॉल्ड एज अ फर्टिगेशन सिस्टम, वेयर यू कैन अप्लाई द फर्टिलाइजर, द वाटर soluble fertilizers with every drop of water without losing any pressure which happens in the venture injection. At the same time, we have given them the additional advantage that they can use the multiple groups of fertilizers, and they can do it as per their choice. And this was a manual fertigation which we have developed in 2017, and touch wood, that's going very good, and still it's a bread and butter for survival of our company. And we have done a very good amount of installations, and the installations is more than 1,000. Then in 2019, we have came across our IoT partner Mobitech, which is from the Tamil Nadu, and Mr. Raja is representing it. He is with us. And we have integrated the IoT and the fertigation system. So we have made a complete irrigation and fertigation automation system. And I'm very happy to announce that today we have 3,300 installations on our belt, and that has been done from more than last 6 years. Also about the Mobitech, we were the first Indian company who have invented the missed call based cell phone starter. Now there are many companies are in the market segment, and we are not doing that, but we were the first who have developed the missed call based mobile automation system. So coming, just continuing the words or the opinion of Amit ji, I have a few points that what about the automation till date, what was happening, and where do I see the room in order to percolate it to the more number of farmers. See, first we have to understand that that automation was there, and even Mamukla Saab is there, and they are doing it from last 20 years, and yes, the number of installations are also too many. But I will say that the installations were done either on the projects, they are done either with the big farmers, and also I could say that the prestige point never denies. But we have to understand that why it was required and why the companies like us have able to establish the basic automation concept. Now we also have the advanced automation, but the basic automation concept into the market, because the most important thing, what was the cost? The automation, what was present in the market earlier, it was very costly. At the second thing, it was not relevant to the ground situation. The ground situation, we have many challenges, that we have an erratic power supply, we have a frequent power failures, the voltage is not standard, always it is, sometimes the three phase doesn't comes to 420 volt, many places it even comes below 300 volts. So we have the ground challenges where the good automations, we can say the imported automations don't perform to the level they have to. The next point was the character-based user interface. The most of the automations which are available in the market, those are the character-based, and as we know that the Indian farmer has a little bit challenge with the literacy. Yes, I know the farmer might have been literate, but the person who actually operates the system is illiterate. So that being the case, the character-based user interface was limiting to it, and the picture-based user interface was required, which we have implemented in our system. And the most what we can say the advantageous feature of our system, that you can even have a very basic system installed in first go, and you can upgrade to the most advanced automation in the staggered manner. So the farmer need not to spend all amount of money what he wants to spend on the automation in one go. Based on the requirement, he can buy the add-ons and he can step up with his level of automation. So this is what we are, and I think the automation, I completely agree with Amit ji. The automation is not a luxury, or it's whatever the perception was there about the automation, it is not like that at present. And farmer, even the smallest farmer of 1 hectare is buying the automation, and they are willing to have it, I think, as an integral part of their micro irrigation system. And even like the sensor inputs and all those things, already we are working with the Philo, and we have the API integrations, as if they have the decision support system or the sensors installed by the other companies, it can be clubbed with our automation, so that the whatever inputs comes, those can be utilized in order to have the irrigation in a more precise and automated way through our systems.
The basic question remains that you have a fertigation equipment.
Yes.
And these are ECPH monitored, or these are very precisely with NPK, which could be applied, which are also available in a manual way.
Yeah.
Apart from automation.
Yeah.
That's what is your USP.
Yes. That's
good to hear that, because
it gives you the freedom that whatever the traditional ways you are applying, where the fertigation is not happening as per the definition or as it has to happen, so we are giving the farmer a leverage that he can have a feel, or he can achieve the purpose of a proper fertigation through a manual equipment, and if he is willing to make it automated, he has the option, the upgrade model.
Okay. Yeah, because especially when we have a large chunk of small farmers, and we say that India is a country of 85% small and marginal farmers, in that case we need to have something which does not have any sensors, real-time data, and a decision support system to all these small growers without any sensors or without any hardware on the ground. So something of that sort is...
That's true. And this is not only in India. If you see that in the Spain, in Italy, and also in Spain and Italy, and also in the France, there are many companies, irrigation companies, who have the manual fertigation system as their exclusive product.
Yeah, thank you, Ajit, for that. I'll come to you a little later. I'll just finish up with the hardware people. Sharad, you are there in the field, you're a veteran in this particular area. You have been working with a very high-tech industry for quite some time. Tell us, where do you see the prospects, the application? Because you are into a very sophisticated system supply. So where do you see the prospects? Where have you been doing it? And how do you see going forward from here?
थैंक यू संगीता जी। मैं थोड़ा मेरा विचार भी यहाँ प्रकट करना चाहता हूँ ऑटोमेशन के बारे में। पहले कि आज पहले जो लोग थे वो फ्लडिंग में ज़्यादा इंटरेस्टेड थे, तो हमने इवन एक ये लेके आए कि माइक्रो इरिगेशन। उसके बाद माइक्रो इरिगेशन भी आ गए, इनोवेशंस हो भी गए, लेकिन उसमें कितने डिफ़िकल्टी आती है विदाउट ऑटोमेशन प्रैक्टिकली, ये किसी को समझ में नहीं आया आज तक। मैं जितने भी गवर्नमेंट्स या जो भी है, हाँ, क्योंकि लाइट का कोई भरोसा नहीं, कभी रात को आता है कभी नहीं आता है, कुछ कभी 8 घंटे का ही अपना प्रॉब्लम रहता है। फार्मर्स फेस उतने में ही उसको इरिगेशन करना होता है, राइट। तो क्या होता है इसमें, माइक्रो इरिगेशन का विज़न ही है या एम ही है कि पानी बचाओ, और जितना आपको फर्टिगेशन चाहिए, जितना भी आपको सॉइल का कंडीशन चाहिए, ये आपका उसमें ये कर दो। लेकिन क्या होता है, जैसे ही ये सब, जैसे फार्मर्स ने इरिगेशन का ये सिस्टम बिठाया, तो उसके बाद में पता चलता, अरे पहला मोटर चालू करो, फिर उसमें भागो उधर वाल चालू करो, उसमें एक चला गया घंटा, फिर अगर बहुत से वाल फिल में है तो गया काम से। क्या होता है फिर, लेज़ी होता है, और उसके बाद क्या करता है कि एक दिन में खाली वाल छोड़ देना। और ऑटो जो अभी आए हैं, ऑटो स्टार्टर्स वगैरह मोबाइल के ऊपर, तो ये लोग क्या करते हैं, खाली रात को एक बार स्टार्ट कर देना, तो पूरा 8 घंटा उधर पानी वेस्टेज ही है ना, एक ही वाल को पूरा देते हैं। अगर सपोज उनको डेली देना चाहिए, एक्चुअली पानी डेली देना चाहिए अल्टरनेट एज पर सॉइल कंडीशन, लेकिन ये इनको मालूम है तो भी वो नहीं दे पाते। आज कितने माइक्रो इरिगेशन कितना परसेंटेज हो गया, अभी 30 to 40% तो हो ही गया, ऊपर से 75% सब्सिडी भी है, तो भी ये अभी तक 100% तक क्यों नहीं गया। मेनली चीज़ ये है इसमें कि अभी तक वो हैंडल करना या प्रैक्टिकली बहुत डिफ़िकल्ट है ये। सेम सुबह अभी जैसे बोले कि हाँ मोटर स्टार्ट कर दिया, इरिगेशन प्रेशर डाल दिया तो सब जगह जाएगा, लेकिन ऐसा कुछ नहीं है। तो ये डिफ़िकल्टी की मीन्स बाहर निकलने के लिए, जैसे कि अभी एसोसिएशन या इंडस्ट्रियल अपने फ्रेंड्स हैं, इंडस्ट्रियल ये भी है, इनको भी सोचना चाहिए कि ये इरिगेशन के साथ साथ ये ऑटोमेशन कैसे दे। पहले परफेक्ट करो ऑटोमेशन, ओके। तो मेनली बेसिक क्या है कि ये 2 चीज़ है, एक इलेक्ट्रिकल पार्ट है या इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स है इसमें, और ये प्लास्टिक कल्चर है या इंजीनियरिंग है। उसमें 2 पार्ट बहुत ही अलग है इलेक्ट्रॉनिक्स में। लेकिन ऐसा है कि जितना आप पार्ट ज़्यादा परचेस करेंगे उतना आपका कॉस्ट बहुत कम आएगा। जैसे कि अगर एक आईसी आपको मिलता है 5,000 रुपये में।
सर थोड़ा सा मैं एक इंटरव्यू करना चाहूँगी कि कॉस्ट से भी ज़्यादा यूटिलिटी पे बात कीजिएगा। कॉस्ट तो ठीक है, यूटिलिटी समझ में आ गई, कॉस्ट इज,
हाँ तो यूटिलिटी ठीक है। तो यूटिलिटी में कॉस्ट में क्यों आया था एक्चुअली, क्यों अगर वो इस हिसाब से अगर ज़्यादा अगर लोग ले लेंगे तो यूटिलिटी ज़्यादा हो जाएगी, ओके। ऑटोमेशन में अभी मेरे एक्सपीरियंस से 3-4 टाइप के ऑटोमेशन है। जैसे एक कंट्रोलर है, खाली इरिगेशन करता है वो, फिर उसके बाद है विथ फर्टिगेशन, और तीसरा विथ ईसीपीएच कंट्रोल। आज के डेट में ईसीपीएच कंट्रोल का बहुत ही बढ़िया रिजल्ट्स भी है। पहले बहुत महंगा आता था, इसलिए ये सब जगह नहीं गया था। आज इंडियन लोग बहुत इसमें आगे हैं, तो आज वो ज़्यादा अच्छे तरह से चल रहा है। उसका एक यूजेस ऐसा हो गया कि जहाँ मैं 90 टन्स पपाया निकलता था वहाँ मैं पर एकड़ 190 टन्स तक गया। और जो भी वाटर इकोनॉमी है या वाटर ये है, वो 24,000 लगता था, उसमें मैं 12,000 पे शुगर कैन में भी आ गया। ये प्रूवन है, लेकिन ये लोगों को मीन्स फार्मर को प्रैक्टिस ही मालूम नहीं है, ड्यू टू द कॉस्ट ओनली। तो एडप्ट होना चाहिए। मुझे ये बताना चाहता था आपसे कि जो सब्सिडी मिल रही है जैसे, तो यहाँ ऑटोमेशन के लिए भी ये होनी चाहिए, ये ज़रूरी है। पहला एडप्शन वहाँ होना चाहिए।
नहीं, सब्सिडी से भी ज़्यादा क्या ये सेक्टर्स इनएविटेबल है? जैसे फॉर एग्जांपल इफ़ यू हैव वेरी हाईटेक polyhouse cultivation, yeah, if you have hydroponics or if you have NFT, is it something ki it is inevitable, if there is no automation you cannot think of cultivation under this particular sector? Do you feel so?
नहीं, ये वहाँ तो ऑटोमेशन
पॉसिबिलिटी ही नहीं है.
नहीं है.
That's right.
नहीं है.
और इफ़ यू हैव वेरी हाई वैल्यू क्रॉप्स लाइक ग्रेप्स एंड ऑल, जहाँ एक्सपोर्ट करना, जहाँ पे बहुत ही ज़्यादा प्रिसीजन चाहिए, तो डू यू फील कि वहाँ पे नेसेसिटी है बगैर ऑटोमेशन के, बगैर ऑल दिस यू कांट टेक ऑफ इट?
नहीं हो सकता, नहीं हो सकता.
एंड ऑल्सो एट द सेम टाइम आज हम लोग सारे माइक्रो इरिगेशन इंडस्ट्री के यहाँ बैठे हैं सब लोग, तो हमारा जो मेन माइक्रो इरिगेशन का जो मेन कंसेप्ट है कि सॉइल वाटर एयर रेशियो बैलेंस बनाना है, जिसकी वजह से हम माइक्रो इरिगेशन दे रहे हैं और प्रिसीजन फार्मिंग कर रहा है. बट द वेरी कंसेप्ट ऑफ माइक्रो इरिगेशन अरेस्ट हो जाता है बिकॉज द फार्मर इज़, जैसे आपने कहा कि पंप 8 घंटा तो 8 घंटा पंप चालू है एंड ड्रिप इरिगेशन के थ्रू वो फ्लड इरिगेशन कर रहा है. तो कोई तो उसे कहे कि पर्टिकुलर क्रॉप वाइज, स्टेज वाइज, हाइपर लोकल वेदर वाइज एंड सॉइल टाइप वाइज आप right amount of water at the right time, how much to irrigate, when to irrigate करें. So I think the way forward is only with this automation and with the control systems in place. So Sharad, thank you so much for that. Coming to you, Kajal, basically the secretary right now mentioned about COP28 and water use efficiency being the top priority at the moment and the platform being set up for that. We as an industry, we are very keen to understand that micro irrigation, does it form an integral part of this carbon credit program? Does it happen or will it happen?
Yeah. So thank you, Sangeeta ji. So I mean, basically we are targeting regenerative agriculture practices at large, but the major component of it is on efficient water management, right? It starts with paddy because paddy contributes around 11% of total methane emissions globally and is very crucial for our short-term climate goals, and which is also, by the way, 2% of total GHG emissions. So, I mean, practices like alternate wetting and drying, direct seeded rice is already very, very important, very crucial for generating carbon credits. Now, coming to micro irrigation, right? So, there are some studies available globally, and there are some experiments carried out by Indian partners also who are working in this industry, that paddy around 9 tons of GHG emissions in terms of CO2 equivalent comes per hectare per year, like from paddy, per season rather. And if we can move to drip irrigation, this can reduce this by 90 to 95%, right? This is basically very significant. Then by the very looks of it, a very highly credible carbon credit project can be made into paddy, because this directly then relate to the methane emission which comes out from farms, and we can directly create credits. But this is not very common in paddy, of course, right? The farmer adoption is a big concern, and I don't see it happening in near future as well. But there are some other methods also which wherein we are considering drip irrigation in one of our projects in Gujarat, wherein the farmers are using drip irrigation for cotton farming, and then using drip irrigation for drip-based fertigation as well. So it enhances the nitrogen use efficiency, right? And substantially then reducing a lot of urea and DAP usage, which we can then further correlate with the nitrogen use efficiencies, and then the further nitrogen oxide emission reductions happening because of these, which we can quantify. And we are converting them into carbon credits for farmers, for cotton farmers in Gujarat. Similar opportunities are also possible in sugarcane, because drip irrigation is also common there. It is increasing, and the farmers can also utilize such measures to reduce a lot of urea and DAP usage. Basically, nitrogen fertilizers, because nitrous oxide is around 300 times more potent, and the quantification terms it becomes sizable for farmers to generate some incentive there. Now the idea is, basically what I understand from the panel and from my own understanding as well, the onus of cost, still a part of it lies with the farmer, right, for adoption. We see it from a very different angle. We believe that the farmers should be paid for this service, right? If in case they are adopting drip irrigation or any micro irrigation for that matter, and they are providing services from an environmental and ecological perspective as well for reducing these emissions, then how about creating a loop, which basically we are trying to do these with carbon credits, that the foreign companies or big companies or even Indian companies, because of the compliance and voluntary markets which are being made available, they are declaring their net zero journey. There's a lot of funds flowing into it. How can we make these companies to pay for these ecological services which will be provided by farmers in future, right? This will not only increase an additional incentives in the hand of farmers, but it will also create a positive reinforcement loop for farmers to continue doing these practices over years and years again, right? And hence becoming a permanent behavior change for them. What these practices will also do is, basically, the carbon is only one element to it. There are other benefits on biodiversity restoration, or basically, for example, if we incorporate other practices along with these like crop residue incorporation or use of microbial fertilizers, wherein we can further reduce nitrous oxide emissions, the carbon income itself can form around 25 to 30% of the net farmer income in these geographies. And our models have suggested that we basically have been successful to get the world's largest smallholder carbon project in Punjab, Haryana, UP, Uttarakhand through one round of audit. This is on regenerative agriculture space, but I'll also come to another thing which we are trying right now is on biochar production. Right, basically we see biochar as a very efficient water holding or water as a tool which can increase water holding in soils. Right, and basically we are producing huge quantities of biochar. Around 5,000 tons advance orders we have, around 18,000 tons of pipeline orders we have for this, and we are creating these highly credible carbon credits from the production itself. Then the income from the production is also, because of the long-term carbon removal nature of biochar production is like $100 plus of carbon credits prices, and hence the farmer, when they use it as biofertilizer, these also act as reservoirs for water, for any chemical fertigation, and basically release it as and when it requires, the plant requires it from the soil type, right? So we believe this can overall become a very good opportunity for reducing the overall cost of adoption for farmers, and also enhancing the behavior change permanently in them, and then in future they adopt this at large scales.
But Kaushal, main thing was water is central to achieving all the sustainable development goals, and we say that without goal number 6.4 and 5, integrated water use management and increasing water use efficiency, if it's not for agriculture, how do you achieve these targets for the country? And like you mentioned about nitrous oxide emissions, and when we have precision farming being done through micro irrigation, so this is the only way wherein you address even the nitrous oxide emissions. So do you foresee any projects in cotton and sugarcane as such, wherein micro irrigation is already adopted, and taking up such projects on carbon credits in such sectors rather than any other?
So we are working in both these crops already. We are working with sugar mills who are basically, drip irrigation adoption is one thing, but they also have other practices.
Other
interventions. Right? But I'll just limit this discussion to drip irrigation only. Okay. So we are in Maharashtra already. We have signed with 2 large sugar mills there who are working with farmers for expanding these adoption on drip irrigation. And in cotton, as I said, we have a 1 lakh acre project in Gujarat. Where natural farming is the main key, but the drip irrigation adoption, there is a revolving fund which is available for expanding drip irrigation there, which we are trying to encash for farmers further, right? Okay. So that this particular behavior change becomes permanent.
Thank you so much for that. So friends, we also have with us online Pragya, who has joined us. So Pragya, are you there? Pragya is there. Pragya, can you hear us? Or we have lost connection with her. Pragya from Plasma Water Solutions. Yeah, hi Pragya. You are on mute, Pragya. No, you're not audible. You're not audible. You're on mute, I believe. No, not yet. We are not able to hear you. Can you check your connections again? No, Pragya, can you hear us? She's connecting again. Okay. Yeah. By the time Pragya connects, probably we can have a quick question from the audience, if at all she takes time in connecting. Yeah, you can.
I'm audible to you now. So my name is Ashwini from Infinity. I'm making some farming equipment products and few environment products for rural and tribal areas and for farmers also. My question is for Kaushal and other speakers, respected speakers, that is there any bucket left for micro small industries? And whereas my couple of projects are also approved for carbon credits.
For carbon credits.
Yeah, certainly. See, all these methods which we use, these are basically agricultural land management methods, right? So one very key element to this is farmers. So whosoever owns the land rights, they own the carbon rights as well. So I mean, anybody can come forward, partner with us, and can create these credible carbon projects. The only thing is, we'll have to involve the farmer. We'll have to get his consent for him to get into a carbon project, and we'll have to establish his land rights, and then we can together develop a project.
Thank you so much, Kaushalji.
Pragya, we would like to hear you. If you could start your presentation, or if you could throw some insights on smart farming or smart irrigation. In case we have issues, then probably we'll have to drop her. In case Pragya is not able to connect, then because we are running short of time and need time for interaction. Pragya, I'm sorry, then probably we'll have to drop you because in view of time constraint and all. In case if you're not able to join us, then I'm sorry for that. Probably better luck next time, because we understand that Plasma Water Solution has been doing quite credible work in UP, and we were keen in understanding your offerings, your solutions. But nevertheless, I think better luck next time. Yeah. So thank you for joining again. Friends, we have, I think, another 5 minutes left only. So a quick questions are open for the panel out here. Or is automation too difficult?
No, they are all tired now. Listening to all. So I think everyone wants to have final presentation from Sangla sir, and then the tea, I think. So that's what everyone is waiting for. So let's say.
Okay. The friends, thank you all for your patient listening, and thank to all panelists for very valuable insight. Though I've been working in this industry for quite some time, but we got very good insights from all of you. Each one of you have given a very new, different take on automation. Probably we are the one, we have a fear in mind that it does not work, it needs a lot of services and all, but that's not the case. If anything is used, if you're going to use anything, if you have to have technology, servicing comes up as a part and parcel of life. So friends, over this, I thank you all for the patient listening, and I think we have completed the session in time, and thank all the panelists for you.
Thank you, ma'am. A quick group photo, and then we can present green certificates to the speakers. May I request Ms. Sangeeta Lada to present green certificate to Mr. Amit Chen, President Automat. To Mr. Maroop Namgil, Head Agritech IFCO Kisan Suvidha. At FICCI, it's customary to present our guests and dignitaries with green certificate. Mr. Sharat Patil, CEO, MyDigitech. Mr. Kaushal Bisht, Head Partnership and Strategic Alliances, Vara. Mr. Ajit English, CEO and Managing Director, Autofruit Agrimations Equipment. Mr. Sudhanshu Rai, Co-founder and Director, Philo. May I now request Mr. Sharat Patil to present green certificate to ma'am. In a previous session, we couldn't present the green certificates. If speakers are here, we would like to present green certificate. Apologies for the same. Mr. Kaushal Kumar Neeraj, Deputy Director of Potato.
Hello.
Ma'am, you are there. Mr. Shefali Agarwal, GM and Joint Director. May I request Ms. Lara to present green certificate to ma'am? Acha. Oh, please, please. Acha. Mr. Abhijit Page, CEO, Mahindra EPC Irrigation. Do we have Mr. Satyam Shivam Sundaram, Mr. J. Venkat Ramu? Please, please. On his behalf, she is here. Yes, she is happy. Yes, ma'am. Primal Osmal, sir, if he is here. No. Thank you, ma'am. Thank you so much. We are now starting with the valedictory session of the FICCI National Smart Irrigation Summit 2023. We are waiting for Franklin, sir. This session marks the culmination of our collective efforts and shared insights during this enriching summit. Let us commence the valedictory session with the, when I just invite all the, just a second. May I welcome Mr. Shri Saurabh Sangla, Executive Director of Group Signet, to join us on the dais. Shri Kaushal Jaiswal, Co-Chairman FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Senior Vice President Irrigation Association of India and MD Rivalus Irrigation India Private Limited, to join us on the dais. Shri Shrikant Goenka, President Irrigation Association of India and MD Premier Irrigation Agritech Private Limited. Shri Franklin L. Khobung, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, to join us on the dais for the valedictory session. Let us commence the session with the opening address by visionary leader Shri Saurabh Sangla. His insights have been invaluable throughout the summit and we eagerly await his reflections on the proceedings.
Shri Franklin Khobung, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India. Shri Shrikant Goenka, President, Irrigation Association of India and MD Premier Irrigation Agritech Private Limited. Shri Kaushal Jaiswal, Co-Chairman FICCI National Agriculture Committee and Senior Vice President IAI and MD Rivalus Irrigation India Private Limited. All the past presidents, distinguished speakers, members of IAI, members of FICCI, guests, Secretariat of IAI and FICCI, friends from the media, a very good evening to all of you. I'll keep it short as Amitji said, everyone's getting too tired now, so just give me a couple minutes. So I'm privileged to address this audience which is dedicated to revolutionizing our agricultural landscape through efficient water management practices. It is an honor to discuss this pivotal topic in alignment with the visionary outlook of our esteemed Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi. I extend my heartfelt gratitude to the organizers for convening this assembly of policymakers, bureaucrats from the ministry, innovative minds, thought leaders, and industry leaders, along with the FPCs committed to fostering sustainable practices in agriculture. Your tireless efforts resonate deeply with the Prime Minister's vision of transforming India's agricultural sector through innovation and technology. Water, as we all know, is life.
It is the lifeline of agriculture, the backbone of our very food systems. In a world grappling with the repercussions of climate change and population growth, the sustainable use of water resources has become more crucial than ever before. India, with its vast agricultural landscape, faces an imperative need to adopt micro-irrigation technologies and strategies to optimize water usage and ensure food security for generations to come. Our Prime Minister Shri Narendra Modi has consistently emphasized the importance of modernizing agriculture and ensuring water security across the nation. Under his leadership, initiatives like Per Drop More Crop emphasize the judicious use of water in farming, promoting micro-irrigation techniques to increase crop productivity while reducing the water consumption. Recognizing the challenges posed by the climate change, depleting water resources, Prime Minister Modi's vision stresses the adoption of smart solutions. His advocacy for sustainable agriculture aligns perfectly with the focus of this very summit. By implementing smart irrigation techniques like micro-irrigation, leveraging technology and encouraging innovation, let's all aim to make Indian agriculture resilient and adaptive to changing environmental conditions. Government and industry partnership plays a pivotal role in fulfilling Prime Minister Modi's vision for agriculture. Through initiatives like PMKSY, the government has strived to modernize irrigation infrastructure and promote the use of drip irrigation systems. This emphasis on innovation aligns perfectly with the discussions and innovations presented at this summit. Prime Minister has consistently emphasized the need for collaborative efforts involving governments, researchers, industries, and farmers. The synergy among all stakeholders is vital to achieving the goals set forth by the government. Your presence and contribution at this summit reflect the commitment to realizing this vision. This morning we had the pleasure of listening out to our MOS. Our MOS, if you remember, he stated his childhood and he mentioned clearly that he could remember his parents and his grandparents carrying water on top of his head, on top of their heads, just to get some drinking water. So you can imagine that how close he is to the subject. I think we are very fortunate to have an MOS like him, who probably will be all ears to all our needs in today's requirement of little policy tweaking, so that more and more adaptation of micro irrigation solutions happens, so that water conservation becomes the way of life. So I believe with this summit, we've had a very holistic outlook to various aspects, not only sustainability, not only just micro irrigation, but we understood from the government's point of view what is RKVY, why PDMC was put under RKVY umbrella, and many other aspects. We also understood that the government is very forthcoming in listening out to our ideas, our views, our problems. Franklin sir is here with us. He has been giving us time not only since morning, but since last 1.5 years or so, when I have been interacting along with the president and the senior vice president with Franklin sir. He has always been giving time and actually explaining us that what and how this scheme can be actually promoted further and deeper across the country. So it is about us as an industry to understand the government's vision, align ourselves and focus where the government schemes are there and how these schemes can be actually put in use, which will benefit not only our balance sheets but actually the government's idea and also farmers' profitability, which is very important. A lot of other ideas had come, like focusing on paddy fields, how we can conserve water on the paddy fields. I think our Mr. Page has clearly said, if there is no money, there is no action. So it is very important that the government and the government understands this, which is the greatest thing. And with the efforts of the current bureaucrats like Franklin sir, these things appear to be
very close to reality that money will always be available. I think 12 months running of the scheme is very, very critical, sir. And the flow of money into PDMC for this very important initiative and a necessity for our sustainability is very, very critical. And we respect your dedication towards the success of this very scheme. So in conclusion, I extend my sincere appreciation to everyone present here for their dedication to transforming this agricultural landscape of our nation. Let us march forward together, armed with innovation and determination to create a sustainable and a prosperous future for agriculture through smart irrigation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir. May I now welcome Shri Franklin L. Kholbung, Joint Secretary, Ministry of Agriculture and Farmers Welfare, Government of India, for his valedictory address. Over to you, sir.
Thank you for giving me this opportunity again. I think you have had quite a good interactions among yourselves, among the with the panelists also, and also with the JSRKVY, with lots of Q&A. I am not sure what transpired from the discussions. Yeah, a little bit of hiccups here and there. They will remain. We also wish that, I think the ministry sincerely wish that these schemes should be a standalone scheme. There should be a national mission, a separate mission on micro irrigation, but then that was not in our hands. This is not a proposal which the ministry made actually. It came from the finance side. But the silver lining is that on the process of implementations, we also have this little bit of flexibility. I'm sure Mr. Assis would have mentioned that within these 7-8 schemes of within RKVY umbrella, we have the freedom to transfer grant from one component to another based on the performance of the state. So for example, this time, like in Gujarat, though their one installment was only 65 crore, we were able to sanction slightly more than 100 crore because they were not performing so well in other components of RKVY. So that flexibility is there. In RKVY, being PDMC one of the biggest component, we have always been with the JS RKVY in good coordination to ensure that the PDMC component should be the maximum. Whenever an installment of a particular state is released, it should be the highest component, and also comparatively to other components of RKVY, the performance of PDMC has been good. So that is at least we have that a small positive point in this regard. Now, like I talked in the morning, we have a huge potential now in agriculture. What we talked about the most is about climate actions for agriculture. We just came out with a framework on climate resilient agriculture also, which we propose to take it up very soon, a pan-India scheme on climate resilient agriculture. So there also micro irrigations will be a major component because this has been one of the effective intervention as far as addressing climate impact on agriculture is concerned. We had a meeting with the Water Resource Secretary and Agriculture Secretary just few days back. So we did talk about having that kind of an aggregation at the field level, at the implementation level. I think that has to be looked into seriously. We will definitely support from the industry side also. We are planning to pilot it also. The good thing is that because if we aggregate it like that, and they are going to, he has shown in the film also, the pressurized pipe networks. If that is provided at the farm gate, so the water source creation, the other interventions as high as 20% of the allocation in mainland states and 40% in the northeast states. Now that will be totally done away with. And the head unit, the pump, the filter, of a normal micro irrigated field, I think that will also be done away with, because you already have a water source with the required pressure there at the farm gate. You just have to fit the micro irrigation there. So what I feel is that can also be a very, very important tool for cutting the cost, because cost is something which is a big factor as far as farmer adopting micro irrigation is concerned. So that kind of new things are coming up. I think convergence with Ministry of Jal Shakti, it's going to be very crucial, I think, in the future. We will involve you also as and when we are sitting down to design those schemes together with Ministry of Jal Shakti. Finance is, of course, a very important part of it. We have a micro irrigation fund created there in NABARD, but again, it is only 6-7 states who are availing them. We are trying hard to convince the states to avail that also, and we also include in our revised operational guidelines regarding some sort of financing provision to the farmers with the help of the NBFCs, the BAT and all that. I think that I always feel that the industries can push the state government better than we could do it, because you are there at the ground level. In contact quite actively with the state officials, because we also had worked in the state government, so we know how the state government functions. Because from here, coordinating with all the 34 state duties, taking care of single each and every issues that are facing, that has become a really difficult task for us, and we don't have the time here in the ministry. I would like to request the industry sincerely to push the state government to be in touch with them, and then ensure that they do things in time. I think that is, they are also responsible government. They are. It's not that they are this thing. We are different. They are different. We are definitely in the same boat. They have the same desire to progress as far as micro irrigation is concerned. The only thing is that little bit of lethargic or whatever we call it, they have to come out of that. And I think that you need to push. You need to push them, and little bit of hand holding as far as the implementing agency is concerned, and as far as the beneficiaries are concerned. I think industries need to play a great role as far as this aspect is concerned. And we have demands. The good thing is that there are demand there in the field as far as micro irrigation is concerned, much more than we as a government machineries can deliver. I think that is the best part of it. So we just have to connect the dots together, put things in the right place, so that we can deliver. So with this, I will end my this thing, and thank you very much. And I'm sure that the knowledge, the experience, the discussion that will come out of this summit, it will be useful for us to in the way forward. And anything that is worthwhile, which you feel you should draw the attention of the ministry, please do communicate to us. We will be most glad to accept them. Yeah, thank you.
Sir, on behalf of everyone here, sir, I'd also like to thank you personally. And in fact, the entire government machinery. This morning, the Honorable Minister took out time to visit. You were here, Mr. Anuj was here, and even JSRKVY spent very valuable time trying to integrate and have a very open conversation. And it all indicates and confirms the commitment of the government, the commitment of the Honorable Prime Minister, who's our inspiration, who's our absolute motivation in terms of expansion of micro irrigation. We are already the world's largest country in terms of annual coverage of micro irrigation, and we have to keep beating our own records, and the Honorable Prime Minister has set that goal for us already to double the same. So on behalf of all of us here, I promise you we will under your guidance, under your dynamic leadership, redouble our efforts and try and do more work at the states as well, like you very nicely guided us. And even JSRKVY was indicating that, and we'll be in closer touch, and together we will try and make the most impact out of this event and the invaluable inputs that we've received from everyone, sir. Thank you again.
Thank you, sir. Thank you, Goenka sir. Now may I invite Mr. Rajesh Kumar, Director IAI, for his vote of thanks.
Hi, very good evening everyone, and before concluding this session and very enriching summit, I would like to thank our JS sir, who actually managed this time despite of parliament session. We know that how difficult it is to manage the time, but thanks once again sir for spending time with us and sharing the insightful knowledge and insightful guidance for moving further. And also I would like to thank all the delegates, our FICCI colleagues and our II members who supported this event overwhelmingly, and we have actually thought of doing this event in just 1 month before, and I'm very surprised that the response which I have received from our members in a big numbers. You are here. I would like to really thank everyone here making our endeavor such a successful event. And after this event we will also going to have some discussion regarding some round table, because we feel that there is a government and the industry discussion is required to achieve our desired target which our Honorable Prime Minister has set for us. So we will definitely work in that direction, and we'll take the guidance of our Joint Secretary for any further endeavors. And at the outset, I would like to thank you once again for joining this summit and making it a successful endeavor. And now I would like to invite all of you for joining us for the dinner which we are hosting in Constitution Club at 8 o'clock. So you are most welcomed, and it is just 2 kilometers from here. So may I request all of you who are here and who actually excused us for some time. So I would like to request all of you to join the dinner at Constitution Club at 8 o'clock. And all the members from the II, I would request you to join us in our AGM after this high tea in the next council room. Thank you so much once again.
A special clap for Mr. Rajesh and all the secretariat, please, because they really worked hard. And also I would like to acknowledge Arvind Pathak ji for for helping and guiding this event. Thank you so much.
Thank you for the event and your brand, it worked out also better for us. All the time, you must be very, very, but